Welcome to America's Day at the Races on FS2. We started out with a foggy morning here at South Ozone Park as we kick off this Aqueduct meet. Fog is cleared, sun is shining, and first to act. Set to roll in the feature. The Grade 3 turned back the alarm, coming off a second place runner-up finish to the Brilliant Nest. Will be in the Distaff on Saturday. Battle Bling will test her, though. She'll try and make it 3 in a row. She comes off back-to-back wins out of town. Can that form hold here in New York? And, of course, it is championship weekend in Lexington. 2 of the shortest price favorites we'll see all weekend long. Ready to roll. Cave Rock putting that perfect record on the line, proving he could stretch out around 2 turns in his final race, the American Pharaoh, before the Breeders' Cup, and is ready for liftoff. Flight Light is another brilliant effort in the works in the Classic for the undefeated sensation. We'll have a preview of that and a lot more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Happy Breeders' Cup weekend to everybody. Hope you enjoy the next couple of days. Tremendous racing here as well. So don't lose focus on a good card we have here in New York today and tomorrow for you as we kick off this Aqueduct meet. Even though we've been here at Aqueduct, it was the Belmont at Aqueduct meet. Now squarely Big A action, and again, that turned back the alarm, the feature. It is a good one later today. It is a big scratch in that race as we look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Coach for Brad Cox comes out of that feature later today, taking out one of the main contenders. Pick 6 begins in the 5th, and of course includes that feature. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Anthony Stabile. Happy Breeders' Cup weekend to you, and happy opening day here at Aqueduct.
You too, my man. I love it here at the Big A. Another big, long winter meet ahead of us here. We have some great racing here in the fall. Of course, the Cigar Mile coming up the first weekend in December as we wrap up. It's hard to imagine wrapping up 2022 already, just a couple of months left. And, of course, Future Stars Friday today, Championship Saturday tomorrow, 14 Breeders' Cup races. Got you covered over at Naira Bets. Head over for picks, selections, plays, blogs, and while you're there, Greg, sign up.
If you've not already, got to do it today, though. Take advantage of that $25 free play, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the promo code CUP25 in honor of the Breeders' Cup at NairaBets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And as Anthony mentioned, all kinds of promos as well once you get signed up and started, including getting a little extra bonus if you like Cave Rock today, if you like Flightline tomorrow. You can do that if you are a Naira Bets member. You got to opt in. Right off the bat, how about this? We have our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Some very interesting pedigrees here that we had an opportunity to talk about on Talking Horses. Going to begin 1 turn mile in this maiden special weight. And right now, Fireline, a horse with experience for Chad Brown, struggled over that sloppy track, had a tough beginning as well, is the favorite at 9-5.
Yeah, 7-horse field, 7 filly field, I should say. 5 firsters, and we talked about this. The great racing here in the fall at the Big A. Right, Greg? One of the things we get to see are some really nice 2-year-olds who Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer, described it best a few years back when I was at the Horse Racing Radio Network. The second wave. Not everybody's ready for Saratoga. Not everybody's ready for the spring-summer meet. Maybe even the fall championship meet over at Belmont, which we ran here as the Belmont at the Big A meet. But they're ready now. And this fall meet has seen some of the best 2-year-olds turn 3-year-olds we've seen. Grade 1 winners, countless Grade 1 winners it's produced. I don't know about here. I went with one of the horses that's run already, Fireline, the number 7. We'll see what Mr. Migliori has to say down in the paddock.
Pick 5 pool, first of the meet here, growing to 130,000 and growing. Let's check in for more with champion jockey Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Anthony, it's an absolutely glorious day here. Feels more like a late June day than it does November, and not even a breeze. The flags are just like still and lying next to the flagpoles. Really beautiful day here at Aqueduct. The 3-horse Savant, she ran on turf first time, but watching her gallop off and the way she looks from a physical perspective, I just wonder if they weren't just running around the grass to get the distance. I think she's going to really like getting onto the dirt here. Her work tab on the dirt has been very, very strong since her debut, and she got that Kendrick Carmouche patented warm-up at this point where he just really let her get a good gallop into her and got over the ground beautifully, really made a nice impression. going to talk about 2 first-time starters, the 4, Serena's Court. Very strong-looking daughter of Union Rags here. I do think that she'll be better for having a race under her belt. Miles, a tough distance debut, but she does make a nice impression from a physical perspective. The one that stands out, though, is the 5, and that's Accidental Icon, first-time starter. This being the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, being by Into Mischief, that venerable sire that stands at Spendthrift. This is a half to Antipathy, a half to Scat Daddy. She moved beautifully as she galloped off, and I really like what I saw from Accidental Icon. She looked very fit, very put together, and at 7-1, she's going to be my top selection. I do believe the 7 Fireline, who is now your second choice to the 3, is going to appreciate going the mile. This daughter of Arrogate, from a physical perspective, is a little bit longer, a little bit leaner, scopier, than I'm sure she didn't really appreciate 6 furlongs. She did take money on debut, which you would expect from a Chad Brown horse, but usually indicative of a horse that has trained well. Do like the post position for her and do think she'll appreciate the mile, guys.
That's one of the biggest glaring surprises on this board, as we remind everyone to play this showdown coming up today, is Accidental Icon, the 5 at 6-1. That huge pedigree, and she is being ignored right now. If you want to play the showdown, go to naira.com/showdown. Put your selection in. You're competing for real prizes and that leaderboard at the end of the show. But yes, Mig mentioned, half to Scat Daddy, multiple Grade 1 winner, including the Florida Derby, won first time out as well. Grade 3 winner Antipathy, who was Grade 1 placed in the Ogden Phipps against Closed Hatches. And the Dam produced 3 first out winners.
Yeah. To me, the most glaring thing on this board is Avant being your 3-2 favorite. I don't like this horse for a penny today, Greg. I was
Debuted
stunned.
on grass for Pletcher.
Yeah, I'm absolutely stunned. She would win without my money. I picked the number 7. The other horse would experience on dirt, Fireline.
That's for Chad Brown. Yeah, start number 2 had a poor beginning in that debut. Chad Brown with a firster as well on the rail. Guns and Graces, opening day of this Aqueduct meet on Championship Friday. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
They're all in the gate. And they're off. And it was a hesitant beginning for number 2, Mean Mongol, who trails the field. Avant is out well. Down on the inside is Guns and Graces. And on the far outside, Fireline is right there as they cross over now to the main track, and it is Avant. And also in the mix there is Appalachian Trail. Fireline's on the extreme outside. Guns and Graces is a close-up 4th. It's a break of 3 lengths back to Mean Mongol, who is now advanced into 5th. Accidental Icon is in 6th. Serena's Court is the trailer in 7th, and the quarter went in 24 seconds. So up front, it's Avant on the inside, and on the outside, it is Fireline. Avant by a half length. Fireline runs in 2nd, just in behind the duo of Guns and Graces, along with Appalachian Trail. And then it's almost 5 lengths now, back to Mean Mongol in 5th, as the field goes around the far turn. Avant on the inside, Fireline on the outside, and the 2 of them hook up here. They are heads apart for the lead. Fireline now takes the lead. Avant down at the rail is back running in 2nd. It's 4 lengths. 2 Guns and Graces in 3rd. Serena's Court has advanced up into 4th as the field comes off the turn and heads into the stretch. It is Fireline with the lead, and Fireline has opened up now. Fireline drawing away from this field. It is Fireline in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Serena's Court and Avant heads apart 2nd and 3rd, but no threat to this winner. It is Fireline who will break her maiden going a flat mile here at Aqueduct. Fireline the winner. Guns and Graces comes on to get 2nd. Serena's Court was 3rd. Avant finished 4th.
And timeout makes a world of difference for Fireline, daughter of Arrogate, for Chad Brown, Juddmonte with Javier Castellano.
No wheel spinning in the slop today, Greg. Just laying 3 wide up off the speed. Javier gave her a head turner for home, and this thing was over.
Didn't break well in the debut. Probably didn't like that wet track either. And wow, Accidental Icon, the board was right on this 5. Just a no-show here for the debut.
Board was right and the board was wrong. The board was right about Accidental Icon. The board was wrong about Avant. What a bad favorite that was to start today. And that's not a red board because we talked about it before. They sprung the latch for the open here at the Belmont fall meeting.
Chad Brown 1-2, exacta here on the opener, first race of the meet here. 7-1, 4-3. Fireline 9-5, very slight second choice to kick off our meet underway. And Chad Brown's the leading trainer.
1-2. He killed his percentage. He couldn't. It's not even 100%. He's at 50% already. Guy's terrible.
Struggling
He's
already.
a turf trainer, you know.
Yeah. Fireline, daughter of Arrogate, with the victory in here. Feature later today, part of obviously pick 6, late pick 5. Touched on it on the open. Grade 3, turned back the alarm. And even with Coach coming out, and that is a big scratch in here, plenty of talent left in this race, including first to act, the morning line favorite, who comes off it was a distant second to Nest, but Nest might be the best distaffer in the country right now. We'll find out on Saturday. Prior to the Beldame, she nearly got it done at a mile and an eighth at Summer Colony at Saratoga.
Solid second here at the Spa. You know what my problem with this race is, Greg? This race kind of lives on an island. And what we mean by that is her prior speed figures, 66, 76, 76, 86. This was a 95. In her subsequent start in the Beldame, she got an 87. Therefore, it lives a little bit on an island. 8 points better than anything else she had ever run. That equates to about 5.5 lengths. We'll see. Short field today after the 2 scratches of Hybrid Eclipse, the number 2 and the 5 coach. Here's Battle Bling. Now, Battle Bling left the circuit earlier this year. She returns to the circuit, a little bit of a different filly. Back when she left, she was competitive in some races, and she did well. Now, she has won 2 in a row. She ran into a filly named Miss Leslie down at Delaware a couple of times, who won their 2 big races, including the Delaware Handicap. So Battle Bling comes in good form for Rob Acker. She never left Rob's barn. Rob's had a good year with her. She's earned almost $390,000.
Meanwhile, here's the win machine. WW Fitzy, 12-time winner. She goes, though, from one of the best barns in the country. Tom Morley had a great meet. He's had a great summer. It's extended into the fall as well. See how he does with a 6-year-old mare who looks like she has plenty left in the tank.
I have no problem with her going to the Morley barn. I want to tell you one thing. She's got the right guy on her back today in Trevor McCarthy, because with the scratch of Coach, you and I won't be on the air for this. I know you like Coach. I thought Coach had a chance today. This filly, mare I should say, was my top pick the entire time. I want Trevor McCarthy to put her on the front end and play Catch Me If You Can today. I think that is her best chance at winning, and I think if he establishes some separation, he could run those fillies and mares off their feet today.
You think Battle Bling, first to act, going to be right behind her?
Yeah, if Trevor rides her the way he's supposed to ride her, no. I think she'll be 3 in front, and they'll be the first 2 to come calling. But they'll have to do a little work. When you ride a horse with speed, and Trevor knows this, Trevor's as good as anyone in the country at reading a racetrack and reading the racing form. Put her in front and take these other fillies and mares out of their comfort zone. Make them go fast on the chase. Don't let them go slow when they're chasing you. Make them go fast. Put Fitzy on a lead today and see if they can play Catch Me If You Can.
You think she has that kind of speed to get that separation?
I think on those other fillies and mares she does, yes.
We'll see. That's the grade 3 turn back the alarm race 9, our feature on this first day of the Aqueduct meeting. Javier Castellano in the winner's circle to kick things off. Chad Brown 1-2 to kick off our meet. Juddmonte runner, homebred, daughter of Arrogate out of a Quality Road mare. $5.90 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And I'm here with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano. And Javier, Breeders' Cup Friday, you're here. You'll be at Breeders' Cup tomorrow. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Fireline was very impressive.
He did, Richie, the way he did it. Unfortunately, first time he ran the sloppy track. I don't think he didn't really appreciate the track and the way the muddy hit in the face. Today is straightforward, outside post, beautiful track, beautiful day today. Pro well. He did the way, the really way.
It really is. It feels like a summer day, but she was just traveling so well down the backstretch, and she has that stride that it seems like Arrogate has really stamped his offspring with.
Absolutely, a beautiful strike like his father, Arrogate. Nice, beautiful galloping, nice, really easy. I didn't expect it too far back. A lot of first time start, we don't know what can expect. Beautiful pose, pro well at the gate. He did it the right way.
Nice, easy win. Javier, I was down in the jockey's room earlier, saw you packing up your bag for Breeders' Cup tomorrow. You'll head to Lexington tonight. I think you have a big chance in the turf mile on Ivor.
Absolutely, I like the way the horse. I picked the horse and been started the horse really a lot. I've been watching all the races. Thankful they give me the opportunity to ride the horse. First of all, second, hopefully, have a good trip. A lot of speed in the ride. The horse, it seemed to me good stalking position, come from behind horse. He finished second the last time, the pre-race for the Breeders' Cup. That's going to be tomorrow. Behind Napoli, the horse for Top Flight Charity. He have a beautiful trip. I think, tomorrow, hopefully we can get it done.
Well, congratulations. Safe travels down there. And, Greg, I know that's a horse you're interested in, Ivor, and we talked a lot about Paulo Lobo yesterday.
Tremendous trainer. I love that Javier Castellano is getting on Ivar, a horse that I have been so high on. He's run big races, too, a couple of years in a row at the Breeders' Cup. This year, Breeders' Cup Mile may be his year.
Does he get the mile this year? Wow, Greg Wolf or a little Ivar maybe. Yeah, we'll see if Javier, I think it's Javier's first time aboard him. We'll see how they make out tomorrow afternoon. Those turf races tomorrow, ordinarily, we are waxing poetic about the Europeans. I don't know if that's the case tomorrow, Greg.
They're not the dominant standouts. Like they could win them all.
They could win them all.
But not dominant like we've seen in years past.
Agreed. I agree with you 100%. And they have a very interesting all-turf pick 4 tomorrow. And I think you might be able to find a couple of I explained this to Acacia yesterday. I like to call them coconuts because they're big prices. They fall from the tree and they fall right onto the ground, the coconuts. And you can try and find a big price maybe in one of those races tomorrow.
Well, let's move on to quickly set up race 2, pick 4 here at Aqueduct. 6 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance. Wow, 4 to 5. We both like Blinding Light, but that's a short price.
Not surprised. There's nowhere else to go. We'll see.
I don't know about that. We'll talk more about it when we come back.
Okay, you got it.
Javier Castellano, early double potentially. Is there nowhere else to go in the juvenile?
I don't know,
Cave
man.
Rock undefeated. He is lightning quick. Could be alone on the lead, and he's putting his perfect record on the line for Baffert later today. We'll have a preview when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
See the top of the building? My office is all the way on the right. Very, very top of the building.
Open door policy?
Sure, come on.
Anyone can come visit?
Always, come on in. You can't get past security, but come on in.
Breeders' Cup Friday schedule. Juvenile Turf Sprint going to kick things off. And that will kick off a late pick 5 as well.
I like the hopscotch. Turf, dirt, turf, dirt. Tomorrow it's dirt, turf, dirt, turf, dirt, turf, dirt, turf, dirt.
In that sequence, did you see a key for you?
Today?
Is it in this race, the Juvenile?
Man, I hate to single on Breeders' Cup days, but Cave Rock is going to be tough. I'll have one backup ticket with Forte and maybe Blazing Sevens on there. But, and you know, Greg, I got the need for speed. He's gone.
He looks like he is gone. I will say, he dusted his stablemate in this race. They're putting the blinkers back on his stablemate, National Treasure. He's quick.
Is he really going to go after this horse, though? He's outside of him.
Lightning quick.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is just, he's got the step out of the gate. He is gone. And, you know, if you had any question about him going a distance of ground, go back and watch the American Pharaoh. There's no question here. Because I like what Juan Hernandez did, too. Juan Hernandez just inside the 16th pole said, let's see what kind of acceleration you still have. And he set him down. He almost quarter-horsed him a little bit. And you saw him just burst away. Nice horse. I'll tell you what, I'm an East Coast bias guy. I can't find... It's going to be awfully tough to beat this horse. And it is going to be awfully tough to beat Flightline on Saturday. It looks like the Californians, at least in the marquee events of the 2 days, not that, you know, I mean, they were all big races, 14 grade 1s. But those 2 races, it certainly looks like the Golden State is going to hold sway.
I will say this.
They're fast.
The numbers I look at for Cave Rock, he's been brilliant. He's one of, Forte actually ran a better number, and he did it on Keeneland's racetrack last time out. Cave Rock has run the same number all 3 starts, with a bit of exceptionally fast. You know who else did that was Echo Zulu, but hasn't moved forward. So if there's a 2-year-old, and maybe it's this horse that is ready to take a move forward, who, as I mentioned, ran a faster figure on a Keeneland racetrack last time out, maybe he's the horse to do it.
I guess Blazing Sevens could also do it, maybe. Yeah, I would imagine if anybody beats Cave Rock today, it's Forte. That race over the track helps. No, I'm going to tell you another thing, though. Keep in mind, the mile and a 16th races, like the Juvenile and the Juvenile Fillies at Keeneland, they feature this first finish line that you're going to see here. Okay? That's the 16th pole. That's the first finish line. That is a big advantage for speed horses. Now, Forte was able to get the job done, so it gives you some confidence if you're his connections, if you're backing him today, right? We like to say if you own him, or if you own him for about 1 minute and 45 seconds this afternoon at the windows. It gives you some confidence that he was able to get there. Now, he was running down a horse named Loggins, who's pretty good. He's not Cave Rock so far. So he's going to have to do it. But I do believe if anybody beats Cave Rock, it's that guy right there.
3 for 4, Forte. 1 in the slop, grade 1 hopeful. Backed it up with a win on the track they're running today. Breeders' Futurity impressively over Loggins. I mean, that was an eye-catching move that he put in that race. But
yeah,
he's going to have to try and run down a horse with a lot more ability. He's going to be doing it likely by himself in the front end.
Yeah, and you have to, if you're right, and you probably are, if you're going to rely on his stablemate, if Cave Rock stablemate putting the pressure on him, I mean, in all likelihood, he's just flat out faster than that horse. Blinkers, no blinkers, you know, and then there's, of course, the intent. The 3 to 5 favorites drawn inside, the bigger priced stablemate, he's going to be in front of him because that's his best chance to win, to just bottom the field out. And that's what he's done in all 3 of his starts, and they're not going to change tactics in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Loaded again for this championship weekend, Chad Brown. Blazing Sevens coming off that Champagne win. That was in the slop at a mile. He's 2 for 3. Flavian Pratt will be aboard. Beat Talented Verifying with that big pedigree. They have to Midnight Bizu, who will be in the race as well. What do you think of his chances?
You know, what impressed me last time was I was all in on him in the hopeful. And I was all against him in the Champagne because I did not think he handled the wet track. People have talked for years about how the Saratoga mud's different than any mud in the country. I don't think that was the case. I just think this horse is getting better with some experience and some seasoning. He's going to get back to a fast track. All reports are this horse is training magnificently down in Kentucky. Look, it's the Breeders' Cup. Everybody's training great,
I shouldn't say outworked, but worked heads up with Jack Christopher.
Yeah, we don't see Jack Christopher at the Breeders' Cup, unfortunately. One of the best talents in our sport right now. Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to do something that he's never done, and that's go 2 turns. Forte and Cave Rock have already been the 2 turns. I think even if you feel like he has some upside, I think that's a big edge for the other 2 on him right now. That's not to say he can't win, but he would need, I think, both Cave Rock and Forte to have the proverbial toe stub this afternoon to get the job done. Could it happen? It absolutely could happen, and he has some upside. You know, I'm still not 100% sold that he relishes off going. His fast track maiden win on debut was a very, very nice effort.
You can get a bonus on the Breeders' Cup Juvenile by playing Cave Rock with Naira Bets. Odds on, he's 4 to 5 in the morning line. Place a win wager on him, and you'll get double your win bet payout if he crosses the wire first. You got to opt in to take advantage at nairabets.com. Race 2, pick 4 coming up. I thought 4 to 5 was short, now 3 to 5. On this guy right here, Blinding Light. He was impressive last start, even though he did get beat. Horse came back on him down on the inside. He ran a big effort, however, on the dirt for Jeffrey Engelhardt, and Javier Castellano looking for that early double.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Nodo ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play all the races we bring you and much, much more, including the Breeders' Cup at nairabets.com. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Race 2, 6 furlongs.
Over 300 tracks.
I love it.
How about that?
50,000 starter allowance. This is the odds-on favorite. Here in race 2, Blinding Light, Jeffrey Engelhardt runner who had the lead in this stretch, and horse came back on him down on the inside, got nailed, but he ran a huge race that included a compromised beginning. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and when I'm looking at horses that taking the majority of the money. I'm looking for some sort of a weakness, something that I can hang my hat on to say maybe this horse isn't going to run his A race. I'm not seeing that with Blinding Light. He's one of the 3 horses that stood out from a physical perspective here in the paddock. He ran a this time. It was a fast race, so I don't want to feel like he hung a little bit there. I think the other horse just battled back, and Blinding Light makes a lot of sense. Necromancer finally put it together to break his maiden last time. He's well drawn outside, and Bruce Savine has this horse, I think, in a very good form cycle now. He's just really well turned out, looks very fit, looks together. He loses Javier Castellano, but he picks up Trevor McCarthy, who's been riding well. Javier landing on the favorite, the 4 Blinding Light. And then the 1, Holy Matrimony. Ironically enough, in a day and age when most marriages don't last as long as his layoff, 3.5 years, he came back off the bench and won for Rob Atras, was claimed by Oscar Barrera. Oscar Barrera's been doing good work. His horses have been looking good, well turned out and running well. And I think Holy Matrimony could take another big step forward. This is a horse that showed a lot of promise and obviously had some sort of a physical issue that kept him off the racetrack for an extended period of time. He couldn't look any better or fitter today here in the paddock.
Meg, thanks. He's 9-1. I mean, the races he ran the first 2 starts of his career, including a debut win, they would be overwhelming for this field. But he came back off 3.5-year layoff, just not the same horse. Even though he won, it was a soft spot. They dropped him all the way down. He's obviously, just by the fact where they put him, probably tells you he's not the same horse.
Yeah. A remarkable job. I mean, he won off a 3.5-year layoff. Just amazing. I was surprised he was claimed. But I think for that price, you say to yourself, if he can find 3 quarters, right? I hate to use numbers because they're animals, they're living things. If he's 3/4 of the horse he was, this is a kind of race. You see, let's say he wins today, right? Let's say he runs second today. He runs second today, Greg. They're looking at about 22%, 11,000. They're looking at about 12,000 and change. They're almost out on him if he runs second in a starter race. The way the claiming ranks and the starter ranks are structured now, purse-wise, you can get you can get out on a horse like this first crack. And if he has that form still in him, he's a steal. There's a lot of ifs, but I mean, he runs one of his 2 races. He runs one of his first 2 races today. How far is he going to win by? Pick up a rock and throw it. That's the answer to the question.
Probably not that same horse, but there might be enough in the tank and room to move forward off that layoff that he has enough just to get it done here.
He was never 2 lengths off the lead. He made the lead in the stretch, and he drew away. I don't know.
9 minutes away. Pick 4 coming up. You can download free Equibase past performances. Follow along. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Download your free past performances on all the races on today's program. Well, obviously the 4, lot to like with him. The 2 Devilly going by. He just won last out. King James, the 3. He's interesting with his speed and the layoff in his recent works. I think a little bit that everyone has something interesting about them in this field, but the 4 being bet like he cannot lose. You feel the same way. Let's go back to Holy Matrimony. Oscar Barrera won off that 3.5-year layoff.
$16,000 claim last time out into the starter ranks today. If he runs one of his first 2 races, this one will be history.
Devilly, coming off a maiden claiming win race that was meant for the grass, came off.
Yeah, off the turf. Just his 3rd dirt start of his career last time. It took him 13 tries to break his maiden.
Speedster here, who's been off since January.
Fresh gelding, gets hot rod and Jose Gomez, who's as good as it gets out of the gate. We'll see if King James comes back fresh and on the front end.
3-5 favorite, Blinding Light. Looked like he was going to win last start and just got nailed.
A good break. You'd imagine he's not too far from the favorite as Necromancer, who came up with some wild maiden win last time in start 10. I don't know where that fig came from. If he reproduces that, he'll be right on the money today, too.
And Digital Future, he was two lengths back of Blinding Light, but he got a good figure for the third place finish.
This will be his first start, Greg, on a fast track. He caught a sloppy track in his debut, 5 turf races in between, claimed out of that last turf race from Chad Brown. Ray Handel ran him in an off the turf for last time. He got beat just 2 lengths. See if he takes a step forward. This is his third start off of nearly a year layoff. And again, his first in an intended dirt race that's going to catch fast ground.
So that's your field, 7 minutes away. Second here that kicks off our pick 4. You can earn a $40 bonus today playing with Naira Bets. Bet $200 each on the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland and at Aqueduct. You'll earn that $40 bonus whether you win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Go to NairaBets.com, hit that opt-in button, and get that extra money in your account.
Fantastic promos all weekend long. You can go on to Naira Bets right now, and you could opt into everything for the next 3 days. That's what I did.
Easy to do. And if you're not a member already, this is the day to do it. 3 to 5. This one right here. Castellano was aboard for that last out effort. In the beginning, it was not good. A little tough to see from this angle, but certainly compromised him. Put in a big effort from off the pace.
Yeah. See him off slow. Now, I will say this. While he did lose some position early, he got a pretty good trip after that. Okay? You see here, Javier Castellano is going to switch him outside of horses. That hole kind of closes a little bit here, and he's going to run by. You never like to see a horse put other horses away. He puts After 5 away. After 5, the winner of this race is in a black cap along the inside. He's going to come back on him. He's got a half length, 3/4 of a length on him here. You're going to see After 5 re-rally along the inside to get him. Did the bump at the break cost him the win? Yeah, it probably did. He lost that position. He would have been in better position. He wouldn't have had to make that move. He wouldn't have had to make that dramatic 3-wide alter course move to the outside, and he probably would have got the job done, and he wouldn't be in here today. And there's probably not a horse like After 5 in here. His two biggest rivals, in my opinion, are King James, because he has a little bit of an unknown, fresh gelding, he's got speed, and Holy Matrimony, because there was a time and place where Holy Matrimony would have conquered this field.
He'd be this price, if not shorter than what the 4 is.
Correct. Absolutely right. He'd be 2 to 5 in here. He'd be half the price.
Meanwhile, here's Necromancer. Trevor McCarthy for Bruce Levine, and sometimes it takes runners a little while to figure things out. Start number 10, Necromancer getting the victory, was actually stepping up from a maiden 20 to maiden 40 to do it.
Yeah, you were being very kind. A little time, that'd be like saying I need to lose a little weight. It took him 10 starts in a year. A year and 9 days.
I'm not laughing.
A year and 12 days.
I know. There's nothing funny about that.
To get out of the maiden ranks. Took him a very long time. And then, I don't know where this race came from. A buyer speed figure, 8 points faster. Now, you could say that the race prior to that win was the fastest he had ever recorded by 7 points. So maybe Bruce Levine found the whole card in him. You know, we say he had 10 starts, and I'm poking a little fun at him, taking a year and 10 starts to break his maiden, but he's still only a 3-year-old. So maybe he's just getting good right now.
Well, 4 of those starts were on the grass, too.
Yeah. I mean, he started his career on the grass, so they must have thought he was a grass horse. They were wrong, because he got beat a combined 60 lengths on the grass, almost. I'll say this. Earlier, he was a little shorter on the board. I don't like him. I don't like him in here. But at that price, you could take a little shot. If you like him, you could take a shot with him at that price. But if he was that 9-2, 4-1, 9-2 that he was earlier, no, you can't mess with him. But if 7-1, 8-1, you could take a swing with him.
Castellano was on him as well last time out, and it looks like he made his choice with the 3 to 5 favorite. Let's go back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, listen, I understand and heard what you're saying about the one Holy Matrimony, but it was a 3.5-year layoff, and the fact that he can come back off that long of a layoff and win. And he was claimed for 16. He shows up in a starter allowance, so he's protected today. He's not for sale today. And I think he can take a big step forward. I mean, we've seen athletes, human athletes over the years, come back from extended layoffs and need some time to shake the ring rust off. I do think, listen, I don't have any false illusions that Holy Matrimony is going to run the race he did in his first start. But I also think that he can improve and improve dramatically, and he could not look any better to me. I'm seeing a horse that really looks healthy. I like the fact that he came back since that race with a nice 5 furlong work. Again, it speaks to overall physical health and condition. And at 8-1, I'm going to take a swing that Holy Matrimony can get back to be at least maybe half the horse he once was, and you know, it'd be tough here at a decent price. The 4 Blinding Light, you know, is very, very short price. I think your point is well taken, Anthony, about, you know, he popped his head in front, looked like he was on his way to victory and got beat. I'm usually very hard on horses when that happens, and I, you know, feel like they're hanging and they're not wanting to go by. I didn't feel that way watching this replay. Just felt like they ran fast, and he just got outgained by a horse that just had a little bit more in the tank to fight back. I don't know that he gave it up as much as the other horse came back and took it, but I'm going to give a shot. The 1, Holy Matrimony. Let's see if he can get back to a better race.
All right, he's 7-1, Mig, from that inside post. Just to me, the fact that, and obviously, you know, he showed a world of talent those first 2 starts in races where he was on a path to maybe running some very good races against, you know, they were New York bred still. They dropped him all the way down, obviously. That's the big tell that he's not the same horse.
Yeah. I'll say this. He didn't run for 3.5 years. He ran for New Connections. The prior Connections, Gary Gullo, who trained him, has retired. He's working on the farm that owned part of this horse, and he actually helped get this horse ready. I'll say this, though. It's hard to assess where his talent is, and for the 16, you can take a swing. If you want to take a shot against a favorite in here, I think this is the horse you do it with. I think it's King James. King James cut out to be a nice horse. Sometimes the best laid plans fall by the wayside. He's a fresh gelding, though. I think he'll be a little speedier than he's been. He's got some quick works on the work tab. I think that's a good sign. You know, a lot of times when horses are gelded, Greg, part of the problem is they could not push off properly on their hind end. And more often than not, they are a little speedier than before the procedure. He's a horse that's had some tactical speed, especially early on in his career and his last couple of starts. I would imagine Jose Gomez's job in here is to pop him out of the gate and to try to bottom this field out.
Is this a fair point? I mean, to this point, we have no idea what he is on. He's a turf horse, and he's proven he's a turf horse so far.
So far. You know what? There's some turf races left in the season. Jimmy Jerkins is running this horse on the dirt. Now, it's a short field. Maybe he got hustled in here. I don't know. I can't imagine Jimmy allowed himself to get hustled with a horse that he's put an awful lot of time into, gelded him. We haven't seen him for 10 months. You know, but his first start, he ran into a first-time starter from Kelly Breen that was ready to roll that day on the dirt. And then last time, he ran into horses that, you know, I know it was a starter allowance race, but they're not bad. American Gentleman, Trash Talker, and obviously...
Yeah, something went wrong. So
something
he went to the
wrong.
bench.
Yeah, right. He went to the bench. The fact that this horse is not back in for a tag, and keep this in mind too, he could have run in a 50, in a 43 life. You know, I don't think anybody would have jumped in and taken him, but the fact that they're protecting him here, I think is a good sign.
Well, this is Digital Future Ray Handel. He's the horse who he got the jump on Blinding Light in the stretch, but then Blinding Light easily ran him down, got by him, and put him away, even though he wound up second in the race, Blinding Light. Still, this horse got a very big figure that thoroughgraphs that matched what Blinding Light got. I thought that was interesting because to me, no question, Blinding Light is the horse you want to use of these two.
Well, Blinding Light was the one who had the trouble at the start, but then had a very good trip afterwards. Whereas Digital Future was doing all the dirty work, dueling through some pretty good fractions on the front end. And he kind of lived to tell the tale, too, getting beat just 2 lengths. He's a terrible price. For a horse that's run one time in an intended dirt race, and that was his debut, and after that debut, immediately taken to the turf, and didn't see dirt again until after he was claimed away from former connections Chad Brown and was in an off-the-turf race last time. To me, if you're looking for an alternative, whereas he may have the sexiest last race of the alternatives to the favorite, he's clearly the worst price, and I think the worst gamble of the three, those being the One Holy Matrimony and the 3 King James. So he would not be for me today.
Does he try and keep, I mean, I think the 3's much quicker, but is he the one who could try and put some heat on that horse?
Based on his last effort, yes. You know, even his turf sprints, he doesn't come out of the fleetest-footed turf sprints. We've seen him go a whole lot quicker around here. And keep in mind, this is just his third start off nearly a year layoff as well.
1-2, lowest yet for Blinding Light to 4. It's been odds on pretty much throughout the wagering here. Pick 4 begins on this opening day of this Aqueduct meeting with a short price favorite to kick off this sequence. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Digital Future from the extreme outside. Holy Matrimony from the rail. And now moving up is King James. King James, Holy Matrimony. They are right together with Digital Future just off of them in third. And then it's a length and a half back to the favorite, Blinding Light, who's in fourth. Devilly down at the rail. And at the back is Necromancer in sixth. Up front, it's King James, Holy Matrimony, and Digital Future. The 3 of them together, and they've got almost 3 lengths on Blinding Light in fourth after a quarter in 22 and 4, midway on the turn. It's King James in between horses. Holy Matrimony at the rail. Digital Future on the outside. Blinding Light remains in fourth, now being asked for more. Necromancer is on the move and up into fifth, off the turn and into the stretch with Digital Future on the outside, now taking the lead. Digital Future in front as they pass the 3/16 pole. Blinding Light, Necromancer, both of those two gaining ground as they head for the 16th pole. It is Digital Future in front. Blinding Light now moves into second. Digital Future, the winner here by 4.5 lengths. And then it was Blinding Light in second, and down at the rail, Holy Matrimony held on for third.
Digital Future turns the tables on Blinding Light. Tough one to figure.
This wasn't even turning the tables. He completely ripped the tablecloth off and flipped the table over. I mean, this horse galloped today. I didn't like this horse. I thought he was going to get himself involved in a little bit of a speed duel if he tried to be forward. He got himself involved in a little bit of speed duel when he was trying to be forward. It did not matter. Now, I am not one to start assessing biases. But so far today, we've seen a couple of horses sit that outside trip and look like they look to be in the flow of the race on the outside, just off the pace. Maybe you want to be a little outside here today, Greg.
Jorge Vargas Jr., Ray Handel. Good for Ray. 3 for 8 now. This 4-year-old son of Street Boss. Big turnaround from his last start. And 4-1, beating a 1-2 favorite. That's going to play big in the pick 5 and pick 4 here.
Yeah. Nice effort. This horse ran well today. Final time, raw time, 1:11. Came home in 12 and some change. Good effort. Jorge Vargas Jr. You'll see some different names too, folks. If you tune into the program like you should on a regular basis, you're going to see some different jockey names the next couple of days. Just because.
Where is everybody?
They are 742. I believe I've driven to Keeneland. I've only tried to fly once, and that did not go well. That was a bad trip. But yeah, there a lot of the marquee names in the room, if you will, are down in Lexington for
That's
the
great.
Breeders'
Give
Cup.
these other guys, an opportunity who don't get a lot of chances to get some W's. Like Jorge Vargas Jr., good for him. 6-4-1 here in the second. 4-1, beating a 1-2 favorite. Second race of this meeting. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll look ahead to the classic of the big showdown that everyone has been anticipating. The brilliant Flight Line being talked about is maybe an all-time great. Getting ready to battle with last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Life is good for Todd Pletcher. We'll be back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2. Live coverage, opening day of this Aqueduct meet. It's brought to you in part by champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free. His owner, rumors are he's a big Astros fan.
A little bit. My man Mattress Mac don't play. And he's going home with a 3-2 lead.
Yep, gotta feel good.
Gotta feel real good.
Digital Future at 4-1. Big upset here. 1-2 favorite defeated. Jorge Vargas Jr. for Ray Handel. Ray with Mig.
Yeah, and Ray, we were talking off camera. This is the second start with you. You claimed this horse off for Chad Brown off a turf win. The last time it came off, and he comported himself well in the dirt.
Yeah, I thought he ran well enough. You know, it wasn't the game plan to try him on dirt when we first got him, obviously, but the opportunity presented itself. The field was kind of a light field off the grass anyway. You don't want to lose your turf date getting close to the end of the turf season here, and we took a shot, and he ran well enough. So when this race got yanked, it was originally supposed to be on the grass again, and, you know, due to the turf, and they're trying to lighten up some races, they pulled this one off a couple days before we entered, and I said, well, let's just roll the dice and see how he does. He did well enough on it last time, so try again today.
Well, I was watching you watch the race. I mean, he looked like a winner every step.
Yeah, you know, I was hoping that Georgie remembered his replay, but, you know, because he looked like a winner every step last time, and when he went to ask him, he just kind of chandeliered on us a little bit down the lane. But yeah, you rode him with a tremendous amount of confidence, and he really delivered.
It seems like he probably took a step forward, though. Have you seen a difference in him since he's gotten into your barn?
Well, he bled when I claimed him, so we backed off of him, had to lighten up. We walked him for a couple weeks and just eased him into the program. And, you know, usually with grass racing, I feel, in my opinion at least, you don't need to have him, like, completely cranked up, you know. So initially we were going to a grass race, so I figured, you know, we have enough base into him, even though we missed some time with the bleeding. We can have him, you know, pretty much good enough to where we can still run effectively on the turf. You know, it came off. And then today, I just didn't miss any time. He didn't bleed last time, so I had him bigger, stronger, and I think ready to fire.
Well, great job, terrific, and best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Guys.
Ray Handel, one of the talented up-and-comers, rising star in this sport, certainly on this circuit, and Digital Future, picks up the 3rd win of his career.
Yeah, nice effort today. First time on a fast track. Really got the job done. I like the way he said that, too. Kind of chandeliered on us last time. Tell you what, Ray's he's tough to impress. Source dueled through a 45 and change half mile last time and got beat just a couple of lengths. I don't know. Well, he chandeliered? Wow.
I heard, too, got him more fit, more ready for this one. I wish we heard that interview before the race.
It's nice to hear. I agree. It would have been nice to know. I wouldn't have made a fool of myself saying I don't like the horse at all. But it's nice to hear how different trainers approach things, right? Talking about how, a lot of guys and gals do feel like you don't have to have them as fit and as the screws turned as toughly and as hard on the turf as the dirt, and especially with the sprinters, and he kind of, introducing them to the program and walking them in. Ray's good. Ray's really good. You're going to hear a lot. Ray's young. Ray's under 40. I think he's just around 32 or 33. You're going to hear a lot about Ray Handel in the next couple of decades.
Good Saratoga from him, too.
Yeah.
Christopher Dunn, Greyhound Stables, your winning owners, by the way, as we move on to race 3 and on the turf. 6 furlongs, outer turf. Allowance optional claiming field here coming up. 8-5 on Keeper of Time, who's coming out of the same race with Hit the Woe. He finished just ahead of that horse, but I love Hit the Woe and had the much wider trip of the two.
Yeah, this is one of the. There's a couple of races on the card that we're actually going to get to cover together that I do not like the favorites, or the horses at least that are favored now. A horse that'll be favored in the next race, Cinderella's Chrome. And in this race, you're a bigger fan of the Hit the Woe Keeper of Time race from last time when they were 2nd and 3rd respectively than I am. We'll see how it shakes out. For you gamers out there, Zelda is making her U.S. debut. Were you a video game guy, Greg?
Yeah, but I didn't play Zelda.
Me either. I was the greatest video game of all time. Not even a question.
Pac-Man.
Well, I'm a Super Mario Brothers guy, but Pac-Man is
Donkey Kong's up there too.
Yeah, that's the 1, 2, 3. Tetris.
You ever see Fistful of Quarters documentary?
No.
Must see.
I will.
If you've not seen it, must see. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll talk 3-year-old picture in the Classic. Are any of these talented 3-year-olds up to the challenge of Flightline? Derby winner, Epicenter, Taba, really coming into his own. He was in the Derby in career start number 3 of his career. Or we have Rich Strike, and of course, Epicenter from the Travers. I meant to say his name first. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Unified. A 3-time graded stakes winner by leading sire Candy Ride. Defeating multiple Grade 1 winner Mind Your Biscuits in the Gulfstream Park Sprint. And second in the Grade 1 Carter by a nose. With multiple stakes winners in his first crop, including Roger McQueen and Unified Report. Unified. A proven winner on the track. A proven stallion in the making.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. First day of this Aqueduct meet here on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Started out this morning. Didn't know if any of these riders would be able to see on the racetrack. There was so much fog, but it lifted. It's turned into a gorgeous afternoon, and we'll get into race 3 coming up in just a little bit. We're going to look ahead to the Classic on Saturday. He has been brilliant every single step pretty much he has taken, including his workouts in the morning. Flightline undefeated. His last start, the most impressive performance we've probably seen in 2 decades.
This has been a remarkable run. From 6 furlongs to 1.25 miles. He has been breathtaking. I don't even know what to say about this. A 126 Bayer speed figure, a 19-plus length victory. He handled the 10 furlongs like he's been doing it his whole life. And I don't know what's left to say. You know, the hype machine has never been more right than it would fly. And I didn't want to believe it at first. He came here for the Met Mile, and I remember you tapioca pudding on Speaker's Corner.
Said he was going to face a real horse.
He broke slow. Speaker's Corner cut in front of him, gave him some kickback. I was licking my chops at the half-mile pole. I was dying to cancel at the 3/8 pole because this
shrugged him off like he wasn't even there, despite that trouble. He's been brilliant every step of the way. It's going to be fascinating to watch what happens early in this race and where Flavien Prat decides to put him.
I don't think it's, here's the problem with him. The mystique and the aura and the mystery, it's all gone. And it was gone after the Met Mile. Because I think the question was, what's going to happen when he faces some adversity? And the adversity was breaking poorly and having to take kickback and not be in front. He answered that question. I mean, Flavien Prat rode him in the Pacific Classic like he was 10 lengths the best. We were wrong. He was almost 20 lengths the best. He kept him in the middle of the track. It was almost like he was in his own race for the first 3/8 of a mile. And he went and grabbed the leader, who I would imagine is going to be this horse. I would imagine from his inside draw from post 2, Life is Good is going to go to the lead in tomorrow's Breeders' Cup Classic. This is what he does. He goes to the lead. They've never tried to rate him. I don't think they're going to try to do it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. With that said, he's going to have Flightline breathing down his neck. And I think this horse has some severe distance limitations. I don't think he necessarily wants 9 furlongs, let alone 10. You see him here getting a little leg weary inside the 16th hole.
I felt the Whitney, too, he didn't finish as strong as he could have.
He's doing what he needs to do. And listen, in a year, if you were to take Flightline out of this equation, he'd be a horse that I would be licking my chops to bet against going to 10 furlongs because he's tried it once and he's failed. And
to be fair, though, very deep track in that Dubai World Cup that Todd Pletcher felt is going to be very different on Saturday.
But his last 2 starts, to me, he's left questions about wanting to go any more distance than that 9 furlongs. And now he's going to do it against a horse who's just in a different stratosphere at this point.
Meanwhile, Hot Rod Charlie for Doug O'Neill in that slugfest with the Derby winner Rich Strike to win that Lucas Classic. He got a big figure for this, but a figure that still puts him way behind Flightline. But a horse who at some point is going to engage, a horse we know, again proving here that he loves a fight, and maybe Life is Good softens him up a little bit in that first wave, and then this horse can come at him when maybe a little starch is taken out of Flightline.
Aren't his best races when he's engaged early. I mean,
this was a pretty good race.
Yeah, but he's not. He was never a length off the lead. This is what that's what I mean about some of the horses that have to be forward in here. He's going to have to deal with these horses with Life is Good and Flightline early on To me, those are his better races. Just when he is engaged. I mean, if we're being completely honest, his best races is when he's on the front end. His PA Derby last year, his Belmont Stakes last year, those are his best races, and that's when he's in front. He can't get in front of these two horses if he had a head start. So, see, for me, I don't want the older horses.
Well, we're going to get into this
Flightline.
We're going to get into the 3-year-olds now, and I don't know if he's the best 3-year-old, but he's the leader of the 3-year-old division right now, and that's Epicenter, Travers winner, who interestingly, he was kind of running the same figure, and it was a very good figure just about every single start all year long, and then he took a huge move forward when he stretched out to 1.25 miles in the Travers.
This is, I've been saying this for the last 5 days. If I fall asleep before the Breeders' Cup Classic tomorrow and you woke me up and said, after the race, and said, hey, Flightline didn't win, that's the horse that'll win. For the simple fact that Joel Rosario and Epicenter are going to be the last to act. It's almost like if you're a poker player and you have the dealer button. You'll be able to see what everybody in front of you has done, and then you're going to be able to make your decision. The last to act. He'll be the one in the cozy spot, laying 6-7 lengths behind the lead, and Joel Rosario has learned, and he's kind of taught this horse to make up ground late. It's been a great marriage watching them have, after all of the scrutiny for the ride in the Preakness, the best thing that happened to this horse was the Preakness because he's learned that he can come from off the pace.
Well, as I said, look, Epicenter, no question, is the leader of this division. I think this might be the best 3-year-old of the division, though. Taba, who's starting to catch up because going to the Derby, the third start of your career, that is asking a lot. He's had time to grow up physically and mentally, and he put it all together in the Pennsylvania Derby.
They are two talented 3-year-olds, right? In a year without Flightline, to me, I'd be looking to use these two horses against Life is Good, and I would feel very, very comfortable. They just have that. That's a tough row to hoe, beating Flightline. I'll tell you what, they asked this horse the impossible in his third. They asked him to do something that no horse is going to be able to do, and that was win the Kentucky Derby in his third start. He was like the second choice, too, at 5.5 to 1. Instead of being discouraged by that, he came back with a winning effort in the Haskell. He probably wins with a little bit of a better trip if he's outside clear of horses, and he gets the job done very easily in the Pennsylvania Derby. The reason I like Epicenter a little bit more to round out the exacta is I think from his rail draw, he has to engage a little earlier than Epicenter will. And I think he comes after those horses at some point a lot earlier than Epicenter will. And Epicenter comes with a head of steam down the center of the track. They might all be 8-10 lengths behind Flightline at that point. That's not hyperbole. I think this horse is going to just dust this field. But if somebody is to beat him, I think it's Life is Good and him get involved in a wicked kind of duel going to the far turn, and Epicenter comes and picks the pieces up.
I think back at Flightline's kind of this horse. You think back to some of the dominant dynasties going into that big matchup. UNLV when they went undefeated all season long. Then Duke beats them Final Four. Patriots when they went undefeated all season long. Eli and the Giants beat them in the Super Bowl. Doesn't always end perfect, does it, for these dominant teams or horses?
Yeah, the difference is I think the Giants almost beat the Patriots in the final game of the regular season. That UNLV team was getting a little weak towards the end of the run. The difference here is this horse won the Met Mile by 6 lengths. That's his smallest margin of victory. I don't know how you beat him.
Take advantage of this double payout. Opt in at NYRABets.com. Breeders' Cup Classic. Get extra money on Flightline. Double up your win bet if he wins, but you got to opt in to get that bonus at NYRABets.com. We're going to take a timeout. Turf Sprint coming up here at the 3rd. Allowance optional 80 race and Zelda State's debut ahead for this 3-year-old filly for Christophe Clement. She was only beat a length and a half in a Group 1 at Longchamp just 2 starts ago.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Thanks for being with us on this Friday afternoon. America's Day at the Races on FS2, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Turf Sprint coming up. Allowance optional claiming 6 furlong event as we take a look at the 2-horse to begin things here. This is Zelda. Christophe Clement, owned in part by Tony Parker, former spur.
Being a length and a half in the French Guineas, 2 back. Off of a July layoff, gets Lasix and Trevor McCarthy for her stateside unveiling.
Turf debut, Maggie's bid.
Yeah, quality road out of a Salt Lake mare, plenty of turf pedigree there. Coming in for Todd Beatty off the all-weather up at Presque Isle Downs in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Hit the whoa, just missed last start, wide trip.
Dream Trip 2 back, wide trip last time. We'll see if she finds something in between as Javier Castellano looks for number 2 on the day.
Malfi Princess, Kendra Carmouche rides.
Off the September layoff down at Kentucky Downs, so just about 2 months. She has a win at the 6 furlong distance.
Keep her a time, much better trip. Finished just ahead of Hit the Whoa last start.
Her Learn US win came on the all-weather down at Gulfstream Park, going 2 turns. We'll see if she could turf sprint today. She was second last out.
And Othwalk, the other speed that can maybe press the 1.
I wonder if Nick Juarez is able to get her either on the lead or just off of Short Summer Dress. Wow, she is a gigantic price. I thought she made some sense. And there is Short Summer Dress, Greg, who should be the speed from the rail. First time off the Joe Lee claim. And we'll see if this daughter of Munnings gets to the top. She hasn't turfed in a long time. 11 months to the day, in fact. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with her. She could be loose on the lead in here. She's a big price at 7-1, but I don't like her chances.
Meanwhile, the favorite Zelda States debut coming up for the Clement Barn. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And here with Christophe. And both your fillies look really good, Zelda and Hit the Whoa. But let's talk about Zelda first. First start in the country. How is she trained and acclimated to North America?
I think she's trained well. She was always a little bit anxious when she first came in. She's still a bit anxious. But she's got talent, and the works have been good.
What kind of trip would you like to see for her?
I think on paper, anyway, the 1 horse got plenty of speed. It would be nice just to drop in, get her to settle, then come and finish.
And Hit the Whoa, more of a closing type?
Yes. I mean, Javier is riding. I just give us a clear trip. She's very, he's a professional. She's a professional. They'll have to work it out together.
And you trained Zelda for 4-time NBA champion Tony Parker, also 6-time MVP. What's that relationship like, and how did that come to fruition?
I never met him, but I spoke to him, and he came to see the filly race 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately, it came off the grass at the time. I'm just thrilled to train the filly for him, and let's do for the best.
Christophe, thanks very much. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Guys, both of Christophe's fillies stand out physically here on the racetrack.
All right, Mig, thanks. Yeah, Tony Parker, 6-time All-Star, meant to say, not MVP, but one of the great point guards I mean, he was such a huge part of those championships
Look
with
at that.
Tim Duncan, Bruce Bowen and company.
Your favorite point guard of all time?
Who's my favorite point guard of
Yeah.
all time? Ooh, good question. Probably Magic.
Allen Iverson.
He was fun.
The answer. Loved AI. That was my dude.
I don't know if the question was championships.
No,
Do you watch Ted Lasso?
I don't.
They redid the whole practice spit and made it part of the show. It was pretty funny. Loved watching. I got to see Iverson live actually against the Warriors years ago.
Practice and Jim Mora playoffs are two of the greatest go-tos of all time.
Here is the 4. So this horse hit the whoa. The stablemate of Zelda has become the favorite. The 2 Clements taking a ton of money right now.
This is a, this horse had such a good trip and such good
Not in this
fortune.
race.
No, 2 back. And then it was almost like she used all of her luck up at Saratoga in that September 2nd win. And now she's widest of all. And I don't know. She just didn't really kick here. Isn't she supposed to get the job done from that point? She just doesn't kick
wide all the way
home.
around the racetrack.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean,
I know. She doesn't even finish second.
no, she has a legit excuse in my book.
I guess. I don't know if she's as good as the win 2 back, if she's as, I don't want to say bad, but if she's as vulnerable as the race last time out. I don't know. You see, I look at this race and I look at I hate to do this. I hate betting horses off of one effort. Right? And I admittedly do not follow European racing like some of you guys and gals do here on the show. But I know enough to know that she got beat in the French Guineas by less than 2 lengths. And I know enough to know that her better results have come sprinting. I know she's not facing much in here. I am not. See, Hit the Woe's last 2 races, again, where have they come from? That race 2 races back is a little phony to me. But she corroborated it with the race last time. I really like Zelda today. And I think if anybody beats her, it's Athwack at a big price, 13-1.
There she is. Trevor McCarthy gets the call. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I'm all about Zelda here. This 3-year-old filly by Zelzal, the Sea the Star Stallion. I agree with Anthony as far as sprinting. I think she's going to get very comfortable going the 6 furlongs. The 1 short summer dress, if she can kind of clear off and give her just a little bit of cover, especially European horses trained and raced in Europe, they relax better when they don't have empty racetrack in front of them, so you try to tip them in behind another horse, almost like a running block, if you will. But I think Zelda looks great, fit. She's very forward, great energy level. To me, she's a standout on paper and a standout from a physical perspective. Hit the Woe is also very well turned out. Christophe does a tremendous job. His horses look good, and Hit the Woe looks terrific. And the Keeper of Time, the 6, another one, just well turned out. Turned back in distance last time, coming off a bit of a freshening. She took part of the summer off and closed well. And she's been spending the majority of her time running longer, but maybe that's what she wanted to do all along, is be a turf sprinter.
So both Mig and Anthony all about Zelda. The public is as well for the States debut, talking about the 2.
Yeah, 9-5. I can't believe they're the same price. I cannot believe the 2 Clement fillies are the same price. And now Hit the Woe goes 2-1, but I mean, they're essentially the same price. This is this is a little head scratching to me, my friend.
Well, some of her races, Zelda, too, she has left herself a lot of work to do out of the gate. So she could be, especially in a States debut coming here, they don't put as much emphasis as breaking out of the gate as we do here. She could be, we'll see, pretty far back early.
Yeah, that's always the worry, right? It's always the worry. I'll tell you what, Trevor McCarthy has been riding as well as anyone on the circuit in the colony. And I would imagine we are not far away from a time when he will not be here on Breeders' Cup weekend. He will be at the Breeders' Cup.
The rate he's going.
You know what the best thing about Trevor is? He learns, and he's paying attention. There's probably not a rider in the room more tuned in to a bias. I say this about Luis Saez all the time. I would imagine Trevor is a very good handicapper, and Trevor is very good at reading the racing form. Trevor will probably have one of our jobs one day. I'm excited that I'm close to 20 years older than Trevor. I would say I'd retire, but that would be funny. I'd be here anyway. If they're going to pay me to be here, I'm going to be here. I mean, I'm going to be at the race.
Broadcasting agent.
Yeah, sure. I'm open to anything. I have the gift of gab.
As good as anybody in that room at seeing how the track is playing and adjusting.
And putting horses in the right spot. That doesn't always necessarily mean reading the bias as well. Noticing a lack of pace and being more aggressive. Noticing too much pace and taking a horse that has some speed maybe off the pace a little bit. He's amazing at that. And that shows two things. A, you're paying attention, and B, you're doing your homework.
He's on the 8-5 favorite here. State's debut for Zelda coming up for the Clement Barn, who also has the second choice, Hit the Woe. Javier Castellano took the opener on the card. We're set for race 3. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial.
Waiting for Keeper of Time and Athwak. We are set for race 3. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, Zelda. She trails Athwak away well from the extreme outside. Short summer dress now moves up. Amalfi Princess is running in 3rd. Maggie's Bid next in 4th after the slow start. Zelda advances down at the rail from 5th. And then it is Hit the Woe and Keeper of Time. Athwak has the lead here. Right behind is Zelda, who continues to gain down on the inside. Amalfi Princess runs in 3rd. Short Summer Dress now in 4th, and the opening quarter was running 22 and 4/5 seconds. They head into the turn. Athwak is the leader by a length and a quarter. Amalfi Princess is second by 3 parts of a length. Zelda is down the rail in 3rd. Hit the Woe is 4th, a half dozen lengths from the lead. Then the Short Summer Dress, Maggie's Bid, and Keeper of Time. They are heading for home with Athwak trying to pull off the upset here. She's built a 4-length lead. Hit the Woe moves up on the outside into second. It is Athwak trying to hold off Hit the Woe. Athwak by 2. Hit the Woe all out in second. They come on for the finish, and it is Athwak at 21-1.
Well, we got our first big, maybe second biggest chaotic surprise here with an odds-on favorite beating the last 21-1 here in race 3 as Hit the Woe gave chase, was making up ground late, but this was not even close in the end.
Did Zelda go that low? She go under even money?
No, 8-5.
Okay. Nick Juarez, man, what a ride here. You know, he broke out of there with intent. We talk about this all the time. Short Summer Dress on paper, clearly faster than Athwak. Nick Juarez came out running with Athwak. Eric Cancel did not with Short Summer Dress. And he set the tempo, he set the tone, and was able to build a big enough lead for over Hit the Woe and Keeper of Time to insurmountable, as Tom Durkin would say. And it's good to see Lolita Shivmangal and get into the winner's circle here at a big price.
It was a mess on the inside out of the gate with the 1 and 2, maybe even the 3 involved in that as well.
So, yeah, so Zelda did not break alertly. And then, you know, it was almost like once that happened, the inside was left open by Eric Cancel in Short Summer Dress, and she kind of just ran to that daylight, Zelda did. And you see Trevor, she was a lot to handle And after the start, I mean, she kind of, I don't want to say she lost all chance, but she kind of got in her own way around there. She kind of ran off with Trevor a little bit, because you see Trevor wasn't rushing her in there. She kind of ran into that hole herself and winds up off the board in her U.S. debut. I would draw a line through this one and take another look at her when she comes back.
Lolita Shivmangle winning trainer Nick Juarez, and a 7-year-old mare with a big victory at a huge price here is another favorite defeated. Here in our first on the turf on this Friday afternoon. Big showdown coming up between stablemates in the Distaff. Last year's Kentucky Oaks winner Malathot. This year's Alabama winner Nest, who was a runner-up in the Belmont against the boys, set to do battle for Todd Pletcher. We'll have a preview ahead.
Very powerful colt, very square and behind, carried a lot of muscle, a lot of strength. Obviously bred and raised in Windstar, which is a great sort of advertisement for them and the stallion that stands there.
Constitution himself has really good physiology. I mean, he was impressive on the track. He had the physiology himself to be successful, and it seems like he's putting that into his foals.
I actually loved him from, the first look I saw him. Big, strong horse, great strength about him, great mind, great athlete.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. I'm Richard Migliori with trainer Lolita Shivmangle, whose Athwack just ran them off her feet. Was it the game plan to go to the lead?
Yeah. We said if the one didn't take the lead, just go for the lead and let's try to steal it, So.
And this was, I mean, she ran fast the entire way, and this is the biggest win of your career, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, a little emotional, makes me want to cry, because we claimed this filly for 10. I lost her for a little bit, but she's back home now, and I'm glad to have her back.
And how is that feeling to get a horse back and then see them respond to how you train them and reward you with this big win?
Well, it's a great win for me, but I got to Pat Reynolds too did his work, and I have to give him credit for that as well, So it's a joint effort, an experienced horseman and myself.
Well, fantastic. Congratulations. I know you're in a hurry. You got to catch a plane, so congratulations on the big win. And guys, speed is dangerous. They had the right game plan, and Nick Juarez executed it perfectly.
Big moment for that trainer, Lolita Shivmangle. Congratulations. Biggest win of her career. You saw the emotions, and $44 winner.
Grew up with Lolita here. Grew up with her here. I know Lolita about 35 years at this point. Her father, Dudenhoff, was one of the trainers on the circuit. Brother Harry was always in the barn with him, and Lolita was always hanging around as well. So always good to see your friends and people that you barn ratted with, for the lack of a better term, when you were a kid.
All these races, they mean something. It's something special to all these connections, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, listen, she won 2 races in a day. One of the coolest things I've gotten to do in my career is call the day she won 2 races in one day. Because again, you know these people so long, and I got to hang out with her at the barn at in the backstretch a couple of weeks ago at Belmont, and I headed out one morning and just catching up and stuff. And yeah, did a great job with this horse. I love the fact that she gave Pat Reynolds a tip of the cap as well. Pat had this horse for a few months.
Classy.
And a nice little joint effort and a big price at $44 and change.
Up next, fourth race, start of a pick 4.
The middle pick 4, brand new.
Condition $14,000 claiming race. Fillies, mares 3 and up who have never won 3, or if you have won 3 and one of them has, you have to be a 3-year-old filly, and that's the case with a 4 alarm clock in this spot. 6 furlong sprint, and I thought there was a lot of love for Change Pretty Lady today, and opens up as 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, you know, it's the multi-race wagers tell a far different story than the tote board does right now.
Look at the lineup for Saturday. Filly and Mare Sprint will kick off the Breeders' Cup action. And the Distaff, one of the most competitive, compelling, and deepest fields there is on both days, with the stablemates going at it, with the depth top to bottom. And Nest, Malathot, both for Todd Pletcher. Going to be fun to see them duel. As for Nest, I mean, she just became a very different, next-level type of runner the second half of the year.
You know, it's funny. It's almost like you talk about 2 different fillies. The filly that finished second in the Kentucky Oaks was one version. And the filly that finished second in the Belmont Stakes, presented by Naira Betts till now, is a different, supersized version of Nest. She's a horse that's always wanted more ground. Todd Pletcher's made it his business, the Hall of Famer. He's never run her shorter than a mile. The only reason he did that was to run her in attempted here this weekend at the Big A last year after a maiden win. You know, when they nominated her to the Triple Crown, he said they were never thinking Derby or Preakness. It was always about the Belmont Stakes. I'm a big believer that if she gets away from the gate a little differently, that result could have been different on Belmont Stakes Day. I know 3-4 lengths is a big way, but I think she lost some valuable position early, and I think it could have been a different story. But since then, nothing wrong. Two wins in an American Classic, the Coaching Club American Oaks. The only other Classic besides the Triple Crown races, Greg, the Alabama, beat older fillies and mares in the Beldame last time. Different filly right now.
I like her even better if it was 1.25 miles, but she's more than capable at 1 1/8 miles. Meanwhile, her stablemate, last year's Kentucky Oaks winner, always has kind of seemed to be, and she's got a world of talent. I mean, she's remarkable, do just enough to win, including a couple of narrow victories over search results. Last time out, she opened up on a field. Now it was a softer field because she's faced the best of the very best almost every time out.
She's had a good role at Lexington. In Lexington and Keeneland, I could say. She's 3 for 3. This win in the Judmont Spinster was very classy. It wasn't one of her fastest efforts, but she got the job done. She's a little bit of an in-out pattern to her. I'll say this, I think the blinkers that Todd Pletcher added 3 starts back in the Chuvie up at Saratoga when Clarier beat her pretty handily, they've kind of helped her a little bit and kind of put it all together. Aloof is the wrong word, but it was a word that always kind of popped in my head when it came to Malathot, and it kind of doesn't anymore.
Well, Todd Pletcher said she was not herself in the paddock on this occasion when Clarier beat her. And make no mistake, even if she was, Clarier, she's right in the mix with both these 2 other fillies as his search results.
I think Clarier's biggest issue in here would be a pace scenario. I don't know how fast they're going to go. I know how fast I would go if I was Florent Giroux aboard Society, and that's fast. I would put her in front. I would take advantage of her speed, but that would help horses like Clarier, coming out of the same barn from fellow Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen. They kind of complement each other, one on the front end, one coming from off the pace. This filly had some gait issues last time. Joel Rosario kind of just protected her around there.
Yeah, last race put a line through completely.
Yeah. I know she won the Chuvie. I think, Greg, she might be a little more, a little better around one turn. And I also feel like, and this is kind of counterintuitive for a filly with her running style, I'm thinking 1 1/16 miles maybe more in her wheelhouse. than the 9 furlongs. She just doesn't finish with the same oomph she does at the 8.5 that she does at the 9. So that would be my biggest issue with her. And then when you take into account, if you're right, and I agree with you, you draw the line through the last race, this is going to be her first start where she has a real chance since July 24th. That's a long time. That's an awfully long time. So, you know, when you're running against fillies and mares that have a lot more recency and are really in good form right now, I think she's given up a lot. And you know what? She has a little bit of a marquee name, so it's not like you're going to get 8-1 on her. She won't be lost in the shuffle. I think a horse like Search Results has a better chance of getting lost in the pari-mutuel shuffle than she does.
Nest, Malathop, probably going to take. Nest is going to be your favorite, right? I mean, and Malathop probably second choice. But yeah, Clairiere, Search Results, they're all 4 of those major contenders. And the Society's the interesting one. Can she transfer that form from Parks and Charlestown? Because those numbers she's run have been unreal, and they seemingly came from nowhere.
She'll be gone. She'll be loose on a lead. I will tell you that. She is supposed to be in front of those horses. As far as the favorite goes, if I had a quarter up here, I'd flip it. I don't know who they're going to make the favorite.
I
really don't.
Nest.
Okay.
She's the morning line favorite.
Because I really like her a lot, and I'd rather get 5-2 if I can.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. A lot more coming up on opening day here at Aqueduct, and we will talk Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Todd Pletcher with the stablemates we just mentioned in the Distaff. He's also got Chocolate Gelato in the Juvenile Fillies, and Dirt debut for Chop Chop. It was a good one in the Alcibiades with a compromised beginning. Nearly ran down Wonder Wheel.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
And they're into the stretch, and it's Echo Zulu set down for the final furlong, opening up by 4. Tarabi and Juju's band battling for second behind a no-doubt champion. Echo Zulu wins the NetJets Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Capped off a sensational, perfect 2-year-old campaign for Echo Zulu. She was named 2-year-old champion filly, and back just in time to run in this year's Breeders' Cup of the Filly and Mare Sprint.
I am a big fan. I might be the president of the Echo Zulu fan club, Greg. She's one of my favorite fillies in training. I'm a big Nest fan. I like this filly. She's a nice horse. I'm glad she's back. I'm glad that Steve Asmussen has stayed true to what he said about keeping her around the one turn, and I think she is going to be formidable tomorrow to kick things off Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Even from the extreme outside post.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me that much. She has plenty of early speed. Ricardo Santana Jr. back aboard. I personally think he could use that outside post to her advantage.
We shall see. It would be a great story, no question. This year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, 7th race on the Friday program. And Todd Pletcher with Chocolate Gelato, who so much was made of in the debut. She was 1-2 favorite at Saratoga this summer. She got beat in that race. She has come back and run 2 very, very good efforts, including a Grade 1 win in the slop here at Belmont at Aqueduct to win that for Zet.
Yeah, this was a nice effort. You know, I think she even may have taken a little step backwards from the maiden victory. And I'm going to tell you what, I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's going to help her chances this afternoon. It's great to say this afternoon, too. Future Stars Friday is here. I'm a fan. Named after Gioia Rapoli's favorite dessert, which is chocolate gelato, Mike Rapoli's daughter. Nice effort here. You're my girl. Big effort from the state bred, the New York bred.
By the way,
we'll see.
thoroughgraph-wise, she ran the same number she got in that maiden win. Didn't go backwards.
Interesting. That's a big 9 points on the buyer scale. So we'll see. And those are a little bit more
Practical
readily
Joke,
available.
though, who was better around one turn.
Yeah, no question about it.
What do you make of the 2 turns for her?
That might be Chad Brown's greatest training job of all time. He got Practical Joke to finish 5th in the Kentucky Derby that year. What do I mean? Look, she's. I don't think an extra 16th of a mile in the 2 turns is going to hurt this filly, especially with the bottom half for a pedigree.
Meanwhile, Wonder Wheel, Gate to Wire win, Alcibiades. Chop Chop, though, so intriguing in this race. It was the dirt debut for Chop Chop for Brad Cox. Slow out of the gate, makes this huge sweeping move around the turn to just miss by a nose. Lots to like about Chop Chop.
After breaking well in both of her turf races, she was off a little slowly. That could be from the inside draw. Could have been first-time dirt, something new underneath her feet. I think she is going to improve off of this effort. I think she is going to get a little bit of a better pace scenario as well. I feel like Wonder Wheel's not going to get alone on the lead. She'll have more company, and it'll be a little bit more of a contested pace. I like Chop Chop today. I know she's 4-1. And she's one of the favorites in this race, but I like Chop Chop over Chocolate Gelato today. I think she is going to improve off of her first dirt race, and I think if she does, she gets to the winner's circle today. How about Brad Cox's record recently in the Breeders' Cup, too?
No, last time it was at Keeneland, he won 4 races. Hard to like Wonder Wheel, I think, today over Chop Chop, looking at that Alcibiades, because Wonder Wheel had things her own way. And reportedly, she's training tremendous, too, by the way, Wonder Wheel. But that was a big effort from Chop Chop with a compromise start. She's been good, though. Wonder Wheel, Marcassi said before she ever ran, Paul LaDuca was on the air for it. He heard from his son this was the best filly in Marcassi's, in Dad's barn, and she's lived up to it. She's 3 for 4.
She's one from off the pace, too, because you would imagine that You're My Girl, drawn inside with Johnny V in post 2, that she's going to be forward in here. I would imagine there's some other speed in here as well. Grand Love from the 9-hole with Florent Giroux, daughter of Gunrunner. I want to see Wonder Wheel deal with a little pressure on the front end or have to come from off the pace. I think if they take her and she has to come from off the pace today, I'd much rather have Chop Chop and Chocolate Gelato. I don't want to say at similar prices. I think she'll be a little bit of a bigger price, but I'd much rather have those 2 fillies.
And if you're looking at the speed in here, runner up to Chocolate Gelato. You're My Girl for John Terranova. It's going to be her 3rd start coming up. She's interesting. She's 10-1 with John Velasquez.
Yeah. You know, they could have run her in a couple of other spots. They could have run her in the Maiden of the Mist here last week. A minor stakes here coming up at the Big A, but they opt to go for the Big Glory. She gets a good draw. She gets what could be a favorable pace scenario. We'll see if she can lead them gate to wire later on this afternoon at Keeneland.
Oh, we've got a pick 4 coming up in this race here. 6 furlongs.
Yummy.
Condition 14 claiming race. Go ahead.
No, I said yummy.
5-2 favorite.
This board will not.
Alarm clock, and it's because of the condition, maybe, right? That she's the only 3-time winner in the field. But we talked about it earlier. I mean, she needs to move forward to win this race. Those wins, they were soft figures she got for him.
We don't see that B in New York often. So this condition, this race is a 3 lifetime race for 4-year-olds and up. If you are a 3-year-old, you could have won countless races here. And the only 3-year-old in here that is taking advantage of that is Alarm Clock. The other 3-year-old in the race, Gris Tormenta, has only won twice, but Alarm Clock has won 3 times. And I think it's also worth noting that one of those races was this condition at Monmouth against older fillies and mares as well.
With a speed figure you'd think would not be good enough, Cinderella's Claw is probably going to be the one to control on the front end.
And I'd be stunned if she's not your favorite by post time. She's bet off the board compared to the others in the multi-race wagers.
17-1, London Gold, Randy Prasad.
Yes, Randy, as Randy's horses usually do, she paid $20 and $40 in her 2 wins.
7-2, Big Tony's Girl, who consistently picks up checks at this lower level.
Hit the board in 13 of 20 starts. You don't see that often for a filly or mare that spent most of her time in these condition claiming ranks.
Alarm Clock, still the favorite at 2-1.
The only filly that's won more than 2 races in here. She falls into the condition by that by her being a 3-year-old. She ran against a much tougher bunch of open 20 claimers last time out.
Gris Tormenta. Jackie Davis showing up for Dylan Clark.
Yeah, kind of fell off after getting claimed away from Tom Worley this summer at Belmont Park. We'll see if the layoff helps her.
A lot of love, it seems, from handicappers for Shane's Pretty Lady today. Rudy Rodriguez drops in class.
I guessed with her. She drops. She cuts back in distance. You're just hoping she comes back a little bit better than she left.
And Game Theory, you would think, is going to be part of the pace. 2 for $29 lifetime.
Giant price last time when she came back and paid $74 in virtual gate-to-wire fashion. We'll see what she does from the outside draw. Man, you'd have to imagine, Greg, that the one Cinderella's Cause is going to be pedal to the metal under Trevor McCarthy from the rail.
Trevor, there he is, Cinderella's Cause. Most of her recent activity been at Finger Lakes. Last start was on the turf, Saratoga. Forget about that race. She's never hit the board. Four races on the grass. Her best effort was this race here, 3 back. Finger Lakes, an allowance race. Best figure she's ever. She ran nearly an 80 by her. She just dominated here, won by almost 10 lengths.
Yeah, I don't know where this race came from. A lot like Necromancer earlier in the card did not fare well. Where did this 79 buyer speed figure come from? And almost, she was a quarter of a length shy of winning by 10 lengths. She was the second choice at a little over even money, which leads you to believe that it was not the toughest bunch of horses top to bottom that she faced if she was second choice at even money. Right? That means the favorite was even money, 4 to 5. That was going 5.5. She's not for me. If the favorite wins here and Cinderella's Cause will be the favorite, I lose.
6 minutes to post here coming up. Pick 4 begins in this race, and let's welcome in for the first time today, Acacia Clement. Cinderella's Cause, Acacia, looks like control on her mind. She's been off for 2 months, though, coming into today.
She has been, Greg, but I do think that her speed is a really dangerous weapon in here, too. Sometimes she's tricky back in the paddock and getting the tack on, and she was professional today, but then heading out, got on her toes. She was touting herself beautifully, has gotten a nice warm-up from Trevor McCarthy out there. I think that, again, that speed is her best weapon, and obviously she's not a turf horse, but her race 2 starts back, and New York Bred Allowance Company was in way over her head, and she had a talented horse and Let Her Inspire You that she had to deal with in there, and I just think that more than anything, this is the right spot for her, gauging off of her Finger Lakes form. So I don't have a problem with her, especially given her running style. The number 4 Alarm Clock has been taking a lot of money, and now favoritism just clicking over to the 1, but Alarm Clock throughout taking attention, and it is another one for Jose Camejo, a horse that he did claim and didn't win immediately with, which does seem to be rare. And I thought, yes, had some trouble at the start last time, but lately she hasn't been showing much speed. Now, I will say, physically, she looks best. She is well muscled. Her coat looks terrific. She's beautifully turned out. Maddie Rowland took her away from the pony, and she just framed herself up beautifully out there on the track. Now, Maddie Rowland has ridden her in the past, and she didn't show speed that day, but we have seen her 2 wins throughout the Belmont at the Big A meet both come on wire-to-wire winners and being a little bit more aggressive. So we'll see if Alarm Clock is potentially a little bit more forwardly placed. The number 6, Shane's Pretty Lady, comes off of a big layoff for Rudy Rodriguez and takes a drop in class in her return. We haven't seen her since February, and I've only seen her a handful of times throughout her career, but she is a filly that, looking back in my notes, have said that sometimes her color and her weight are not that great, and she can get kind of hot and revved up prior to her races. Got a little sweaty today. It's definitely a much warmer day than is typical of this time of year, which is very nice to not have to wear a jacket out here. But overall, I thought that she looked one of the best times that I've seen her. She's fit coming back. She's strong. She has really, really good substance and weight to her. She was a horse that, if she's ready to roll off the bench, I thought could be interesting, as she does have some strong numbers to go back to. The question is, does she still have them in her arsenal as we see her in her first start since February, Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 7-2 right now. Don't look back at all. Compromised trip last time out. Had to wait a little bit in a race with American Apple, who looks like if she could rerun that race in the Breeders' Cup, she's going to have a chance. I mean, that's asking a lot against the best. Later today on Friday, as we look at our weekend stakes schedule, Grade 3, Turn Back the Alarm later on this afternoon. And on Saturday, we got 2 stakes races on the card, including the Stewart Manor race, 7 on the card, 6 furlongs on the grass.
Yeah. All of the picks for tomorrow up over at Naira Bets. You can take advantage of that 200 at Aqueduct and Keeneland again tomorrow for the Breeders' Cup. Here's Redefined in the matron. Tony Dutrow.
She's faced some good ones, huh? So American Apple. Before that, Love Reigns for Wesley Ward.
Nice horse. Nice
Might be your winner, Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Just left a little bit too much to do here in the matron, but she ran well. I think it was interesting that Tony did not try to take her down to the Breeders' Cup, and he keeps her here and tries to pick off some maybe easier game, if you will. Get some money. Nice effort here. This was a very nice effort, and we'll see if she can
She's moved
seal the deal
forward
tomorrow.
every single step, too.
Nice horse.
Starts.
She's a nice horse. Here's Moon Age Dream. Getting the job done.
Ori Abreu, Raylo Gutierrez will get the call this afternoon. And start number 2, she debuted Saratoga, came back to win Belmont at Aqueduct as the favorite.
Yeah. So the win over the course always helps, right? Race over the course, win over the course always helps. Boy, it certainly looks like one of those two is going to get this job done. I like Redefined tomorrow.
Well, what about Don't Look Back at All?
Yeah, Don't Look Back at All has a chance as well.
I had to wait in that Redefined race. But yeah, Moon Age Daydream, she's got to move forward. I think everyone does probably to get to Redefined. But this was just her second start. It was off a layoff. Clearly, she's going the right way.
Yeah, no question about it. Absolutely no question about it. You see she goes and comes by, and I love when young horses do what she just did. You have a horse that's loose on the lead and looks like they're gone, and she just comes and gets them. I like to say she ran after her like she owed her money. She went and got her. I love it.
She did.
I don't usually run after people when they owe me money. I don't usually run, period.
6-5 favorite here, Aqueduct.
Not for me. I know this is one of our biggest disagreements today.
Look, I don't think this is some sort of lock by any chance. I picked her in a race where it's hard to like anybody. But she's going to be in front, I would think, unless she doesn't break well out of the gate. And in a race where you have the lead against a group that doesn't have a lot of heart, that's the place I probably want to be.
My now defunct early pick 5 ticket, because of Digital Future, did not have Cinderella's Cause on it. And I know you and I talked about it this morning on Talking Horses. I had a couple of friends send me text messages asking if I was, to steal a phrase from Andy Serling, if I was drinking when I made selections for this race. I was not. I was not.
Because
you could have been smoking a cigar.
Because you didn't include the one?
Because I didn't include the one.
Okay.
And maybe I'm going to have egg on my face. But you know what? Having egg on your face at 6-5, not the worst thing in the world. I don't get this price on this horse. I don't get this price on this horse. I'm sorry.
Well,
I like this horse. I like Shane's Pretty Lady, who Acacia was touching on. She has some races in as a 2-year-old, late 2-year-old season, early 3-year-old season, that make her competitive here. She won her debut, and she won one of her other starts off of a layoff. The one time she did not run well off of a layoff was in Saratoga, where she lost all chance to start. So she's run well fresh in the past. She's making just her second start for Rudy. I think she's cutting back to a distance she's probably going to appreciate more than going long. And I think she's found the right bunch of fillies and mares to return against.
Had a little bit of talent early on. She obviously tailed off, and she's been on the bench. She went to the bench early February. So something obviously went amiss. So she's been given time off, but she was tailing off before that. Can she come back to – you don't have to come back to be a whole lot against this group.
That's what I'm saying. And, you know, Rudy's barn, while it's not going the way Rudy usually goes, it's doing a lot better than it was in Saratoga. And as the temperatures drop, despite the – I mean, you couldn't script the better November 4th weather-wise here in South Ozone Park, Queens, than today. But as the temperatures drop, Rudy's win percentage usually goes up.
I remember coming to a Breeders' Cup in November here, and it was freezing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's shorts weather.
Here's
the Speedster,
weather.
Cinderella's Cause.
Neither of us wearing them under the desk, by the way. We have pants on today.
It was the Breeders' Cup, by the way, when Tiz Now won the second of his back-to-backs.
At Belmont Park, 2001.
Yeah.
Beat Saki. Thanks for bringing that up. That was a terrible beat. But thank you, buddy.
Why would you not go red, white, and blue?
I like money. I went green that day. That was Frankie Dettori's fault because he was grandstanding past the 3/16 pole.
John Embrial, the call. Here's race 4, start of a middle pick 4 on our Friday card.
Game Theory moving in. All set for race 4 and the start of the middle pick 4. And they're off. Cinderella's Cause from that inside post position has the early lead. London Gold is racing in second, then Shane's Pretty Lady next in third. Alarm Clock is in between horses and in fourth. Big Tony's Girl towards the rail. Game Theory far outside. And Gris Tormenta is the trailer in seventh. The leader is the favorite, Cinderella's Cause, by 3/4 of a length. Big long shot. London Gold is in between horses. Shane's Pretty Lady runs in third through a quarter in 22 and 4. Game Theory is on the far outside with Big Tony's Girl down at the rail. Then comes Alarm Clock, who's advancing a spot from in between horses. Farther back is Gris Tormenta. Cinderella's Cause is the one to catch as they come for the quarter pole. Shane's Pretty Lady on the outside. It is Cinderella's Cause. Shane's Pretty Lady went wide there on the turn. Coming on through now is Alarm Clock. It is Cinderella's Cause with Alarm Clock running into second as they pass the 8th pole. Cinderella's Cause leads by 2. Alarm Clock is in second. Cinderella's Cause, the 6-5 favorite, and she's got it done here. Cinderella's Cause and Trevor McCarthy. Alarm Clock was second, and farther back, Game Theory finished third.
Lone Speed on paper, played out that way. Cinderella's Cause dropping class with the win. Chris Engelhardt for Pantofel Stable.
London Gold with a little unexpected pressure. I mean, Castillo blasting her out of there, but couldn't keep up with Cinderella's Cause for long and was able to make 6-5 look like a gift. More egg on my face. That's fine. It's okay.
Off since August, freshened, dropped down, and helps too to find a race where tactically it plays out for you.
I'll swing against these all the time, and at that price, I will come out on top more often than I will come out on the losing end of that.
So Cinderella's Cause, first favorite to win on the card today.
Is that accurate? Yeah. I guess Chad's the horse that won the opener was second choice. Wow. First chalk ball. There you go. Enjoy.
Walktail Stable, part owners of this 4-year-old filly as well. Now 2 wins, last 3 starts on dirt.
Public did a good job identifying Alarm Clock early on as the favorite. She ran well, despite her somewhat lean speed figures. Nice effort. I'll tell you what. We've heard about Maddie Rowland, a lot. We've seen her win a couple of races at big prices on the front end. Acacia was talking about it. Maggie's interviewed her after the wins. I like everything about her in the saddle. She stays low. She switches her stick. She's aggressive. She's a nice little rider. I think if she hangs around here, I would imagine she's going to go to Tampa. But and I know we cover some Tampa Bay Downs on this program. Keep an eye on her this winter, Greg. I think you're going to see her improve. I think she's a good little rider. She does a good job.
1-4-7-5 here in the fourth at Aqueduct. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll have the pick six coming up next. We'll set the stage for that. That's on the grass. We'll have the story of the Wallkill program and second chances for incarcerated individuals and the horses they take care of as well. Stay with us.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back at America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Opening day coverage of this Aqueduct meeting continues. Get into the pick six next. It was gate to wire and a drop down in class for the favorite Cinderella's Cause, who wins for Chris Englehart with Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, easy as can be. Wire to wire, a little pressure early, but nothing late. 450 on the win end at 6-5.
Well, let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning rider Trevor McCarthy. Cinderella's Cause, she had that early speed, Trevor, and that just really seemed to be the right move with her in the right spot today.
Yeah, no, she was definitely in the right spot, and she looked like she was the speed on paper, and she had the one hole, so I had to come out and be aggressive, and it's just a filly that seems like she gets a lot of confidence being out clear, and like when we came into the turn, I kind of kicked her away and made sure she opened up a little bit to get some more confidence, and she just outclassed this field.
Do you think it could be a similar thing in the turn back the alarm a little bit later when you'll be riding WW Fitzy with Coach out? She has a bit of speed too. Are you planning to be aggressive with her?
Absolutely. I mean, we want to get a good break and be aggressive, and look, we got a great draw, so we can kind of play our cards. And if the other horse wants to go, we can always sit second. If we outbreak him, then we can absolutely be on the lead. But look, we'll just take it from the break, I guess.
You've been riding in such good form and putting your horses, as Richie likes to say, get your position going forward. How key do you think that's been with your success on the NYRA circuit here?
Yeah, it just seems like it's always good to get a horse out of the gate and get him in a good position, or at least get him in that running stride early. And it just seems to work on this track too. Aqueduct always seems to be a speedy track, and it's just paying off.
Well, congratulations on another win. Good luck later, Trevor.
Thank you so much.
Trevor McCarthy with the win. I miss his daughter, Riley, joining us for the interview as she did last time, but continuing to ride in top form, Greg.
Sure, plenty more opportunities for Riley, the way that Trevor's riding. He's going to be on board One Track Mind coming up, a long shot you like in the next race.
I do.
On the turf. This one, though, just put this filly in the front end, and good things happen.
Aggression pays off. I'm a big believer in life that aggression pays off. Face your battles head on, but on a racetrack especially. Speed is a dangerous, dangerous weapon, man.
Well, in this next race here, mile and 16th on the turf, 30,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 lifetime, Chad Brown Klarovich. Here we go with a big class dropper at a short price at 4-5.
Yeah, not a traditional drop down. This filly debuted for a tag, and she finds her way back to the claiming ranks this afternoon.
Second chances, that's what the TRF program at Wallkill is all about. For the thoroughbreds, it's a chance at a second career once their careers are over on the racetrack. And for the incarcerated individuals that work with them, it's a second chance to develop vocational opportunities and life skills, and quite often develop a deep bond with the horses that they care for.
At the Wallkill Correctional Facility in Ulster County, New York, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation provides a program that gives both retired racehorses and the incarcerated individuals who care for them a second chance at life, and maybe even a second family.
It's my boy. It's my boy. I wasn't aware that the program even existed. I had never worked with horses before.
I was petrified at first, and I'm not really scared of many things. But when you're next to one of them and they're humongous like that, it's definitely a challenge.
Once they hear me, they coming. They just look. You hear that? You see the ears come out. They look. Once they see it's me, they coming. They all coming. And it's like, oh man, it's like babies, you know. It's beautiful, you know.
They're locked in most of the time when they're not out with us from 8:30 to 2:30 every day. So those other times when they're inside, they're not themselves. But when they step foot out here at 8:30 in the morning, they change. They're totally different people.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing. And you really do kind of bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
It's definitely a game changer for being someone who's incarcerated and always being around grown men, different behaviors, and not being able to actually express your feelings to them. You come out here, you can do that with the animals.
I need that. Whatever it takes to get home to my family, I'm going to try it. But then I got out here, and I met a whole new family.
How's the family?
Yeah.
Like you said, this is a family. This is a family between the horses, us. Like, you know, we bond a lot here.
I didn't even know I could drive a tractor. I didn't know I could drive a tractor. I didn't know I could mow a lawn. Anything to make this place look better, to make it better for the horses.
At the end of the day, it's all for the horses.
All for the horses.
It doesn't feel like work. It feels like you're home. Come on, girls.
To be able to say to somebody, I have a certificate, like I was successful while I was incarcerated. I may have made a mistake, but I was able to get that second chance while I was here as well.
I did get a letter of assurance saying that some people were interested in employing me, so like that's just everything I'm hoping for right now.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
Retirement Foundation. For more information, you can go to trfinc.org, one of many programs out there doing good for our equine athletes, helping find them second careers, and they have so much life to give once their careers are over on the racetrack.
Yeah, doing an amazing job. Kim Weir and everybody at the team doing an amazing job. I got my butt whipped at mini golf last year, and they were one of the beneficiaries of that, so I don't mind it. And I do a bunch of great. They have the cutest little. You make a donation, you get these beautiful little stuffed animal horses. They're one of my favorite promo items that you can get, and money goes to a great cause, and they do a great job. And I mean, really, the Wallkill facility. I mean, it benefits everybody. It's just a win-win situation.
Yeah.
You know, you love to see that, especially in our sport, where everybody benefits.
And Acacia knows this as well as anybody with a program of your own, Acacia, helping retired racehorses find new homes.
It is such an important piece of the industry, Greg, and something that, as you mentioned, is very near and dear to my heart and to my family's heart as well. And on top of being the president of Racing for Home, which I run with my mother, Sherry Courtney, I do also serve on the advisory board for the TRF. So I've seen firsthand as well the work that that organization does, especially for horses that can't have a second athletic career. Through Racing for Home, we actually end up taking a lot of horses that are tough to adopt out, that have injuries, that need a long rehabilitation process, or maybe mentally or physically are not really candidates to adopt out to become show horses, lesson horses, or whatever the case may be. But each is an individual, each is a life that's worth looking after and worth saving if possible. And so that's something I'm incredibly proud of, including the two horses we recently took through Caribbean Thoroughbred Aftercare that retired from racing in lower level claiming races in Puerto Rico, in Mintz and Fishtrap Road, who's a New York bred and a Dwyer winner as well. And they are on their long rehabilitation process, but very grateful to all of the support that we've given. And actually, a gentleman had just come up to me before this hit asking about Ocala Jim, a horse that my mom and I had helped adopt out, and getting some updates on him. So it's all about the responsibility in the industry, the great owners that really do so much to look after their horses after their racing days are over, and all of the organizations that step up to give them a second chance.
Great to see good work being done. You can be part of it too. You can contribute. Any little bit helps. Again, TRFinc.org.
And Acacia doesn't do it, but I'm giving my man Brian Courtney, her dad, a shout out as well for Racing for Home too. It's always about Sherry and Acacia, but my man Brian, despite his Yankee fandom, is getting a shout out from the Big A.
I like
biggest
it.
fan.
We're going to get back into action here at Aqueduct. Pick 6 coming up, and this is the one to beat to start it off. Single probably for many. Control function drop down in class for the imposing connections of Chad Brown, Klarovich with Javier Castellano aboard. We'll be back with the post parade next.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
There goes Violence with a 4-wide move into contention here. Violence up on the outside, really sharp in between horses. Then Vegas No Show, and down at the rail is Darwin. They move for the 8th pole. It's Violence and really sharp, and taking up there at the rail was Darwin. Vegas No Show on the outside. Violence with the lead. Vegas No Show moves into second. Really Sharp is now third. They come for the line, and it's Violence, a 2-length winner.
That was Violence winning the Nashua's second start of his career back in 2012, 87 buyer for Todd Pletcher.
Good old Violence. He was a good horse, man. Nice sire, too. But he was a very, very nice racehorse. Had a good winter down in South Florida. Whenever I hear Violence, I think of Queen Cersei in Game of Thrones, saying she chooses violence. I choose violence.
I gotta watch that. I want to watch it all again, especially with the new one out. It makes me miss the old one even more.
House of the Dragon might be better than Game of Thrones.
Oh,
how about that statement? How about that statement?
It's a terrible
Boom.
take. Nashua this year's edition on Sunday. And it'll be race 9 on the card. 1 turn mile. Full Moon Madness. 2-1 morning line. Manny Franco. 6-5 favorite, though, Signator Shug McGahee coming off a win at a mile in the mud here, October 14th.
Needed the sprint, stretched out to the mile, and you see Signator is a race caller's dream. You see the gray. Look at this move down to the inside, Greg. Professional. I know it was 3-5, but that's still something that you don't see lightly raced 2-year-olds do with a plum the way he did. He made the left-hand turn, hit the hole, and he said, bye-bye, boys. Big effort. Morning line favorite. He'll probably be shorter at post time. Deservedly so. Just looked like he needed the sprint first time out, and now he stretched out to the mile, and he was good. I would imagine a springboard for the Remsen. Shugs liked that race in the past.
Meanwhile, this runner ran almost 10 buyer points faster in a maiden win. It was a 6.5 furlong sprint. Wet track for Michelle Nevin.
Blinkers on certainly helped the cause, because he put it all together after kind of being a little lax. The comments in the PPs is chased the first couple of times. I don't think he was that fast in his first 2 starts. He was much, much sharper when the gate opened last time with those blinkers on. He was actually cutting back in distance. I wonder how much the slop helped. He's out of By the Moon, a very nice filly and a very nice producer so far. So it's in the family. He's by Into Mischief, and then we see Champion's Dream. Big effort in the fast track first time out. This is what we're seeing here. Another gray in here, the son of Justified. Big purchase price, $425,000 as a 2-year-old OBS in March of this year. Just didn't handle the wet track, you would imagine, in the Champagne, but is going to come back here. And the weather forecast is supposed to be absolutely brilliant here in the Big Apple. He is going to get dry ground again.
So that is coming up on Sunday, race 9. But we got a couple stakes on Saturday, more immediately, that we're looking forward to as well. And still a good card coming up. Pick 6 is next here. Begins on the turf, and a 4-5 favorite for Chad Brown. Klarovich dropping in class, coming on a much tougher race. The horse that did win first time out for Maiden 40 to win on the grass here at Aqueduct. Let's go downstairs to Acacia for more.
As horses are in the paddock here, we'll start with your heavy favorite, Control Function, who does get a little bit less distance and a drop in class. 2 things that I do think will suit her. Watching her last race, which was going a mile and 3/16 up at Saratoga, it could have been a combination of a couple things. And I wasn't in the paddock for that race, but watching it, she got very keen. It could have been that she just wasn't able to relax going that distance. She was pulling, and also she might have just been really fresh off of the layoff too, not having run since January when she was chasing going shorter behind a wire-to-wire winner on the Tapeta. She's pretty energetic here in the paddock too, and again, I haven't seen her since January, but she's continued to grow and fill out. She is a pretty big filly, but she's incredibly fit and defined, very elegant, especially given the fact that she is by Kitten's Joy, whose progeny can sometimes be a little bit stuffier. They carry their weight, they carry their condition a bit more. She's strong. I like this spot for her. I do think getting a little bit less distance at the mile and a 16th should suit her well, and I will expect her to be forward, especially the demeanor I'm seeing from her here in the paddock. The number 5, Strong Embrace, is taking a drop in class as well, and I think it's just a little bit of going back to basics for her. Last time out, she was sitting in that stalking spot down at Gulfstream in May, which was the last time we saw her race. She is one who she just didn't really kick on late. And to be fair, it didn't seem like anybody was really making up much ground in that race. She was a late scratch back in June out on the track. She comes back here. She is completely dappled out. She looks the picture of health. She's been very laid back, very professional in this spot. I still do think that shorter is maybe a little bit better for her, but I don't have a problem with her in here. Let's see if she is quite good enough to get around your favorite. The number 6, Our Jessica, is a filly that I do think has improved. She was running against $50,000 types up at Saratoga 2 and 3 back, and actually ran quite well on the dirt last time out. She's one that can be very headstrong and tough to handle early on, and a filly that always has struck me as one that kind of lives on her nerves a bit. Doesn't carry her weight well from race to race. She's carrying really good condition today, and while she's sharp as she always is, this is probably the best physically I've seen her look in a while, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thanks. Here comes our post-parade. Rigby Price on the rail with Kendra Carmouche.
Second time for Phil Serpy. His filly's going to stretch out for the first time since she finished off the board on the Jessamine last October.
Trevor McCarthy, sorry, just went by.
Yep, hopefully One Track Mind can return to turf for a good one. Infringement going to need to improve off her turf races.
Yeah, big price. Freedom Machine, 12-1 here with Jose Gomez, the apprentice.
Yeah, finished third last time, first time from August for our colleague Rich Schosberg, who's retiring at the end of the year.
Strong Embrace, off since May, had some good turf form at Florida.
Yeah, we'll see if she can come back running. Hector Diaz going to climb aboard, her 6th different rider in her 6th start.
Strong connections with Mike Maker and Paradise Farms. Our Jessica, the 6th, just missed on a race taken off the turf last start.
Yeah, the other Dave Donkin here, Jorge Vargas Jr. looking for his 2nd win on the Friday card.
3-5 favorite, and we mentioned in that debut win, it took a long time for her to kick into gear.
It sure did. Tried a mile and 3/16 last time in September. Now 2 more months off. We'll see how she does dropping back down.
Tingling Mint moves from Clement to Patrick Quick.
Got the job done with the blinkers on and dropping to maiden 40 state bred last time. That was back in May.
And Any Port, Nick Juarez, can he do it again?
In a storm, Any Port in a storm. Nick Juarez, another big price from the outside draw in a turf race. This one's going 2 turns, though. The last was Athwak in the sprint.
At 21-1.
Yes, sir.
7 minutes away. Pick 6 starts here. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post, and that is the 1-2 favorite for the Chad Brown barn. We'll be back. We'll have it for you live when America's Day at the Races continues here on FS2.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If this place could talk, it would roar. Hearts pounding, hooves beating. Into the stretch they come. It would say, this is racing. Full fields and packed stands, and the best fans in the sport. This beating heart in the heart of horse country. Steady and strong beneath the roar. Listen closely, and you just might hear it. Ringing out, growing louder, reminding us why. For the love of the horse. For generations to come.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
We are back on America's Day at the Races. Pick 6 is coming up here on the first day of this Aqueduct meeting, and it starts on the turf. 2-5 on this Chad Brown class dropper control function, who did win first time out for maiden 40, but took every inch of that mile and 16th to get up to win for maiden 40 that day.
Yeah. 2-5. Wow. Condition claimers going off at 1-2 and 2-5.
Poor beginning. This was the debut win. You see there, breaks in a little bit, finds herself all the way back.
Dead last.
Early.
She's dead last coming out of the chute and onto the oval, as I like to say. See, she moves up quickly, though. Finds position under a Radishes Jr. What else is new? And Javier Castellano going to climb aboard today. Her fourth different rider and her fourth start.
And then it takes her, usually you see these Chad Brown runners find their motor here in the stretch and really start to turn it on. She takes a little while to get into gear.
She didn't have the cleanest run of things, too. I mean, she found a little traffic trouble before the 8th pole. But yeah, you can see Arad has to work on her and work on her and work on her. That's, that's a concern, obviously, because she went immediately to the starter on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream, and she ran okay. And then you see a long layoff, and she went to a straight allowance race, and she ran okay. I mean, she certainly ran okay enough last time to have warranted maybe another try against these starters, but no, she is in for the tag.
Meanwhile, here's Tingling Mint. Eric Cancel will be aboard, comes off a win. It was a New York bred maiden 40 last time out, when adding blinkers for the first time, and it didn't hurt that she went off as the favorite.
Yeah, this was a hungry bunch, as Acacia likes to say. Oh, no, she says salty. I say hungry. That makes more sense. She is just, the grind, the ultimate grind on by to get the job done as the 6-5 chalk. 3 parts of a length victory. Now we haven't seen her. She was off of a October layoff that day, and now it's a May layoff to November. It's a May-December romance, right? So she's about 4 weeks shy of a May-December romance.
14-1 right now. Let's go back down to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on the number 4 Freedom Machine. Jose Gomez going to be aboard for our friend Rick Schosberg. And this horse, yes, she was beaten by Kemba last time, who is not exactly the winningest type. But that being said, I thought that she ran a good race, given the fact that she was a little bit more forward, too. She'd kind of lost some of her speed, too, and I think that she runs her better races when she can be a little bit more forwardly placed. So even last time out in Saratoga was really vocal, all over the place in the paddock. She was sharp today, but not doing too much. One thing I did notice, too, and I wanted to point out, is that she did get pretty warm out on track, and you're going to see a lot of horses doing that. Even the winner of the last race, talking with Trevor McCarthy, Cinderella's Cause, coming down from the Finger Lakes, she's already started to grow her winter coat, and it's that time of year, so it's unseasonably warm. So if you see horses getting pretty sweaty out there, it's likely because they've started to get a little woolly this time of year, and that's just what nature does. And even horses stabled up at Saratoga a little bit longer, even here training at Belmont, you're going to see them with some longer coats, and they could get a little bit hot. So I'm not putting too much stock into that. Just something I wanted to point out that you may see in general over this weekend with this warm weather that we're having. Greg?
It really is amazing that we have this kind of weather into November.
For sure.
It's great.
2 baseball movie references I've taken out of this segment, Greg. Acacia just said woolly. I like when Crash Davis yells at Nuke Lelouch in Bull Durham that women don't get woolly, they get weary when he's singing the wrong words on the bus. And whenever I see our plane for the pick 6 or the pick 5, I automatically think of The Natural, when Michael Madsen's character's ashes are being spread across the field. making way for Roy Hobbs.
Did you watch the games at the Field of Dreams?
I did. Well, I watched. Did I catch this year's? No, I was in. Oblivion. Last year I was in Saratoga, Oblivion. Last year though, went down to the end zones. My man Scotty Rinaldi's place, and I did watch. I did watch it last year. Yeah, a lot of fun.
Great broadcast. Yeah,
a lot of fun.
1-2 favorite. Control Function, and pace to set it up for this filly at all in here.
You know, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this a little. I picked One Track Mind, hoping that she is forward in here under Trevor from the inside draw without a lot of pace in here. Here's the thing when it comes to those red and white Klarovich Silks and Chad Brown. More often than not, it doesn't matter if there's any pace. They find their way. I'm not as convinced about this one. And that to me, and I sound like a broken record. That's too short of a price. These are conditioned claiming horses. None of them should be this price. As much as she lays over the field when it comes to buyer speed figures and her class, her assumed class, that is just way too short of a price. I'd rather take a swing at a big price like One Track Mind. And even a horse like Tingling Mint. Should Tingling Mint be 13-1 in here? I mean, if you were to take Control Function out of this race, these horses would be a third of the price that they are.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of it is just who it is, connections.
Yeah.
Power at Chad Brown and Klarovich. You have Tingling Mint's Patrick Quick and Eric Cancel.
I don't disagree.
Part of the reason, the disparity.
Yeah, for sure.
Having said that, Control Function a much likelier winner. But yeah, I'm with you. 3-5, 4-5, I could see. 1-2 is very short. 2-5 now.
Starts the pick 6 here. We'll see what happens if this filly goes down. 1-2 favorite.
John Imbrial with a call to start off his pick 6.
Any port goes in. We are set for race 5. And they're off. Bit of an awkward start there for number 1, Rigby. From the extreme outside, Any Port. Now Rigby is quickly moving up from the inside as the field has straightened away and are coming past the stands for the first time. And Rigby is the leader. Then comes One Track Mind in second with Any Port. I'll make that Tingling Mint on the outside in third. Then comes Any Port in fourth. Freedom Machine is down at the rail and in between horses. And moving up there is our Jessica. Control Function has made her way down to the rail. Then comes Strong Embrace, and Infringement is the trailer in ninth. And now they're on the backstretch after a quarter in 23-1. Rigby leads by almost 2 lengths. One Track Mind is second by a head. Tingling Mint on the outside in third. Freedom Machine down at the rail runs in fourth. Our Jessica and Any Port, they're together, fifth and sixth. Control Function, the heavy favorite here, is in seventh and about 7 lengths off the lead. Farther back, it's Infringement and Strong Embrace. Half mile, 48 1/5 seconds. Rigby continues to lead. It is Rigby by 2, now by 2.5, and now by 3 lengths. Freedom Machine moves into second as One Track Mind drops out of it, past there on the inside by Our Jessica. Our Jessica is now up into third. They are all chasing Rigby, who has the lead at the top of the stretch, ran 3/4 in 1:12-1. Our Jessica, Freedom Machine, and Control Function. They're closing in now on Rigby. Here is Control Function, who kicks in on the outside. Rigby, Control Function takes over here in deep stretch and steps away to win going away under Javier Castellano. Freedom Machine got up for second over Rigby. Our Jessica was fourth.
Ran like she should have been 1-5. She goes off at 2-5 instead. Control Function. Easy as could be. Javier Castellano, Chad Brown, Klarovich stables.
Yeah, got a little pace to run at. They went 23 and change, 48-1 to the half. And again, probably wouldn't have mattered the way she won and blew by this field. They could have went 50 in front of her, and she was just much the best. Has to go to a new home today, right? From the 30,000. I would imagine they lined up to claim this daughter of Kitten's Joy. We'll see.
We just lost power. I hope we're still on. Control Function. This was dominant as could be. We'll find out if she got taken or not.
Yeah. We'll find out as Freedom Machine able to get up for Rick Schosberg over Rigby. Rigby had a little bit of trouble at the start, Greg. Kind of veered in, leaving out of there, and then quickly corrected by Kendra Carmouche. Set the pace. I think that was a good job. She was coming out of a series of sprint races. There was no clear-cut speed in the race. Kendra took advantage, tried to anyway, and good things happened. She wound up running third.
Take a look at the schedule for Friday again with the Breeders' Cup. The Breeders' Cup races are coming up very soon, and Pick 5 is going to begin with that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Wesley Ward, he's got Love Reigns in that spot. I'd mentioned Sharp is Attack, a horse I am very keen on. Your best bet for the afternoon, where are you going to wind up?
Let's go to the juvenile fillies on the dirt, Greg. Chop Chop. She had 2 good turf starts where she broke alertly in her career. She went to the dirt first time in the Dolly Alcibiades last time, and she did not break well. I wonder if that was just a function of an inside draw, a function of having dirt underneath her feet for the first time in the afternoon anyway. I think with a better break and a trip more comparable to the ones she sat in her first 2 grass starts, I think she'll be very, very tough today, especially with the winner from last out, Wonder Wheel, figuring to face some more pressure, if not having to apply the pressure today, as there's some other speed signed on in here.
And for what it's worth, remember last time at Keeneland, Brad Cox had 4 winners. He's already on the board today with a win, beating an odds-on favorite in a juvenile race.
There you go.
So keep your eyes on Chop Chop. I mean, that was really a lot to love from that race with that poor beginning and that big move that she made. And Wonder Wheel, she's been incredibly talented for Marcassi, but it seems like her numbers, she'd need to run a lot quicker to contend today.
You know, one of the things we haven't talked a lot about are some post-position draws from this Breeders' Cup. And I think Raging Sea, who ran well last time, is the one probably hampered the most from that 14 hole. You see her at 8-1 with Flavienne Pratt. I'm curious to see how she does this afternoon. I think she'd move forward. If she had a more inside draw, I would put her in with the top 2 or 3 fillies in here, but that draw kind of hurts her.
Short stretch,
yeah.
2.
Yep. I agree.
He did not have a great draw, Chad Brown.
He did not. Domestic spending, first start in 15 months. He saddled with post 14. This filly saddled with post 14. I would think domestic spending can probably overcome it a little bit better than this young lady, but we'll see.
All right, that'll be race 7 on today's program. We're getting close to the first of the Breeders' Cup races coming up.
Second leg of the pick 5 starts the late pick 4 on Breeders' Cup Future Stars Friday.
Control Function, Chad Brown, Klorovich, and 2 today for Javier Castellano.
Speaking of the pick 5, Chad and Javier going to bookend the early pick 5 to kick off the meeting here at the Big A. You see this Daughter of Kitten's Joy laying 4th right now. Javier Castellano going to alter course, get her outside of horses, and once she sees daylight, she sees the money. She's long gone.
Just a gear that nobody else had here.
Yep, exactly right.
Win by this kind of margin on the grass. This is huge.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. So win the Rice filly from a few years back on the circuit. You remember her?
Yeah, had her on the show a few times. 2 to 5 favorite, $2.90 for the win. And the pick 5, just shy of $800. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Control Function, the winner, second win today. In fact, for Javier Castellano. And Javier, you rode this filly with so much confidence. And as you said, Chad Brown puts you on fast horses.
He made me feel good, made me feel a lot of confidence when I arrived for Chad. He's a great trainer, one of the top trainers in the country. And Mr. Klarmer, Seth Klarmer, he put a lot of effort in this game. And being thankful to give me an opportunity to ride those kind of type of horses, He kind of made me look good out there. And that kind of type of horse is straightforward, and a lot of speed in the race. The hook do speed early in the first stage in the race. And I like the way he set it up behind the horses. I like to step up, save all the ground the best he could, and step up outside and can run. I like the way he did it today. Very professional.
Such a big, long striding filly, too. And as she was covering the ground late in the stretch coming up, it just seemed like you had plenty of force underneath of you to get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to be involved in do speed and kind of rank a horse and bounce around a little bit. And try to just develop the race. It's a big horse. She's really nice, feel it, the way beautiful stride, long stride, the way he does. I just want to take my time with her and find the last kick. That's exactly what I did, and she responded so well.
I know Richie asked you about the Breeders' Cup earlier today, but I wanted to ask you about our stake here today, the Turn Back the Alarm, where you'll be reunited with First to Act, who you rode in her first couple starts for Shug McGahee. How do you see the race playing out tactically?
Well, now I think the dynamic it changed a little bit. Now 5 horses feel 2 scratch in the race. I seem to me like 2 couple horses speed. See how we play the game, you know, because I feel like she's very quick out of the gate. I don't want to take her away anything consistent. If she put me in good spot, I go with the flow. If it does something, I got plan B, you know, I try to off the pay a little bit. She's very versatile horse. You can go either way. I think you're very straightforward horse.
Well, good luck later. Congratulations on a 2-win day so far.
Thank you.
Javier Castellano with a couple wins, and Greg, no claims out of this race here.
Wow, so Chad Brown-Klarvich going to keep control function for another start.
Wow. I almost got whiplash snapping my neck at you just now. That's nuts. With the horses there were 2 horses. This place is amazing. I love this place. This is the greatest place on earth. There were 2 horses claimed out of the 4th race. They claimed, where'd it go?
That beaten claiming race.
The beaten claiming race. How about this? Cinderella's Cause not claimed. They claimed Alarm Clock, and Tom Morley claimed Shane's Pretty Lady back. I like when guys claim horses back like that, by the way. But how about a 6-5 shot not getting claimed, and then a 1-2 shot that went off the screen not getting claimed, where in a place where they claim everything. Wow.
Quickly, you saw odds here. That's going to start off the late pick 5. New York bred maiden special weight sprint, where one of the primary speeds in the race, who would have taken plenty of money, Pretty Miss Keen's the 5 is out, which has certainly changed the pace scenario in this race. And maybe the 3, who debuted on grass, showed speed on grass. That usually translates to dirt. Might be the one in front here.
She's 7-5 right now. Highway Harmony to number 3. Yeah. Daughter of Motown out of a Quality Road mare. On paper, it screams turf. Jorge Abreu ran her on turf first time out. We'll see what the scratch does as far as the pace scenario goes. If she can transfer her turf speed to the dirt, she's going to be in front of these.
Yeah,
she's
we
going to
both
be in front of them a long way.
We both like Vax. We knew we were not getting 8-1, and that's the case. They're 4-1 right now on Vax for Mike Maker. It is New York City's only racetrack. It first opened back in September of 1894, and when it did, it faced stiff competition from Gravesend, Sheepshead Bay, and Morris Park. But the Big A endured and continues to do so, consistently providing some of the best autumn and winter racing in the entire country.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Quite a history. I know you spent a lot of time at this racetrack over the years. What have been some of your favorite moments?
Wow. The most important race of my life happened here on November 28th, 2015. Tonalist won the Cigar Mile. I was thinking about going to work for my uncle, doing some real estate stuff and some mortgages, and I decided to stick around with his last to first move in that Cigar Mile that year. And I probably wouldn't be here if he didn't win that day, because I was just kind of, I thought it was time, and it wasn't. And I wound up doing Talking Horses 6 months later. Called my first horse race 3 years later. Personally, some big moments in my life here as well. Met some of my oldest and closest friends here. Met the one here, met a lot of people here, and it's just been, I mean, I grew up here. There's a patch of grass in the front of the place where we have food trucks every now and then now. That was my backyard, proverbially and literally my backyard growing up as a kid. So I played a lot of touch football and actually ran some races around there. I learned about always showing up here at Aqueduct, that even if you're not good enough, you show up and you try and get better and better and better. And I learned all of those lessons right here at the Big A. Love this place. This is my favorite place on earth.
And Mig, who's going to be on later, he's won more races here than anyone in the history of this racetrack. I know it means a lot to him. Special racetrack, New York City's own. Let's take a look back at one of the big moments that took place here in the Classic back in 1985.
I was not here Breeders' Cup Day. Couldn't get a ticket. Dad couldn't score me a ticket. Imagine this. The Big A couldn't be at the Big A for the only Breeders' Cup here. My man George Velasquez, too, my favorite rider as a kid growing up. Still one of my favorite riders to this day. Proud Truth and Gate Dancer hitting the line here in this 1985. The second ever Breeders' Cup was held right here at the Big A. A lot of people remember for Pebbles winning the turf. But a great day of racing here at Aqueduct. November 1st or 2nd, I want to say. I think that's accurate. Yeah. I would like to say I remember it like it was yesterday, but it was 37 years ago.
That's amazing.
Wow. And, you know, some great racing moments. I think a lot of people don't know this about Aqueduct as well, as we see all the footage from that afternoon 37 plus years ago.
Just how far has broadcasting coverage come since that time as well? Most of us expect to see a very different finish down the stretch in this year's Classic.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be that close. If it is, it's going to be as exciting a Classic as you're ever going to see, because it is going to be unexpected. And I will say this, if this finish is close in the Breeders' Cup Classic this year, I don't think the horse that everybody thinks is going to win will be a part of that photo. I think something like a big-time pace collapse and speed duel would probably happen. You see a couple of 3-year-olds like Taba and Epicenter duking it out to the line down at Keeneland. But this is going to be a lot of fun, this Classic this year, because we're all anticipating
greatness.
Greatness. And it's, you know, it's a word, Greg. I am a stickler when it comes to that word. I don't like throwing that word around. I don't use it often. This, from what I've seen, is a great racehorse. And I know he's only had 5 starts.
And it's Anthony, it's beyond greatness. People are talking about him as one of the all-time greats to ever do it.
Listen, he has done things that we have not seen in a very long time. You know, and when you think back to some of the Secretariat is the mountain, right? Secretariat's the mountain. Recently, Arrogate was the horse that got a lot of comparisons. And Arrogate had a 4-race run that I don't think Secretariat ever had a 4-race run like Arrogate had. What this horse has done in his last 3, from a speed figure point of view and just eye test. Andy Serling's not watching. He's at the Breeders' Cup. Thank God. The eye test. What this horse has done, I'm going to say it again. He won the Met Mile by 6 lengths. It's his smallest margin of victory.
And he got shut off.
The Met Mile has been won by some of the greatest to ever look through a bridle. He won it by 6 lengths, and it's his smallest margin of victory after getting left and taking dirt in the face for the first time. I mean, really, what else are you supposed to do here? You think I want to give out a 2 to 5 shot in one of the biggest races of the year? I don't want to do that. I'm not going to look like a fool, though. I picked against a couple of 2 to 5 shots today here at the Big A. I'm not picking against this horse. And I mean, just look at him.
And, we'd love, whatever happens, to see him stick around. There was talk, a few months ago, he might come back for a 5-year-old campaign. It seems like this race, potentially the Pegasus, and then off to the breeding shed.
His big knock is he has not danced that many dances. But the game has changed so much that I don't think you could hold that against him anymore. If this horse was running 25, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, his campaigns would be laughed at. This campaign would be laughed at. That's not the game anymore. It's a little bit more of a point-and-click kind of game. He's already a 3-time Grade 1 winner at 3 different distances from 7 to 10 furlongs.
If there's going to be someone to give him a stern test in this Classic this year, who do you think that is?
I need you to explain that a little. The only horse that can even try to keep up with him early is Life is Good. And I think he's going to let Life is Good go because he has that luxury. He could just let Life is Good go and sit off of him. Look at me going to my jockey moves here. Thank you for this. I was able to put don my harness driver silk Saturday night. Now I can show you my hold. I can show you the cross. What Flavien Prat did in his last 2 starts, after breaking poorly in the Met Mile, able to gather him and make 1 run. What he did in the Pacific Classic last time out, when he basically just took him to the center of the track and lollygagged him, a little more Bull Durham for you, lollygagged around the first turn, just in the 4-5 path, whatever was happening inside of him. Life is Good's going to go, and he's going to sit there. If Pratt wants to just go, he can just go. I mean, that's how great does that have to feel, to know that at any point you can just be in front? Because I honestly feel that at any point this horse can be in front. So early on, Life is Good. When all's said and done, I don't know if any of these horses can. Life is Good's going to have to really give him a tussle early for anyone to be able to take advantage of him late. And if somebody takes advantage late, I think it's one of the 3-year-olds. I think it's Epicenter. I think it's Taba, because I don't think they'll be forward doing the dirty work. Life is Good will be. I think Hot Rod Charlie goes to engage. I think a horse that we haven't really mentioned, Olympiad, who always finds that 2 lengths off the lead, laying second trip. He won't be laying second, and he won't be 2 lengths off the lead because they'll be going faster in front of him. But he's got to go engage first, too. I think Epicenter comes along and picks up the pieces for second.
Greatness on the line, and where his place is in history potentially on the line in this Classic for Flightline. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Todd Pletcher, he has got a loaded bunch for this year's Breeders' Cup World Thoroughbred Championships, including Life is Good, going toe-to-toe with Flightline, and he is live in the juvenile fillies as well with Chocolate Gelato. We'll be back.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Rosso alongside. These two at the 16th pole. Vino Rosso has taken the lead, and it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
DQ'd, maybe shouldn't have been. I know Pletcher was not happy about it in that Jockey Club Gold Cup against Code of Honor, but this was nice redemption here.
My cousin Paulie likes to use the word tight. Todd was tight after that Jockey Club Gold Cup DQ, and for good reason, but he got his redemption here. There's Mike Rapoli, there's Joya, the whole family. Maria's in there as well, and that scrum getting the job done. Vinny Viola buzzing around there as well. Big win for Vino Rosso. You're not really supposed to roll your R's twice in the call, by the way. But yeah, and here's Todd Pletcher. Todd Artemis Pletcher. That's what the A stands for, by the way. How about that? 12 wins. That's a dozen. He's 8 behind his mentor, Dean Wayne Lucas. I believe Wayne has 20. Is that accurate? I believe it's accurate. Yeah. And he's got a...
Over-under for him to inch closer to that this weekend.
Over-under. Wow.
Forte, chocolate gelato, life is good.
I'm going to set the over-under because
Annapolis.
I'm a gambler. I'd like to set it at 2.5. And I think 2.5 is a very good, it's a good number. You get a lot of action on 2.5. You see, I'm a gambler. I'm a degenerate at heart, so I don't want to set it at 4 and make everybody with the under, or 1 and make everybody with the over. Let's set it at 2.5 and let's take the action.
I like him in the distaff. What do you think his best chance is today for a victory?
My best chance as well would be a nice little chocolate gelato right around now. I could use one.
Okay.
And I think she is his best chance today. You know, I'm a big fan of Forte. I really like him, but Cave Rock just looks a little too formidable for me. Chocolate gelato, it's a little bit more of a wide open race. You mentioned the practical joke portion of her pedigree. If she can overcome that and get around the 2 turns, I think she's a likely winner today. I picked against her with Chop Chop, and Chop Chop's my best bet because she's going to offer a little bit more value. But make no mistake, this filly has a really big chance to get the job done today, Chocolate Gelato.
Her last 2 starts, yeah, even though Byers went backwards, thoroughgraph-wise, she paired up, and she's run, really makes her the filly to beat from that standpoint.
Yeah.
With those figures going into this race. Oh. Yeah, he has he's got a huge chance with Forte as well. Both these juvenile races, he is loaded with these 2 that we had a chance to see both of them this summer. And Chocolate Gelato, interesting that she was so much buzz about her for that debut at Saratoga. And 1-2, she gets beat. But then she comes around for Pletcher. She
is very narrowly the horse to beat in the juvenile fillies, whereas Forte is taking on one of the more likely big favorites. I would imagine Cave Rock's going to be the biggest favorite today. And Save Flightline might be the biggest favorite across the next couple of days. The
Jackie's Warrior, Flightline, Cave Rock, the 3 biggest favorites.
Yeah,
for sure.
I would bet money Jackie's Warrior is the biggest price of those 3.
Could be. We'll see. Already early on today, Baffert with a juvenile, odds on, defeated. Brad Cox runner.
Oh, I was told
winning.
that horse couldn't lose.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Well, they all can lose.
They all can lose.
Except for Flightline.
So far.
We will find out if that trend continues. So we will see if he adds to that tally. I don't know if I was on with you. I might have been on with Andy as well, but there's a lot of barns. Brad Cox, Todd Pletcher, even Bill Mott. A lot of big name barns that are so well stocked this year and can have monster weekends. Pletcher, of course, one of them.
You know I'm the biggest Bill Mott fan there is. I think Bill has a chance to have a very big weekend. Elite Powers live.
Cody's
Wish is live. And Laurel River is out of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. So I think that makes Cody's Wish's job that much more easy tomorrow afternoon.
Enjoy it. Late Pick 5 is coming up shortly out on Breeders' Cup. More previews coming up with the next crew. Lafitte, Meg taking you the rest of the way here on opening day here at Aqueduct as our Friday coverage continues from the Big A in the feature on opening day. Grade 3, turn back the alarm and first to act. Will not hurt getting away from Nest, who's likely going to be your favorite in the distaff for Shug McGahee. That's still ahead.
It's 1,000 Words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honorary P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped fill his books every season at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga. And now that his runners have proved themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there. COVID adds to the mix. And, you know, Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that fourth-year sire Central Banker ranks in the top 10 nationally. Central Banker progeny have earned nearly $9 million, and not just in the Empire State. His 4-year-old daughter, Nico's Dream, won the My Charmer Stakes at Gulfstream Park.
And they're off.
That same day, another first-crop runner, Bankett, took the Alex M. Robb Stakes back at Aqueduct.
Bankett has taken the lead.
That win was Bankett's third stakes win and brought his earnings up to more than $800,000.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Central Banker, proud papa, sire of no less than 4 freshman fillies in the upcoming 6th race. For more information, visit nybreds.com. Field for the 6th. Welcome back to Aqueduct. You'll see champion jockey Richie Migliore very shortly. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and there is the favorite for this upcoming 6th race. Odds on Highway Harmony. 11 minutes out, start of the late pick 5. Welcome everyone. He is champion jockey Richie Migliore. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. What an exciting day to be a thoroughbred racing fan. A Future Stars Friday, the Breeders' Cup, the 2-year-olds, the first Breeders' Cup event in about 5 minutes. Once those races have been completed and are official, we'll recap, Richie, plus opening day of the Aqueduct Fall Meet right here. You spent all those years riding here and racking up riding titles. What is the significance of this Aqueduct Fall Meet?
Well, it's just like any other meet. The beginning, you want to get off to a good start. You want to set the tone, and of course, your aspiration is to be leading rider. But one thing about this meet was always a showcase, a starting point for apprentice jockeys. Every year you have this influx of young riders coming in, taking their shot at the Big Apple, and usually you started with anywhere from 8 to 15 even. And at the end of the winter, maybe 1 or 2 would hang on and stick around and then make a career here. So it's always been a proving ground. Aqueduct is the place you want to get started.
Little Birdie told me a significant anniversary today.
Yeah. Tomorrow, actually.
Tomorrow.
5th win. Start your bug with your 5th win. Started my bug 42 years ago tomorrow.
So let's say hello to the third member of our broadcast team, Acacia Clement, standing by in the paddock. Acacia feels much more like, I don't know, opening day Belmont Spring, closing day Saratoga than it does opening day Fall Aqueduct.
Very much so, Lafitte. It actually feels warmer than the closing day of Saratoga. But as far as these 2-year-olds are concerned, as they start to head out, we'll start with your favorite, the number 3 Highway Harmony, who does go on the dirt for the first time. Now, she was a late scratch the last time she came over here back on October 6th. She had actually been stepped on by the lead pony and then ran off. So we do get a chance to see her back here today. I don't mind her on the dirt. I also noticed that they changed the bit. I wasn't there on that October 6th race, but I was in her debut, and she was wearing a Houghton bit, one of the more severe bits that you can have, and now she has just an egg drop snaffle, which is basically the softest type of bit that you can have. And we saw her kind of lose her balance swapping her leads in that debut. I'm thinking that's to put less pressure on her mouth. The number 4 Vax adds short cup blinkers on for her second start, and she just seemed last time out when she was closing a little bit, she never really kind of lowered herself, reached, and got more focused. She also just doesn't look much more fit in her second start. Maybe one that's just going to take some more racing and take some time to get into her peak fitness. A couple of interesting firsters in here. The number 10, Brittany is Free, a name that I think is hysterical. 2-year-old filly by West Coast, out of a good dam, say 3 Hail Marys. He was a multiple stakes winner, a little bit better going longer on the dirt. I do think that this filly will be better after a race, just as far as fitness to tuck up and maybe a little bit more distance. But she's one I'm going to watch with interest moving forward. Lafitte?
At 10-1 on the outside, Brittany is Free. Acacia, thanks so much. 2-year-old fillies, New York bred 2-year-old fillies. Start of the late pick 5, Lady Quinn and Hector Diaz at 7-1.
Yeah, and Hector Diaz coming in today. This filly ran better on the turf second start. Gets back to the dirt.
Clover Street doesn't have to deal with Bantera this afternoon. That's good news.
No, and I actually thought she showed courage first time. Was in the kickback and finished okay.
And on the outside, Brittany is Free, the very unstable debuting homebred.
Won a lot of races.
Love that name.
Won a lot of races for the very unstable. Dave Domick's horses usually get better with racing, though, and we'll take a wait-and-see approach there. A couple of interesting pedigree kind of angles, I think, in this race, Lafitte.
7 minutes out, and these New York bred 2-year-old fillies. We touched on the Breeders' Cup events and the 2-year-olds taking center stage. We have stakes racing here as well, and it's a good one. Grade 3, turn back the alarm. Fillies and mares, mile and an eighth on the main track. And speaking of the Breeders' Cup, number 3, First to Act, second to Nest, Breeders' Cup Distaff favorite in the Beldame. But before that, Richie, this summer at Saratoga, the Summer Colony, First to Act, battling up front with En Voutante. And look out for a leader of the band coming from off the pace.
Yeah, I mean, she got into the battle. She won that battle. She ultimately lost the war. But I think this kind of signaled that she had taken a step forward. Her races had been good, but this was, to me, a coming out for her. And that's something we expect from Shug McGahee trainees. They get better with racing. They get better with age. He's such a tremendous conditioner, building horses into a career. You're not going to see the best of them early, but you're going to see him with that longevity.
Killer addition of that Summer Colony. Top 3 finishers, Bonnie South, Army Wife, and then, of course, First to Act, who would go on to finish second, a distant second to Nest in the Beldame. That's the opening day fall meet feature, race number 9. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, late pick 5 coming up, post time for the 6th in about 6 minutes. 9th race, aforementioned, turn back the alarm. Main track fast, turf course firm on this warm fall afternoon in New York City. It's November 4th, and it's like 72 degrees.
Incredible. I was outside earlier reporting, and it felt like a late June afternoon, not a November afternoon.
You're not lying. And this is one of those weekends we're just giving money away, right? $25 free play for new members. Get involved. Use that promo code CUP25. $25 to play with. Win it, you keep it. Lose it's on us. NYRABets.com. First Breeders' Cup event at the top of the hour, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprints. We'll keep an eye on the activity at Keeneland. Again, once those races are official, we will briefly recap. But first things first, these 2-year-old fillies, New York breds, start of the late pick 5. And at 4 to 5, Harmony Highway. to her outside, Richie, is Vax, trained by Mike Maker. And his Breeders' Cup contingent, all grass runners, couple today, 3 of them tomorrow. Don't let the 30-1 completely throw you. Remember the last time the Breeders' Cup was at Keeneland, he won the Juvenile Turf with Fire at Will, completely dismissed and paid $62.
Yeah, if you don't respect Mike Maker runners, he will come up and bite you. I mean, he wins with long shots. His horses are well prepared. And I thought Artemis City Limits, as tough a race as that Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint is, had a real look.
A lot of buzz. I've heard one of those horses, and in a Breeders' Cup, when you have 200 horses or whatever it is now, there's certain horses that start to get a lot of circulation. I've heard his name over and over and over as we've gotten closer.
I just think he's been eye-catching in his training. He's well drawn. You know, he's outside, so he has to work it, but he's not going to get crushed with that, you know, phalanx of horses that, you know, come over like a wave when you're drawn towards the inside. Maybe he can follow and work out a decent enough trip. I think Vax has a look here. Vax took money on debut, showed some brief speed. I don't think she handled the slop whatsoever, and I think she could take a step forward. Now, she's out of Mama Teresa by Sharp Aztec, who's gotten off to a real good start at stud. Interesting, the 7 FEMA Funds is out of Typhoon Terry. Typhoon Terry was out of Mama Teresa. So essentially, Vax is FEMA Funds, the 7 horse's aunt.
That works. That works. And you said that Highway Harmony, you were surprised at how strong of a favorite she is here as we get closer to post time at 4-5 off that one grass race, in which the good news was she showed speed. The bad news was how she coughed it up late.
Well, she did cough it up late, and that is problematic to me. And the fact that she's taking all this money and she's doing something she hasn't tried before. Her turf race was good speed. She stopped late. Her sire, Motown, kind of really hit his best stride when he got to the turf. You know, he was okay on the dirt. He won the Remsen Stakes at Giro, but he won the Grade 1 Hollywood Derby on turf. And I just get the feeling that this horse is, listen, she may win, but at 4-5, I want her doing something she hasn't done before. I'm not going to, you know, take 4-5 off of a turf race when she's running on the dirt.
And she did so much right in her debut, except finish, blowing that big lead. And we'll see what she does in her dirt debut at 3-5 if she's not up for it. If she doesn't step forward, Acacia opens the door for another. Perhaps one of the 4 fillies in here, sired by Central Banker, number 7, a first-time starter in FEMA Funds. What are you seeing?
Yeah, he's all over this race, that's for sure, Lafitte. As far as FEMA Funds does go, she's an intriguing first-time starter, and I liked the pedigree notes that Richie mentioned for her and the relations to this race for these New York breds. She's out of a mare that was good sprinting on the dirt, and I thought it was interesting, too. Her half-brother, Money in the Bank, is an 8-time dirt sprint winner and had a very strong run, but was that horse, if people may remember, that resented the riding crop, and you had to just ride hands and heels. So I'll be curious to see if that runs in the family. But FEMA Funds has been the ultimate professional throughout. They did saddle her back in the paddock with the pony alongside, but she has done nothing wrong. And oftentimes when gauging Linda Rice first-time starters, you kind of expect them to maybe need a race. She's incredibly fit for the barn. I would like to see her have just a little bit more strength in her hindquarters to build up across her top line a little bit more, but I'm intrigued by her, and I thought that she was in the right spot to kick off her debut. Wanted to go back to the number 3 Highway Harmony, and I had mentioned those equipment changes and all that she'd had to deal with in that late scratch. When she was scratched on the track after that incident last time, she was actually in a race that was taken off the turf, and they had opted to stay in to run her on the main track. So I do think it's intriguing that she comes back in a scheduled dirt race here. I don't mind the surface switch, but I do not think that we're going to see her set the pace and run the same kind of style that we saw from her in her debut. She's had a very quiet warm-up. Javier Castellano has kept her settled throughout, and I think that we're going to see her hopefully have a little bit more punch in the stretch and not kind of expend all that energy early like she might have done in her debut. Lafitte?
Lots of tinkering going on here, Acacia, and the first try on dirt for the odds-on favorite, Highway Harmony. And high riding Javier Castellano in the saddle. Surprising to see him riding here today instead of in Lexington. He does have 3 mounts tomorrow in the Breeders' Cup, including a live long shot, potentially Ivar in the mile. As for today, though, Well, the cat's away, the mice shall play, right? He's having a bang-up afternoon thus far, seeking his third winner on the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And he won the opener on a very good-looking second-time starter Fireline for Chad Brown, daughter of Arrogate. Had that very distinctive Arrogate stride. Almost they run downhill a little bit. Shame that we lost Arrogate so young. It would have been nice to see how his horses continue to develop.
What were the pros and cons when you were deciding, all right, should I? There's a huge event. There's a Triple Crown race. There's a Breeders' Cup event. I can go and ride a couple of 30-to-1 shots, or I can stay home and clean up. Like how difficult of a decision is that for a rider?
You know, when you're younger, I think it's very difficult because you want to be a part of that show, even if you're just a walk-on, right? You're a stand-in, if you will. And for me, I would always figure out a way I could make a 100-to-1 shot win. There were 20 different scenarios in my mind. And then ultimately, when it didn't happen, I mean, it did happen a couple of times, but the majority it didn't, I'd be depressed. I'd be disappointed. So as I got older, I wanted to stay where I was live. And one year we had 5 races here on Breeders' Cup Day. I won both stakes. I won 3 of the 5 and my 3,000th win of my career. I had a much better time staying home.
Unless it was Desert Code, of course, and you're winning the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and paid, what, $70, $75?
Yeah, and that was one of those things. I got scenarios in my mind. They actually worked out that day.
That worked out very nicely. That wild downhill turf sprint out at Santa Anita. This year, the turf sprint, 5.5 furlongs. Today's Juvenile Turf Sprint, 5.5 furlongs. We'll have more on that as we get closer to post time, about 16 minutes till the first of 5 Breeders' Cup events, Future Stars Friday. 2-year-olds there, 2-year-old fillies here, and one of them, I've just been told, is loose. Do we know who it is? Believe the 6, Bank Holiday, 28-to-1 currently. Second-time starter for David Donk is loose.
Yeah, she's running up the mile chute. Not really out of control, seems pretty composed, and the outrider just did a real nice, gentle reach over and got her. She actually didn't go too far. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to let her run or not, because she really didn't go very far or very fast.
There she is, so a slight delay before this 6th race, as Richie mentioned. She'll be evaluated. A decision will be made by the state veterinarians as to whether or not Bank Holiday is good to go. In this 6th race, New York bred 2-year-old fillies, 3/4 of a mile dash, start of the late pick 5. Odds on here still on Highway Harmony. And everybody backing out. So, yeah, a slight delay here, Richie, before this 6th race and second half of the program gets underway.
Yeah, and it's just fair for everybody. Back them out. You don't want horses in the gate too long, particularly young horses. Give them a chance to reset, get the other horse back, make sure that the rider's okay for Bank Holiday. That's Jose Gomez, who's a very short price favorite to be your Eclipse Award winning apprentice this year. He's just been riding incredibly well, put together a terrific year. His book's handled by Hall of Famer Angel Cordero. Let them reset, let them all take a breath, and put them back in so that nobody has an unfair advantage or a disadvantage, as it may be.
Awaiting a decision. As soon as that has been made, we'll naturally pass that along. Highway Harmony, another look at Bank Holiday. Loose just before the start of this 6th race as these 2-year-old fillies were getting ready to load. You thought Vax had a strong chance and emerged as a strong second choice in the wagering at 5-2 is I was looking to see if Gomez there for a moment looked like he had a hitch in his giddy up.
One thing about these men and women, they'll play hurt. They don't. You don't ride, you don't get paid.
You guys are nuts. I grew up with one. You guys are.
Well, I'm sure you witnessed it with your dad, right?
Watched him ride with a fracture of some sort in his lower leg. He was riding with like a stick in his boot. It was very Seabiscuit-esque. He could ride. He could not walk.
But he could ride.
But he could figure out how to ride.
And you know what? I'll venture to say your dad with a fracture rode better than the majority of guys that didn't have fractures.
I can tell you firsthand that toughness, that characteristic, does not get passed on genetically.
I'm not buying it.
It just doesn't.
Not buying it.
Just doesn't.
The self-deprecation. I'm not buying it.
Filing in now for these New York bred 2-year-old fillies. We'll try it again. There's the odds-on favorite in Highway Harmony, looking to break through in her second career start. First try on dirt. Javier Castellano takes over. John Imbrial with the call start of the late pick 5 post time race 6, opening day of the fall meet at the Big A.
And we're waiting now for Bank Holiday, and Brittany is free. Also waiting on number 9, Clover Street. Clover Street goes in. Brittany is free, now moves up, goes into the gate, and we are set for the start of the 6th. And they're off. And there goes the favorite, Highway Harmony, challenged on the inside by Blanchiment. Blanchiment, Highway Harmony, with Vax sitting off of them in 3rd. Then comes Bank Holiday next in 4th, followed by Lady Quinn on the outside in 5th. FEMA Funds is down at the rail and in 6th. Then comes Clover Street in 7th, and a big break back to Brittany is Free, who trails the field in 8th. Up front, it's long shot Blanchiment and odds-on favorite Highway Harmony. They are 1-2 through a quarter in 22-2. Vax now moving up on the outside from 3rd. It's 3 lengths to FEMA Funds, who's down at the rail, and alongside is Lady Quinn, followed by Bank Holiday. Highway Harmony has now taken over the lead. Highway Harmony in front at the quarter pole. Vax is on the outside and moving into 2nd. Blanchiment down towards the rail in 3rd. Then comes a FEMA Funds as they move for the furlong marker. Highway Harmony challenged here on the outside by Vax. Highway Harmony, Vax on the outside. Highway Harmony and Vax, and a late move here from Clover Street. They come for the finish. It is Highway Harmony, and it's 3 wins for Javier. Vax was 2nd. Clover Street finished 3rd.
Castellano cleaning up. As Johnny I referenced, 3rd win on the afternoon. You had a 2 filly stretch duel. 1 filly was focused, the other was not. The focused filly wins. Vax will get better as she figures out what she's doing out there.
Yeah, it looked like she was lugging in a little bit, had her head kind of cocked and up in the air, but an improvement from her first start. Got to give Highway Harmony a lot of credit. I didn't want any part of her at 4 to 5 trying dirt for the first time, but she showed gameness where she showed very high speed first time and kind of caved in. Today she just kept finding, and you could see that, you know, Uncle Mo influence, her grandsire, sire of Motown, her sire, they all run with their head out and down, and it's really very distinctive. But she was very game, give her a lot of credit, gets it done. Vax ran on well to be 2nd. I agree with you. You can see there, very good example of her trying to lug in a little bit, not running perfectly straight. And Clover Street, who came out of the same race with Vax, was actually 2nd in front of Vax last time, rallied from fairly far back to be 3rd. So I think it kind of shows that race with some quality in it, certainly.
Look at her reach. You're right. That's textbook. The next time we talk about, well, why do you want a horse that, you know, bears down, runs with their head lower, especially in a stretch? Why is it problematic if a horse has a tendency running with their head up in the air? That is the perfect example with Highway Harmony doing it the way it should be done, and Vax with, it's difficult to tell if that's a bad habit, something she'll grow out of, or if she's like Channel Maker and that's just going to be her the rest of her career.
Yeah, it's too early to say one way or the other because it's only your 2nd start, but that's what we talk about, efficiency of stride. That's when one's doing it more efficiently than another.
Acacia, what'd you think as Highway Harmony breaks through as the favorite and graduates in her 2nd career start?
I liked the way she did it, Lafitte. I thought that she was game, but as you were talking about the head carriage, I thought it was interesting because Vax did just what she did today in her first start too. And I thought that that was the reason that they added the blinkers, because maybe on debut it might have been a little bit of greenness, that she never lowered her head and got into stride late in the race when she was closing on the outside. Today, with the blinkers on and with experience under her belt, she didn't do it again. So it may just be the way that she runs, and that's oftentimes with horses that kind of carry their head like that. You'll see trainers try equipment like a shadow roll, the fleece over the noseband to get them to put their head down, or other types of equipment, because it does make it easier when they get into the bridle and start reaching forward. She seems like one that's just a habit and has a little bit of a tricky type of gait to ride.
It's something to follow moving forward, Acacia, with Vax, because she clearly does have ability, having to settle for 2nd today. Could you tell right away if you're the rider? Does Kendrick Carmouche know right now for Vax if that is a bad habit she'll grow out of, or funky mechanics, kind of like Clayton Kershaw? It looks awkward, and that's just going to be them moving forward. Doesn't mean they still can't be effective.
Yeah, I think as a rider, you know pretty quickly if it's more of a habit and a horse just kind of not really as focused as they should be, or it's just their mechanics, how they stride. Now, there are other things they can do beyond blinkers to try to help a horse drop their head, usually a shadow roll. Horses need to see where they're going, so shadow will make them drop their head a little bit more so they can see the ground in front of them.
Again, something to follow moving forward. Vax defeated today. The favorite delivers Highway Harmony. 3 wins on the afternoon. Javier Castellano. Meantime, getting closer to that first of 5 Breeders' Cup events at Keeneland. Future Stars Friday, 5th running. The Juvenile Turf Sprint. Those are updated odds. Big field. Love Reigns, who is the current favorite. Turf course listed as firm at Keeneland. But let's start with the best of the Europeans in Platinum Queen, Richie. This was the Prix de la Baie. We'll start with Love Reigns, actually, who is the favorite. And going back to the Bolton Landing, and had to love the way, no pun intended, how calm and relaxed she was in the early stages of this sprint, and then waits for her cue, really turning it on late.
Yeah, so helpful for a rider when the horse cooperates and waits for you to ask them for their best. And this was a very impressive performance by this filly who kicked away nicely in a turf sprint. That kind of separation's hard to do. From the inside draw, I believe she's going to be very, very forward. I mean, they did go 22-1, 44-4 in this Bolton Landing. So it's easy to get a horse to cooperate when they're going quick enough, right?
But, you know, you remember with Golden Pal when the Juvenile Turf Sprint at Keeneland, aggressive early, threw his head in the air. Like, that could have cost him, which Wesley Ward said immediately after the race. It was like, panic, what's he doing? He and Irad Ortiz were kind of fighting each other. With Love Reigns, along with the ability, you have to appreciate just how relaxed she was, the style, the talent, and for these connections, Irad Ortiz, Wesley Ward, combined, looking for a 4th straight win together in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. There is domination, and then there's that. From 4-wheel drive to Golden Pal, Twilight Gleaming owned by Stone Street, just like Love Reigns. So Barbara Banke and Stone Street looking to go back-to-back in the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Yeah, nobody better than Wesley Ward preparing 2-year-olds to be early and to, you know, in sprints, particularly turf sprints, they usually explode out of the gate. That gives them an advantage because they get their position without getting buffeted about or having to fight for that position as much as some horses that don't break as sharply. So critical. Wesley Ward has just got such a knack at getting his horses that well schooled.
The right people in her corner, and the tepid favorite at 3-1, Love Reigns, best of the Europeans, Platinum Queen. This was the Prix de la Baie. Looks a little different than our racing. Arc Day in Paris. That's a 2-year-old filly, Richie, beating older male competition, something you never see stateside.
No, and this is actually her 2nd try against older company. She ran 2nd in the Nunthorpe, the Grade 1 at York, and then she wins the Prix de la Baie here, and very game performance. Now they do get a break in weights as a 2-year-old, but incredible feat for her to take on older horses as a 2-year-old. Again, we do not do that in North America. I'd like to see a creative racing secretary give it a try. And, you know, it shows you when you got a precocious 2-year-old over 5 furlongs that they can hold their own with good sprinters.
Platinum Queen, the 2-year-old filly taking on older males and doing more than just holding her own. We'll see what she does in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Acacia, it is one of the newer Breeders' Cup events, just the 5th running. We're accustomed to seeing the likes of Wesley Ward involved year in and year out, but Bob Baffert, this isn't usually his gig, and he has a serious contender.
And it seems like he has mapped out the campaign so far for Speedboat Beach with this race in mind, because this is a horse that set a track record in his debut with a 104 Beyer speed figure and then immediately switched to the turf. And I had read some quotes from Bob Baffert and co-owner Mike Pegram, who said that they weren't sure if he would like the turf, but they wanted to give it a try in potentially getting a chance to see him go to this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. He didn't break the sharpest from the outside. He ended up stalking in 2nd for much of the early part of the race, but he finished up gamely to win the Speakeasy. And while the speed figure was significantly slower than his debut, I do think it's interesting that it's the same ownership group and the same trainer, of course, that has Cave Rock, who's going to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. This is a horse that's very, very quick. There isn't a Breeders' Cup juvenile sprint right now. So if you have a horse that wants to go shorter, the turf sprint is the place to go. He showed he could handle the turf. I think it's a very smart mapping out of a campaign for a young horse that may not be Cave Rock status, but adds a very intriguing layer and some more speed to this juvenile turf sprint, Lafitte.
Okay, should be no surprise to see Bob Baffert rack up a 6th win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Cave Rock, as you mentioned, odds on a little bit later on, a win in a grass race in the Breeders' Cup. That would be noteworthy for all his success. He has one more starter in a Breeders' Cup grass race than he does Triple Crown victories. Bob Baffert, we'll see what happens with Speedboat in just a few moments. Closing in on post time for the Juvenile Turf Sprint. Those are some of the headliners. Richie, anybody else that we should be looking out for?
Well, I like the 5, Mischief Magic, from Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, William Buick. He is a true closer in a race loaded with speed. And add the 10, Tyler's Tribe by Sharp Azteca, who gets 21% with his turf sprinters. This horse has won 5 races by a combined better than 60 lengths. He adds speed to the party if he takes to the turf. It's just interesting. He's been doing his best flight line imitations against Iowa breds.
in sprints. Yeah, this Juvenile Turf Sprint, and for final thought on Platinum Queen, in sprint races, grass Breeders' Cup events, this is where I think the Americans have the edge. 18 combined runnings of the turf sprint and the Juvenile Turf Sprint. One European has won because of the emphasis on the start of the race. In these sprint races, that's where I think the Americans, along with home court advantage, really have had an edge in these shorter distance grass Breeders' Cup races.
Well, like in particular for Platinum Queen, she's only run straight away. She's never had to negotiate a turn in a race. Now she draws the far outside post and going to have to negotiate a turn, and they're going to be running very fast into that turn. Combine that with what you're talking about, that they don't put an emphasis on gate speed in Europe like we do here in North America.
See how it all unfolds, getting set for the first of 14 Breeders' Cup events, Horse Racing's Championship Weekend. Today, 2-year-olds taking center stage, the stars of tomorrow. There's a star of yesterday, today, and moving forward in Javier Castellano, Saddle Towel 3, and 3 wins on the afternoon. Highway Harmony takes to the dirt, holds off Vax. Just not focused enough, needs to put it together mentally. Not enough today to run down Highway Harmony.
No, but improved, and it's an interesting point that Acacia made about her high head carriage in her first start. I thought it had to do with the slop and the kickback. Obviously, it's not. It's something that's more habitual than that. But I'll be interested to see if she comes back with a shadow, which is a fleece cover over the noseband that kind of makes them lower their head a bit.
Something to watch moving forward when Vax resurfaces. We'll step aside. When we return, look ahead to the late pick 4 here at Aqueduct and Christophe Clement. Look ahead to tomorrow's stakes races. Clement, no Breeders' Cup runners, surprising. Captured last year's Juvenile Philly Turf, Pizza Bianca, but he has Inflation Nation in tomorrow's Atlantic Beach. Things didn't work out in the futurity. How will he respond?
You don't have to be a multi-millionaire to get into this game. You can have a few $1,000s and have fun with it. But with the bonds, you're actually going to win. I've had the opportunity to win multiple races. In fact, this year I won 2 times in one day, which is almost unheard of to be able to do. This is going to happen with them. You will get into the winner's circle in Saratoga. You will walk that horse in, and you will stand there, look at the crowd, and the bonds will take you there and get you into that winner's circle. And it won't cost you a lot of money.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. Clocker. Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else. For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Welcome back. Picture perfect day for thoroughbred racing in Lexington and right here in Queens. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Been over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com. Today, opening weekend stakes schedule. Turn back the alarm later today. Tomorrow, pair of stakes races for 2-year-olds, Atlantic Beach, Stewart Manor. On Sunday, 2 more. The Nashua and Tempted potential preps for the Remsen and Demoiselle. But first things first, tomorrow's Atlantic Beach. Here's a look at the field. Compact field of 5 2-year-olds sprinting 3/4 of a mile on grass. None Hudson drawn inside 9-5. Inflation Nation, the 7-5 favorite. Key race, last month's Futurity. Vacation Dance, Inflation Nation will reunite tomorrow, Richie. Top 2 finishers here running in the Breeders' Cup. Nagarok and Gaslight Dancer just ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Yeah, Nagarok actually stretching out, trying the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. Vacation Dance showed more speed this time than he did on debut, probably just a bit sharper. Gets Kendrick Carmouche back in the saddle, who was on board in debut, and this horse came from off the pace. I'd like to see him settle a bit more, and I think there's enough pace signed on that he might get more of a following kind of trip.
How strong of a race do you think the Futurity was? We can tell you that the runner-up in that race did not finish in the top 5. Gaslight Dancer, how strong do you think of a prep it will be moving forward? I know it's hard to gauge with these 2-year-olds and so light in experience.
Well, anytime you have a race where you can basically throw a blanket over the first 4 finishes, you have to question, just how strong or how dominant kind of race it was. Now, I'm not going to indict this race because the horse didn't run well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. That's so much about trips, and when you go back and watch these replays of these Breeders' Cup races and start dissecting them, you see a lot of horses that had compromising trips.
And again, that race just completed the Juvenile Turf Sprint. We'll recap once official. 5th running of the Atlantic Beach tomorrow. We'll have it for you right here on America's Day at the Races. Also, a look ahead to the weekend stakes activity continues. Shug McGahee, 9-time Breeders' Cup winner, running a pair of 2-year-olds in today's Breeders' Cup events. Later today, right here, represented by the favorite in the Friday feature. First to act, 2-1 morning line favorite in the Turn Back the Alarm handicap.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gageway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition, a tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, Champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, Champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, And multiple Grade 1 winner, City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKenzie. As Street Sense's best son, McKenzie is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4, from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and 1/8. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKenzie is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable, so we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything, so we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runners debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Caraconti's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way
to become Caraconti's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away, 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Legacy stunning Gainesway Farm here at Aqueduct, not sweater weather. Richie, low 70s on this fall afternoon. Time for the late pick 4, current odds race 7, 2-year-old fillies maiden special weight, 3/4 mile dash on grass. Looking at the current favorite at 5-2, Sweet Lou's got aces. We check in with Acacia. Acacia, how are the children behaving themselves down there?
Everybody is doing pretty well down here, Lafitte. We'll start with the number 4, Candle, who is cutting back in distance. And this is my first time laying eyes on her, but watching her first couple of races, she showed some speed on debut. And then last time out, she kind of tripped a little out of the break. And then after that, got keen and then just kind of folded and faded back. That kind of strikes to me that she has some speed. Maybe going a little bit less distance will bode well for her. She's also a smaller, handier frame. She doesn't strike me as the type that wants to go further. So I don't mind the cutback for her going the 6 furlongs. No, she's very hot here in the paddock. Again, something I touched on before, sometimes as their wintry coats start to come in, and she's been based at Fair Hill. She doesn't look too wintry to me, but she is completely washed out here in the paddock. So I'm going to keep my eyes on her and just see to make sure that she's not getting too agitated. Sometimes if they are just sweaty, you can't put too much into it, but Hopefully she will keep it under wraps, as I do think that this is a good spot for Candle, as Javier Castellano looks for another one. Going towards the outside, the number 12, Sweet Lou's Got Aces, comes out of the Grade 3 matron. I thought American Apple just now in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint actually ran okay, given how fast the pace was. She was one of the pace setters that was hanging in there late. But as far as Sweet Lou's Got Aces does go, she's been one that she certainly is an energetic type, that's for sure, but she's been probably most professional that she's been here in the paddock today. She will be closing late. Last time out broke in a little bit, really kind of jostled hard, and she rallied outside okay. I thought a better than it appears perhaps effort, and back into the maiden ranks just makes sense. She's incredibly fit. I'll watch her out on the track, but I like what I see from Sweet Lou's Got Aces. The number 13, Ocean Spirit, is one of two for Wesley Ward. This one gets in off the also eligible list and is a first-time starter. Sold at the Tattersall's October yearling sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $680,000. So a high purchase price by Stone Street for this one. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. She's one of the rare 2-year-old firsters from Wesley Ward that is not wearing blinkers. In fact, his other one in this race, Iguazu, didn't wear blinkers in her first start either. So kind of intriguing to have two of them here. I know that Wesley Ward's 2-year-olds, horses in general, they carry their condition. They have a lot of substance, but this one just really looks to me like she's going to do better after having a race from the fitness standpoint. She is carrying a lot of condition here, and one that I think who maybe isn't the quickest. We'll see if she has some natural speed or if she's one that settles without wearing those typical Wesley Ward blinkers. I'm going to take the wait and see approach with Ocean Spirit. Lafitte?
Connections, Acacia, Stone Street, Wesley Ward, not what they wanted to see in the Juvenile Turf Sprint Love reigns. We will recap. And Sweet Lou's Got Aces, as Acacia mentioned, exiting that matron, won by American Apple, held her own in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. What will Sweet Lou do in her third career start? Late pick 4 is next from Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Fillies warming up for the 7th. Start of the late pick 4. America's Day at the Races is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Off and running in the Breeders' Cup Future Stars Friday at Keeneland for the 3rd time in history. This was just moments ago, the 5th running of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. From the start, Love reigns. towards the inside, post-time favorite. She's going to break sharp, but then she'll be wrangled off the pace, and the strongest of the Europeans on paper, the Platinum Queen to the outside, really starts climbing and getting ranked, doing her best Golden Pal impersonation out there for a moment. But unlike Golden Pal, she doesn't finish, Richie. Love Reigns packs it in early. Look how far back Mischief Magic is, who you said to look out for moments before the race.
And he blew the break. He broke the way we expect Europeans. You see William Buick looking for room, thought about angling out there. No, not enough clearance from heels. Let me find another spot, find my fullback to carry me through that hole. And here he comes, finally kind of muscles his way out a little bit there. And this horse was very impressive. Blow the break, but what a ride by William Buick. And now Charlie Appy, 6 for 11 in North America this year. How about this? William Buick, 5 for 6 in North America this year.
Winning races at the highest level. A second win by a European in a Turf Sprint Breeders' Cup event. Glass Slippers, who won the Turf Sprint 2 years ago. Mischief Magic, Godolphin, homebred, world-class connections. I don't know what the secret is to shipping horses from Europe to U.S., what the formula is. Whatever it is, Charlie Appleby has figured it out.
He has figured out that formula. I think they're just so good at identifying horses that'll handle the way North American racing is run. Faster, earlier, horses that will be able to have a turn of foot like this horse did. I mean, this was an impressive performance, and all you had to do was box arguably the two best riders from Europe, William Buick and Ryan Moore, and you got your exacta.
That easy. Another Breeders' Cup victory. Appleby, Buick, Godolphin getting off to a flying start, off and running in the Breeders' Cup. Mischief Magic in the Juvenile Turf Sprint here at Aqueduct. Gearing up for the late pick 4, 2-year-old fillies. The warm-up continues. We check in with Acacia trackside.
And touching on another first-time starter, the number 7 Galileo's Jewel has a huge pedigree as she does debut for Tony Dutrow. The dam was a 2-time turf winner in North America, but she is actually the sister to champion 3-year-old miler Alpha Centauri. Of course, a very, very good turf miler in Europe, and also the sister to Group 1 winner Alpine Star. This Kingman filly did go through the Tattersall's October sale where she was an R&A, and I think she's an intriguing prospect in here. I also think that she will do better after a race as far as fitness, but she's a good-looking type. She has the pedigree to be a good one. Saddled with the pony back in the paddock, but I think she hasn't done anything naughty. She just maybe hasn't completely figured things out as of yet. The number 5 Spun Special also has an interesting pedigree. She tries the turf for the first time today. She is out of an unraced mare, but the second dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on turf. And her half-sister, Eva Vore, I remember was trained by Todd Pletcher, started out her career on the dirt and then switched to the turf and was good on both surfaces. I'm intrigued by this one getting onto the turf. I think that she's well suited for a turf sprint. She has a turf hoof to her. Nick Wara is looking for another one today. I'm wondering what kind of tactics he'll employ, as there does seem to be a fair amount of speed in this race, but she's one that I just kept catching my eye, and while I really liked what I saw from your favorite, the number 12 Sweet Lou's Got Aces, I'm going to try to get a little bit of a price here, and I think at 12-1, she's worth a shot. Lafitte?
Jeff Treadway, homebred Spun Special. First try here on grass. Acacia, I wanted to circle back to Candle, number 4. Kind of mixed signals from you in the paddock that you said, you liked the cutback, that she looked like she was built to excel at shorter distances. You also mentioned how kind of hot and bothered she seemed in the paddock. How has she progressed throughout the preliminaries?
She hasn't been agitated, which is the positive. She's just completely drenched, and that's something that she has been throughout all the preliminaries here. And it is always tough, especially with young horses, because Maggie Wolfendale was in the paddock for her first 2 races, so I don't have any notes to compare it with. Typically that's not something that you love to see, but when it is something that she just seems to be getting very hot but is not bubbling over the top, that she doesn't look distressed or agitated out on the track, I'm willing to give her a bit of a chance. I like this spot for her. I just do wish that she was able to cool her jets a little bit.
You can see exactly what Acacia's talking about. Very warm out there, Candle. Very unseasonably warm fall afternoon here in South Ozone Park. Temperature in the low 70s. Racing heating up everywhere. Breeders' Cup, opening day fall meet. And you can earn a $40 bonus today playing with us at Naira Bets. Bet $200 each on the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland And today right here at the Big A, $40 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NYRABets.com to opt in and play today. We've reached post time, Richie. Favorite towards the outside. What are you expecting from Sweet Lou's Got Aces?
Well, her first start points are out, and then she jumped into the deep end of the pool in the grade 3 matron and didn't have the best of breaks. Had basically got, well, this is her race in Saratoga. She ran well. I mean, she kind of lost a little position there. She got bumped around, watching that head on. But she finished resolutely. Loomed up like she was going to win and then maybe flattened out a touch late, but she did lose some ground at the break.
Big effort considering how much went wrong. Wiped out at the start? No, not necessarily, but not the way you draw it up on the chalkboard. And again, the way she finished, that was inspiring for her moving forward. And it's something to watch because she's had trouble getting out of the blocks on both occasions.
Yeah, 2 starts. And then now you see she had a rally wide. Got over to her right lead. It looked like even despite not breaking sharply and kind of losing a bit of ground, like she was going to win here. But it takes its toll. You're running wide the entire turn. You had to make up the ground. Now she's going to outgame the horse inside of her, but then she gets run down late. So she won the battle, lost the war. Listen, she's a very logical favorite, but I thought there were some other interesting runners here at big prices.
Like who?
Starting with the 9, Positive Message. This horse took a ton of money first time out, a race won by Pleasant Passage. She showed high speed that day going a mile and a 16th and was beaten less than 5 lengths. Comes back at Pimlico, goes off as your favorite, and basically just runs off going a mile and a 16th. Now she turns back to 6 furlongs for a horse that's obviously shown ability in the mornings. She's way too big a price at 15-1. I like Positive Message here.
I like how confident you sound. Of course, that could have something to do with pegging Mischief Magic at a price in the Juvenile Turf Sprint at Keeneland. 1 for 1, 13 Breeders' Cup events left. I like it. You're going with a 19-1 shot. Acacia with a 15-1 shot in Spun Special. Start of the late pick 4. Ready to rock and roll with these 2-year-old fillies. All set. Johnny I standing by post time. Start of the late pick 4.
Ocean Spirit now stepping up to the gate to complete the line. A field of 11 2-year-old maiden fillies going 6 furlongs on the outer turf, and we're all set for race 7. And they're off. Every time broke well. Sweet Lou's Got Aces on the outside. The gray Spun Special is there. And now moving on through is Iguazu, along with Positive Message. Positive Message and Spun Special, they are right together. Tap It Up has now moved into 3rd. Every time down on the inside runs in 4th. Iguazu is next in 5th. Sweet Lou's Got Aces splits horses from 6th. Candle is also gaining ground. Then on the far outside is Ocean Spirit. At the rail is Galileo's Jewel, and at the back of the pack are Love Tank and Gustiamo. The quarter in 22 seconds. Spun Special gets away to lead by 2. Candle runs in 2nd. It's another 2 lengths. Back to Tap It Up in 3rd. Sweet Lou's Got Aces comes on through now. The half in 44 and 3. Spun Special has the lead. On the outside is Candle. Sweet Lou's Got Aces has darted down to the rail for the final 1/8 of a mile. Here is Candle now taking over. Sweet Lou's Got Aces continues to gain on the inside. It's Candle and Sweet Lou's Got Aces, and the 2 of them will fight it out to the finish, and it is very tight. Candle maybe in a photo finish there with Sweet Lou's Got Aces.
Candle digs in, repels the challenge of the favorite. Sweet Lou's Got Aces. So now we know not to worry about her getting all hot and bothered pre-race. But Acacia told you, she looked like she was built to handle shorter distances. She cuts back to a sprint for the first time, and that's the result.
And she was very game when she felt the challenge from the inside from the favorite, Sweet Lou's Got Aces. You could see her dig in, bear down. She was very game, and kind of the same premise that why I liked Positive Message. It was the same profile for Candle, who was turning back after 2 route races where she just wasn't as settled, but she got it done today, and that's Javier Castellano's 4th win on the card, so it didn't really matter that Candle was burning a little hot beforehand, right?
I was waiting. I was waiting. He's like, I got your Future Stars Friday right here. The Hall of Famer with 4 wins on the afternoon. Candle, the Bill Farish homebred for Shug McGahee, Baya Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Pegasus World Cup winner, and City of Light. Another look, top of the stretch. Spun Special, Keisha's top selection. She did her thing. She's out there. Wrong lead, digging. Finally surrenders the lead. Candle emerges. And on the inside, Sweet Lou's got aces plugging away and just going to miss once again.
Yeah, and Spun Special hung in there. Out of all the speed, she was the last one standing. But good trip for Candle, who did get floated out by Spun Special. Sweet Lou's got aces, had her opportunity. You know, she darted down to the inside, but she had plenty of room. Just faced a horse in Candle that dug in when she felt the challenge.
I wasn't doing my job. I wasn't paying attention. Sweet Lou's got aces from the start. We touched on how that's been a struggle for her. Did she get out clean?
Got to go back and watch it myself. There was so much going on.
You weren't doing your job either.
I didn't really see. I was watching the horse I wagered on.
See, I get away with these things. I'm the host. He's the analyst. Guiltier than I am.
We're going to go back to the start.
Yeah, we'll take another look and see how she broke today, if she got out of the blocks clean, and if it cost her. Very similar to her debut at Saratoga, where she had so much to do late, came flying, and had to settle for second. Has to settle for second today. Candle, 4 wins on the afternoon. Javier Castellano, world-class connections for Bill Farish and Shug McGahee. We'll have those results coming up shortly. Candle at Aqueduct, more 2-year-old fillies in one of the original 7 Breeders' Cup events, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, the crowning of a champion on Breeders' Cup Friday. Those are updated odds. A scratch American Raquette, Raging C draws in, and the current favorite, Chop Chop, at 2-1 off that runner-up effort in the Alcibiades right there at Keeneland. But we start with Chocolate Gelato and go back to the Frisette on a wet track. Chocolate Gelato coming off that big maiden win at Saratoga after the debut flop. And on this afternoon, the stock and pounce tactics stepping forward and taking down the Grade 1 Frisette.
This is why you've got to like and respect Chocolate Gelato. She possesses speed, but she also can come from off the pace, and she took kickback in the slop. She was brave, she was professional. When you've got a horse that's versatile and tactical the way she is, it just helps a rider so much. Now this is a filly, 55 cents on the dollar on debut, and just kind of ran even. It was an okay race. She kind of showed what they had, the confidence they bestowed upon her in her debut in her next 2 starts.
I think that there she is, Chocolate Gelato, owned by Mike Rapoli, co-owning. Rapoli has several chances. Forte later in the juvenile, Nest tomorrow in the distaff. I think that may have been one of those, you better be fit though, and first-time starters, highly regarded first-time starters, 2-year-olds that struggled this summer at Saratoga time and time again.
Particularly the first few weeks of the meet. It was just such a demanding, cloying kind of surface. Horses were slogging through it. And I just think that she came up a little bit wanting in that respect, but she's run 2 terrific races in 2 different styles, 6 furlongs wire to wire at Saratoga, and then from off the pace in the slop in the Frisette. She's my top selection. I like Chocolate Gelato.
What about the two turns at a distance? Are you good? Practical joke?
She's got the right conditioner. Todd Pletcher's horses get better with distance. He puts a lot of foundation, and you watch the way he trains them, the miles they put in, and the gallop outs of the works.
Like the way You're My Girl hung in, battled in that Frisette with Chocolate Gelato, the New York bred filly, starting with her. 5 total running at the Breeders' Cup, 2 today, 3 tomorrow. The strength of New York breeding. And the traditional preps providing the logical contenders. Chocolate Gelato, Frisette winner. And at Keeneland, a home court advantage of sorts for those exiting the Alcibiades. And Chop Chop, who is the current favorite here. Wonder Wheel, who's going to make the lead, set the tempo, and wire this field, while Chop Chop, there she is gathering momentum after not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard start for her.
No, I mean, she broke a step slow, kind of lost position. But the way she finished and showing that ability, again, young horses taking kickback, having to fight their way through traffic. Some horses have ability, they don't have that tenacity. She obviously showed that tenacity. And she even, to me, it doesn't say she got bumped, but I think she got her momentum stymied a bit when the horse that got disqualified, and excuse me, it's right here and I'm missing it. The 3rd place finish got disqualified, bothering the horse in between them. That was Raging C. I think she also hampered Chop Chop a little bit. And when you get beat the nose, you get hampered at all. Now Chop Chop started on the turf, but showed that dirt was no problem, and she's got that good run over the course.
We know who Jorge Chavez is rooting for if he's watching. Chop Chop, current favorite, 2-1 with about 7 minutes to go until the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Acacia. And then you have Atomically coming in for this Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And now with Todd Pletcher, what are you expecting from her today against the best 2-year-old fillies in North America?
One of the great things about the Breeders' Cup, Lafitte, is that you have the opportunity to learn so many terrific stories about the horses, about their connections, and Atomically has a terrific story. She won the Florida Sire Stakes My Dear Girl division last time out, and her rendition was faster than the boys' edition of the Florida Sire Stakes that day, and that was when Eclipse Thoroughbreds called to purchase her privately, but they don't own her outright. One of her original owners still owns a piece, and that's Michael Bernard, who is a champion owner in Jamaica and actually the co-breeder of this horse as well with Jamaican trainer Jose Pinchin's wife, Tracy Pinchin. And Jose and Tracy have been stalwarts in Florida racing for such a long time. Jose Pinchin went to the Breeders' Cup once with 3 rules a couple years ago when he finished 6th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And this is such a special story because this filly is actually named after Atomica, who is a champion horse in Jamaica. So I know the Jamaican connections of this horse are rooting for her, are still attached to Atomically as she makes her first start for Todd Pletcher, and just one of the great stories of the Breeders' Cup.
Lots of rooting interest from the Jamaicans. Jorge Chavez, Chop Chop, the current favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Richie, this was surprising for Todd Pletcher, circling back to Chocolate Gelato, a 12-time Breeders' Cup winning trainer, has never won the Juvenile Fillies. That caught me off guard.
Actually surprising to me too, because Todd is just so strong in every category. His 2-year-old's always well prepared. He's had a lot of success with 2-year-old colts. Maybe he remedies that today. I like Chocolate Gelato because of her versatility, the fact that she can adjust to how the race is going to run. Listen, You're My Girl ran terrific and was very game against her. Doesn't it feel like You're My Girl's going to get caught up with some pace early on?
There's a lot of heat. There is a lot of speed on paper, and that's not necessarily how it materializes, but these fillies are quick. The start of the race is going to be thoroughly fascinating in terms of who emerges with the pack, and Chocolate Gelato, going back to that Frisette, that's why you have to really appreciate the way she was able to stalk, pounce. It's not as if you're talking about a filly going in who's done all of her best work when she's dictated things right from the start.
Right, you don't have that question about her, where there is that question with some of the others. Like Leave No Trace comes out of the Frisette, but she got the worst of the draw. She's out there in the 13 path, and she's fast too, so they're going to have to use her speed. I just feel like it could get kind of busy up on the front end, and Chocolate Gelato could sit the right trip.
That's coming up next. First look at dirt racing in the Breeders' Cup events, the Juvenile Fillies, and for so many years, the filly that wins there goes on to be crowned 2-year-old filly champion. About 4 minutes to post. Chop Chop, the 2-1 favorite for the 2022 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Meantime, Javier Castellano with lots to smile about. A 4th winner on the afternoon is Candle, comes through and denies the favorite in the 7th of 10 at Aqueduct.
Yeah, it's good to stay home sometimes, and like you said, when the cat's away, the mice will play. But listen, Javier's a Hall of Famer, so
kind of a big cat in his own right.
He's one of the cats, yeah, right? And his agent PJ Campo doing a great job and being able to sort through and pick up live mounts for him, and he's delivering just what he's done throughout his career, putting horses in the right position to win, and got it done.
I wonder what price we get on Ivar tomorrow, because he is live in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Yeah, I like Ivar a lot. I think he's very live for a trainer that I have an utmost respect for in Paulo Lobo.
Kendall, another frustrating loss. Sweet Lou's got aces 4-12-7. You see the payouts in the late pick 5 with that pool up over $239,000 in the 6th. The favorite came through. Highway Harmony and Candle moments ago, 14-20. Todd Pletcher, as we look ahead to the 8th race here. Allowance conditioned runners, 1 mile, 7 of them. Mia Be a Star drawn inside 5-2. Know It All Audrey 8-5. That's next here at the Big A opening day of the fall meet. There's the man we were just talking about. Will he celebrate a first Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly win this afternoon? Todd Pletcher, so much success in the Breeders' Cup. 12-time winner, looking to pad his stats, his story, and of course now a member of the Hall of Fame. We'll be right back.
Speightstown, Munning, Echotown.
It's Echotown for Joe Talamo, and Echotown raced away.
And Echotown is drawing away in the stretch. Echotown wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echotown.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic Boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Very warm fall afternoon in New York City. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. But any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at NairaBets.com today. Well, trainer Todd Pletcher has a live one here at Aqueduct coming up very shortly in the 8th race. Labadad's mother. He also has 2 fillies coming up in the juvenile fillies, Atomically and Chocolate Gelato. Todd Pletcher, for years, we were referencing him as a future Surefire Hall of Fame trainer. Now we can drop the Surefire part. Inducted last summer before last, at Saratoga. For those who have known him longest, those closest to Todd Pletcher could see this coming a long, long time ago.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's gonna give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claimant. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you," you know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, Speightstown, Uncle Mo, English Channel, forward, Alley. Stay thirsty. Alice Malice. Quality road. Left bank, cross traffic. Lawyer run. Wait a while. And it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because of a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
So much for the family to be proud of, all the success, Todd Pletcher, and does it the right way, Richie, the consummate professional and an absolute class act.
It's amazing to me how much he packs into one day. You know, just the amount of time spent at the barn, on the phone with owners, with assistants, and then balancing your personal, your family life as well, going back to the races and being there all day. I mean, just remarkable work ethic, organization, really incredible. And it's fun for me because I've known Todd since he was an assistant to Wayne Lucas as a kid, and watching him grow up and his family grow up, and just terrific people.
How do you think he'd respond next time I walk by him? I'm like, oye, el duro. ¿Qué pasa, man? The entire crew, every time we interview him, when we font him, when you see it's every time just el duro.
El duro. we gotta thank Angel for that, Angel Cordero.
That and a lot of other things we thank Angel Cordero for. The Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, we await for it to go official. As soon as it does, we will briefly recap with the Future Stars Friday program continuing. Day 1 Breeders' Cup in Lexington for the third time at Keeneland here at Aqueduct. Gearing up for the 8th race. And there's the current favorite at number 5, Know It All Audrey, looking for a 4th lifetime win. She's done all her damage right here at the Big A.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic. Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
All the essential things have been done.
3 years later, owner John Sikora couldn't be more proud.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikora's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikora appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
He also enjoys visiting the stallion barn in the evening when it's quiet and peaceful.
The horses are looking outside their stall, looking outside the windows. There's like 4,600 windows in the stallion barn. They can look outside, and it's very, very, very natural, peaceful to them. And when I look at this barn too, I feel all the history and the great horses that were here. Great champions were all raised and broke and trained here.
Sikora is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
Absolutely stunning. Hillendale, John Sikora's Hillendale at Alapa. Coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa here on America's Day at the Races. Hillendale, home of good magic, 5 years ago, won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as a maiden with Jose Ortiz in the saddle. We weren't going to see that story revisited in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. No maidens in the 2022 edition. Took place moments ago. It is official. We were interested in what would happen at the start, this big field. What about the traffic? What about the congestion, Richie? Clean start, but they went fast early on.
They really did, but I mean, what an even start, and just an incredible effort from Jose Lascano and the filly from the outside, the Leave No Trace, trained by Phil Serpy, to get his position, as well as Raging Sea from post 14. But what a ride and what a run and trip Wonder Wheel got. Off the pace this time under Tyler Gaffalione. See him down on the inside in the colors of owner Len Green, looking for that path. He finds the seam right there, comes out from behind horses. And this was, to me, a much, much better effort than the Alcibiades, where she went gate to wire to just hold on. Chop Chop inexplicably finished last today. Nothing like her Alcibiades run, but this was a beautiful effort from Wonder Wheel out of that mare Wonder Gal, who won grade 1s around here for Leah Giamatti years ago.
Last and second to last, Chop Chop, Chocolate Gelato, Wonder Wheel. You touched on the versatility, wire to wire in the Alcibiades. You give her credit, and to Tyler Gaffalione and what that one must mean to him. 0 for 30 some odd going into the Breeders' Cup, racking up Kentucky riding title after Kentucky riding title, and now a Breeders' Cup champion jockey, his first ever.
Well, he had already shown the ability to win on the big stage, winning the Preakness with War of Will. But he was 0 for 35 coming into this race, and then delivers the textbook flawless ride. Just an incredibly tactical ride, saving the ground, nerves of steel. I mean, he's got to feel really good about his contribution to this win. Sometimes you win just because you're on the best horse, but when you contribute to the victory, means even more.
Trainer Mark Casse, it took him a long time to get that first Breeders' Cup win. When he finally did, it was at Keeneland, 2015, winning the Juvenile Filly Turf Catch a Glimpse, the mile with Tepin, a juvenile filly now with Wonder Wheel, and he told us, he told anybody who would listen, I am more excited about this 2-year-old prospect than I have been about any 2-year-old trained since Classic Empire.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Mark is always very communicative, very forthcoming. He's not a guy that is holding it close to the vest, so we should have heeded his words.
Wonder Wheel from off the pace in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Horses in the paddock Acacia for this 8th race. New York bred fillies and mares, a mile on dirt. What are you noticing?
We'll start with one that's in good form right now. Know It All Audrey coming off of a pair of wins and a strong second place finish. And she was able to keep that good momentum going when claimed by Oscar Barrera. And she faced tough company 2 starts back. And I was a little worried in that last start if maybe that second place finish had taken a little starch out of her. Not the case, as she did win nicely last time in that starter allowance over Mia Be a Star, who we'll get to in a moment. One thing about Know It All Audrey, though, I think I just liked her a little bit better last time. Maybe it was in comparison to her competition. I'm going to watch how she warms up out on track today, and just wondering if she is going to be able to keep that strong streak going, and if she will maybe proverbially turn back into a pumpkin. But we'll see. I do respect her and what she's put together so far. The number 1, Mia Be a Star, is just one of those mares that shows up every single time. If I ever see a layoff line on Mia Be a Star and she just takes a break, I would just run to the windows on her. She isn't one that carries condition, and she runs frequently. I will say that from her last start and to today, she's looked better than she did throughout the end of the summer. And she ran a really good race behind Know It All Audrey last time out, and you can't not respect this mare. The number 2, Karamoka, she's trying to turn things around after she was 3rd behind Know It All Audrey last time out, saddled away from the rest of the field as is typical with the pony. I just wish that she had a little bit more strength in her hind end and her hindquarters coming in here today, but overall she's one that has run some solid races, and she is a little versatile too. She can be a little bit closer to the pace or come from off of it, and I don't think you want anybody other than Javier Castellano today.
4 wins Acacia. Javier Castellano seeking a 5th, Karamoka, followed by a Gringot with Jose Gomez, 13th start this year.
Yeah, I mean, she's been consistent, runs hard, gets the apprentice. Jose Gomez liked the weight break.
La Victoria, 7 years since her mother nearly won the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint La Verdad.
Well, her mom was a very good dirt sprinter. La Victoria's been spending a little bit more time on the turf, gets back to dirt here.
Know It All Audrey locked in sharp, the one to beat, 8-5, and not pictured. That's number 6, New York Banker. Finishing has been her issue.
Yeah, and she should be on the pace here going the mile. She showed speed sprinting up in Saratoga this summer.
Big time lady, quick filly, Finger Lakes Invader.
Yeah, she's quick, Lafitte, but more like that long speed, route speed, as opposed to New York Banker, who has sprint speed. So it'd be interesting to see where Big Time Lady lands early on in this race.
Currently 18-1. What will that strategy be from the start? 8-5 currently. Know It All Audrey. Big weekend in thoroughbred racing. Breeders' Cup in Lexington. The racing continues. Fall meet underway. Aqueduct. And a great time to join us at Naira Bets. You join today, receive a $25 free bet. Use that promo code CUP25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn that $25 bet. Giving money away. Plus $200 deposit match just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. 2 down on Future Stars Friday, 3 left. We'll look ahead to the Juvenile Fillies Turf. Meantime, Know It All Audrey and her most recent effort. Know It All Audrey going wire to wire, a late October. Right here, Richie. She's a half length away from having rattled off 3 straight.
Yeah, and what a nice $16,000 claim for Oscar Barrera III. She's just held her form, continued to run well. She's tactical. I do think that she might face a bit more heat here early, and it'll be interesting to see if she sits just off the pace. I don't think she makes the lead with the speed drawn just to her outside, but she's in very good form. And if you're looking for an alternative, I'm just having a hard time coming up with an alternative. Listen, Mia Be a Star ran great, rallying behind her last time. She's making her 16th start this year.
Which Acacia referencing in the paddock here, that she's kind of wearing it. as well. She keeps 16 starts in 2022. That is some heavy lifting for any horse at any level.
Yeah, I mean, just in a day and age where you don't see horses start as much, that's not Randy Prasad's style. He runs his horses. They're check getters. I think he's a racing secretary's best friend. Keeps the field size up. But she's in good form. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that, I have a little bit of a problem with that, and the fact that she's 1 for 15 this year. So in her last 10 starts or 12 starts on the form, you don't see a win.
Isn't that what we always want? We want to see horses race more often. We want to see our superstars on the racetrack more. And what we have here, be a star. She's raced 15 times this year. We're like, hey, pump the brakes a little, will you?
Well, it always seems that way, right? I actually think from a pace standpoint, Mia Be a Star gets a better setup against Know It All Audrey this time than she did last time, because I do think there's more speed signed on here.
But even if, depending on race shape, depending on what happens at the start with Know It All Audrey, she's going to be in the mix early, but she'll dish it out a little bit as well. It's not as if she has to clear and open up a sizable advantage early in order to finish and get brave and win.
No, not at all. And sometimes just getting your position going forward. So if I'm riding Know It All Audrey, I'm coming out running. I'm letting her run down the chute, right? We start up by the North Conduit here at Aqueduct. And if New York Banker wants to go or Big Time Lady wants to go with her, make them go. Mm-hmm. If they want to clear. Now you've got run of the race, because they're going to create separation, drop over. Now you're laying second or third in the clear. That's the perfect trip.
Sire Shackelford, Preakness winner Know It All Audrey to her inside. The daughter of La Verdad, Acacia, La Victoria, with Kendrick Carmouche. What are you expecting from her today?
I don't know quite what to expect, Lafitte. Obviously, with that pedigree being out of La Verdad and by Tappet, she hasn't quite lived up to it as of yet. And as Richie mentioned, she's been running on the turf recently. Was elevated to break her maiden through the DQ of Succulent 2 starts back. So she hasn't crossed the wire first yet either. And I don't think that she was actually best in that race. And then she disappointed in her first start against Winners. And now she goes right back to the dirt, where she hasn't necessarily run faster. So I'm just not sure what to do with her. I do think that she looks like a horse who could handle either surface. Obviously, with the pedigree, you would suggest that being back on the dirt would be a positive for her. She looks fine. She's fit. She's not as big and imposing as La Verdad was. She certainly didn't get that trait from her mother. I think it's absolutely possible that she could take a step forward and maybe just meet the right field in here today. But for me, she's just a little bit tough to trust. I begrudgingly took your favorite because, as Richie had mentioned, it was mostly just because I couldn't really trust anybody else in this spot. And I had expressed some concerns back in the paddock with liking her better last time. Once she got going out on the racetrack, she had looked a little bit sticky at first, and then once she started warming up, she got into her flow and she got into her groove much better. Had a relatively subdued warm-up from Hector Diaz, but she was moving fine out there. And just more than anything, she has the recency and the good recent efforts to go off of. Unfortunately, though, Lafitte, you are taking the worst of it with the price.
Yeah, Acacia, trying to pivot and find another to beat Know It All Audrey. It feels like a reach at this stage, Richie.
Yeah, again, I was looking for an alternative, and I picking 7 to 5 shots, but I just think she's in such good form, and I couldn't come up with a viable alternative. And she projects to get a good trip. If somebody wants to go, she can stalk from the outside.
Currently 6 to 5. Know It All Audrey for this 8th race. Featured event coming up next for this opening day of the fall meet at Aqueduct, the Turn Back the Alarm Handicap. First to act. Had the pleasure of chasing home Nest in the Beldame. Nest, the favorite in tomorrow's, Breeders' Cup Distaff. First to act, 2-1 morning line favorite in the Turn Back the Alarm Handicap. And tomorrow, exciting, couple of 2-year-old races on Sunday, I should say, with the Nashua for the boys and the Tempted for the girls, and potential prep races for two of the bigger late-season 2-year-old races in North America. The Remsen, incredibly productive, was last fall's Remsen, and of course the Demoiselle.
Yeah, over the history of the Remsen, it's kind of pointed out horses that are going to be able to stay classic distances, 1 1/8 at Aqueduct, 2 turns late in the year. It's kind of pointed out over the years horses that are stamina-based.
Mo Donegal?
Mo Donegal.
Last year?
Yeah.
Belmont Stakes winner. That's all coming up, all part of this Aqueduct Fall meet. First things first, 8th of 10. On the Friday program, New York breds running a mile, and all eyes on Know-It-All Audrey seeking a 3rd win in her last 4. Final check of the tote board reading even money at post time. Johnny I standing by post time for the 8th at Aqueduct.
There in the gate. And they're off. New York Banker, a Know-It-All Audrey, Big Time Lady on the extreme outside. Those 3 out for the early lead, and they've got 3 lengths on La Victoria, who runs in 4th. Karamoka is next in 5th. Mia Be a Star, the gray, in 6th. And Gringotts trails in 7th. Know-It-All Audrey has come away with the lead now and gets clear by 1 1/4. Big Time Lady is second by 1 1/2, and New York Banker runs 3rd through 1/4 in 23 2. It's a break of 5 lengths back to Karamoka in 4th. And then on the outside is La Victoria, followed by Mia Be a Star and Gringotts. Know-It-All Audrey, the even money favorite, leads by 2. Big Time Lady is in 2nd with New York Banker in 3rd. Another 3 lengths to Karamoka, who's getting just a bit closer in 4th, still with a lot to do. On her outside is La Victoria, then Mia Be a Star and Gringotts. They go around the far turn. Opening half mile in 47 seconds, and Know-It-All Audrey has stepped away here to lead by 4. Big Time Lady is in 2nd, then New York Banker, followed by La Victoria. Mia Be a Star now coming alive here, and Karamoka is dropping back, followed by Gringotts. Know-It-All Audrey in front at the head of the stretch. Mia Be a Star comes through to grab 2nd. New York Banker is next in 3rd. It is Know-It-All Audrey who leads here by almost 5. Mia Be a Star giving chase in 2nd, and New York Banker is next in 3rd. It is Know-It-All Audrey. The lead is 3.5 lengths over Mia Be a Star, and Know-It-All Audrey has won another one here at the Big A. Mia Be a Star was 2nd, and New York Banker finished 3rd.
4 lifetime wins, all at Aqueduct. Know-It-All Audrey make it back-to-back 3 of her last 4. She built that big cushion and runs them off their feet. As expected, Know-It-All Audrey, even money at post time.
Wire to wire under Hector Diaz Jr. and Oscar Barrera. He's having a good run here. Horses are looking good. They're running well. Kind of a mirror of the October 27th effort. Know-It-All Audrey, wire to wire. Mia Be a Star rallies up. Takes down 2nd money from a $75,000 purse, 20%. That's $15,000. Keeps adding money to a bankroll.
That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll work. Big Time Lady on the outside tried to apply pressure, as you mentioned, though. Yeah, she's quick, but she doesn't. That's not Know-It-All Audrey kind of pace. Know-It-All Audrey shrugged her off, made the lead easily, nice and relaxed, rounding the far turn. You could tell with Hector Diaz in the saddle. Just a question of how far, and Mia Be a Star chasing in vain once again. She's getting very accustomed to that view of Know-It-All Audrey's backside, getting the dirt kicked in her face.
Yeah, she's going to go back to the barn and ask her conditioner, Randy Prasad, can we find a race without that chestnut mare in there, that Know-It-All Audrey?
Attitude, talent, Know-It-All Audrey by the Preakness winner in Shackelford. By herself, Hector Diaz coaxing her along. And another victory. Just like yourself, Richie, all-time leading jockey, Aqueduct. Know-It-All Audrey does her best work right here. She never won anywhere else.
I misspoke, though. She's bay. I said she was chestnut.
Yeah.
My apologies to Know-It-All Audrey.
Accuracy. Focus on accuracy here, racing fans. Up next on Future Stars Friday at Keeneland, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf is always a compelling matchup of young developing talent, both foreign and domestic. Those are the updated odds. A mile for $1 million. G. Laurie is out, so Bling draws in 5 Europeans, headlined by the lukewarm morning line favorite, Meditate, who's now the choice at 5-2 for Aidan O'Brien, who's never won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. But Miss Grillo winners have. Incredibly productive Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly prep. What did you see right from the start, Richie?
Well, Be Your Best kind of broke out, brushed the starting gate. We talk about young horses have a tendency to run to empty space. And this was a very yielding course for the Miss Grillo. It had a lot of rain. And if you look at, Be Your Best, she's a bit of a robust filly. She doesn't have cover. She's pulling. Free Look, got a nice trip. But, and your winner, Pleasant Passage, she changed her style, came from off the pace first time, went right to the lead and kept on running. I like this Miss Grillo. I think this is a quality-laden field, and you're getting decent prices on all 3 of these fillies because Meditate is taking the bulk of the money, and she's never run this far, and she's never run around a turn. Now she's got to run around 2 turns. Listen, I think Be Your Best at 14-1 right now on the board is the horse I want, but I'm going to box the 3 fillies coming out of the Miss Grillo. I think they're good. They're talented.
Again, I don't know if there's anything to it. Aidan O'Brien, all those wins in the Juvenile Turf. He has been blanked in the Juvenile Fillies Turf. We'll see if that changes today with Meditate. The Miss Grillo having produced 4 Miss Grillo winners have won the Juvenile Fillies, all trained by Chad Brown. Of course, that was contested on a yielding turf course, a firm turf course today at Keeneland. Acacia, we just saw how productive the Alcibiades was, at least for Wonder Wheel, who came back and captured the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. What about the local Juvenile Filly Turf prep, the Jessamine and the Fillies exiting that one?
Well, you do see Delight, who was an impressive open-length winner in there. Yes, the runner-up, Knock Your Socks Off, who we won't see in the Breeders' Cup, though it had been a potential conversation for her, did break slowly. But I thought Delight was impressive, and she was one, even seeing her back in Saratoga, that you just thought was really going to appreciate getting some more distance. With that Jessamine win and her back-to-back victories, this will be only the 2nd horse for Jonathan Thomas to start in the Breeders' Cup. Of course, he did have Catholic Boy run twice in the Breeders' Cup, but just his 2nd starter, which I thought was really interesting as well. And you played that feature earlier on Todd Pletcher. Of course, Jonathan Thomas, a former assistant to Todd Pletcher. And this one for Augustin Stable as well, as Jonathan has had a terrific relationship with George Strawbridge. And this is a filly who seems to be coming in the right way and off of a good win at Keeneland. So one thing we know already, Liffey, is she likes the turf course there.
Home court advantage, worked for Wonder Wheel, albeit on dirt. Last time the Breeders' Cup was at Keeneland. COVID, of course, with nobody there, 2020. It was Aunt Pearl who won the Jessamine. All she did was come back and dominate the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, one of 4 Breeders' Cup victories for trainer Brad Cox. Richie, some of the traditional preps, the Miss Grillo we touched on, the Jessamine, and a Juvenile Filly Turf prep north of the border. Your thoughts on the fillies exiting the Natama?
Well, I think they're interesting. Last Call took a big step forward last time and won the Natama at a big price with a clear trip where the 3, Cairo Consort, was blocked and finally got the split and came running, and now she picks up the services of Joel Rosario. And no knock on her previous rider, but you're getting Joel Rosario, who has delivered under high-pressure situations on the biggest stage consistently.
Not suggesting there's anything to it for one reason or another. Aidan O'Brien, and in the Juvenile Turf. The Europeans overall in the Juvenile Turf, only 2 European imports have won the Juvenile Fillies Turf. I believe it's Crescilium and Flotilla out at Santa Anita. Meditate coming into this one here, and you touched on some of the obstacles she does have to overcome and some new challenges this afternoon.
Well, the fact that she's run as far as 7 furlongs, now she's got to negotiate another furlong, that's not an issue for me, especially watching her races, her replays. But the fact that she's never negotiated a turn of any kind, now I'm sure they've trained her around turns, but now she's not only going to negotiate 1, she's got to negotiate 2 turns, and they're going to be running into that first turn. And I just think that it's a big question mark. Listen, Aidan O'Brien is arguably the Todd Pletcher of Europe. Todd still hasn't won a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, so let's see if...
and it was tough for Chocolate Gelato. That was her first time around 2 turns. True. And she finished last or second to last. We'll see how it all unfolds in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Aidan O'Brien, it's incredible. Based in Ireland, no trainer has started more horses on Thoroughbred Racing's championship weekend than him. And he tries for a first Juvenile Filly Turf victory coming up with Meditate at Keeneland. They're about 6 minutes out. We have the feature coming up, Aqueduct, and Know-It-All Audrey locked in another victory at Aqueduct. Take another look. She showed that speed. She shrugged off Big Time Lady. Nice and comfortable. They are all chasing her. Strong on the lead and goes on to cruise to an easy victory, Richie.
And I like what Hector Diaz did, too. She got very comfortable, got in a beautiful rhythm. He had his hands down, allowing her to use her stride. But he didn't wait for horses to kind of close in before he asked her. He kicked on off the quarter pole, opened up an insurmountable lead. And to me, that's the art and the beauty of riding a horse that has natural speed, a front runner. Use your advantage. Put some separation at some point. I don't like when riders hold up and wait for the closers. In essence, your strategy becomes, I'm going to outkick the
I
kickers.
really like that analogy about like outkicking your coverage, or inviting these horses that are going to be, inviting them into the race a little bit sooner.
I just think that you can discourage them, and also you're playing to your horse's strength as opposed to playing to your competition's strength. And that doesn't mean you go all in from the start. It means you pick a stage where I am going to create separation. I've already established my advantage. Now I'm going to play my trump card. I'm going to play that card and kick on.
Worked nicely for Know-It-All Audrey once again. 4th lifetime win, all of them right here at the Big A. Late pick 5, shaking out as follows. Highway Harmony was the favorite. Candle, a price, 14.20. Know-It-All Audrey, the favorite. 2 races left. And the Friday feature. Opening day, fall meet at Aqueduct feature. Turn Back the Alarm, handicap, grade $350,000. Scratch Hybrid Eclipse, Scratch Coach. That's a key scratch impacting the pace. And no surprise now with First to Act, the 4 to 5 favorite for the Turn Back the Alarm coming up next at Aqueduct. So our coverage continues, and with an eye on the Breeders' Cup and the sports world, with eyes on that thoroughbred. Flightline won the Pacific Classic by about 1 billion lengths. Odds-on favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic. What will he do tomorrow in Lexington? Flightline, the poster boy for the 2022 Breeders' Cup.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
If this place could talk, it would roar. Hearts pounding, hooves beating. Into the stretch they come. It would say, this is racing. Full fields and packed stands, and the best fans in the sport. This beating heart in the heart of horse country. Steady and strong beneath the roar. Listen closely, and you just might hear it. Ringing out, growing louder, reminding us why. For the love of the horse. For generations to come.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Hi, Jim McInville here, and horse heaven is truly at Claiborne Farms in Paris, Kentucky. My horse, Run Happy, is in stall 1 at Claiborne Farms, and he's having the time of his life.
Each of those horses on stall 1 are champion, North American champions in some division. So Run Happy certainly he was a champion sprinter after he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he's living up to the hype of stall 1 at Claiborne Farm so far. So we're very pleased, and we know he's going to make a really, really good sire one day.
Now you've got Smile Happy, Happy Soul. You had Following Sea, which is great for Mac. I mean, you know, because he calls once a week. How's that Run Happy doing? And it's the best. When I see his phone number come up, I mean, I answer quick because it's going to be entertaining.
You know, I think that was one of the reasons he got off to a semi-slow start, was because people assume that they're going to be quick 2-year-olds just because he has so much speed. But really, that's not the case. You kind of have to let them come into their own. For the most part, big, strong horses, and they can run around a ground.
You know, I think everybody expected because he was a sprinter there'd be 2-year-olds, and it didn't have to be that way. And when you see him, you know, he probably, you know, he's not really built like a sprinter. So you could see why he would be 2 turns.
I think being a sprinter, people are expecting him to come out and be so very, very precocious and fast. And really, we've seen him excel really at longer distances. Smile Happy, for one. You know, he won the Kentucky Jockey Club at 2, going 2 turns. But yeah, he's going to have a full book once again. And like I said, he's got a great group of 2-year-olds and a solid crop of yearlings. So the momentum should continue.
How good was Run Happy on a Breeders' Cup stage 7 years ago, the 3-year-old fastest of all in the Breeders' Cup Sprint? Coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Run Happy, #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. Horses in the paddock for the opening day fall meet feature. Turn back the alarm handicap, first to act, 4 to 5. For Shug McGahee, had the pleasure of chasing Nest in her most recent. The Beldame, Nest runs tomorrow in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. First to act has to be thrilled about that. The heavily backed favorite for the Turn Back the Alarm handicap, next from Aqueduct.
After the Breeders' Cup, the sports focus will turn to Fasig-Tipton for the world's premier breeding stock event. Over 60 graded stakes winners or producers catalog, 30 of which are Grade 1. Offering champions, Breeders' Cup winners, a Royal Ascot star, and 3 Kentucky Oaks winners, plus 180 selected weanlings, all in one spectacular session. The November sale, Sunday, November 6th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track, I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple of times, dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got our Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
$1 million smile. Is that a Grade 1? I think it's a Grade 1. Kendrick Carmouche, just watching him at the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby the year before last, his first experience riding, competing in both, was just so much fun because of how much fun he was having experiencing it all for the first time.
His enthusiasm is infectious. I mean,
it is.
And when he comes back and the way he plays to the crowd, albeit not a huge crowd here most days, but he really gets into it and gets them involved, and he enjoys what he's doing.
His favorite race, that victory in the Cigar Mile, Kendrick Carmouche, and you're looking at his mount in the Turn Back the Alarm handicap, Battle Bling, currently at 3-1. What do you make of her chances here, Richie?
You know, Battle Bling was always, to me, a little bit one pace, kind of a grinding type, and the fact that they've found a way to get her to show more speed than she had in the past has really benefited her because she doggedly maintains a pace. She doesn't have an acceleration. She doesn't have another gear, but that newfound speed has put her in a position to take advantage of it, and she's gone essentially gate to wire in the last 2 starts.
Before the Juvenile Phillies Turf, Richie, I wonder if Ryan Moore told Aiden O'Brien in the paddock after hearing instruction, don't worry, baby, I got you.
Well, I tell you what, as good as this filly was, he did have him.
We'll recap the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Phillies Turf when we come back, and the Friday feature, Turn Back the Alarm, from Aqueduct, post time in about 12 minutes.
Standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Alongside champion jockey Richie Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Future Stars Friday continues at Keeneland. We'll recap the Juvenile Phillies Turf in a moment. Tomorrow, Breeders' Cup Saturday, 9 more Breeders' Cup events, and one of the more celebrated events, one of the original 7, the crowning of a queen on Breeders' Cup Saturday. The Breeders' Cup Distaff and the favorite, the 3-year-old filly Nest, who has been an absolute wrecking ball since that second-place finish in the Kentucky Oaks, just taking Saratoga by storm.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that she actually blossomed, she flourished out of that Belmont Stakes, and Todd Pletcher was quoted saying that. She ran the 1.5 miles and came out of it a better filly, and that just speaks to her physical constitution. I mean, she broke her maiden going a mile and a 16th first time out, so you always knew stamina was going to be her strong suit. She has just really come on. She won the Beldame, beating older horses, her first attempt against them. Now, maybe it wasn't the A division of older horses, but the consummate ease in which she did it. And how about Irad Ortiz? It's his world, and we're all living in it. He won the Belmont Stakes on Mo Donegal, relinquishing the mount to Nest to his brother, who was second, and then he took her back.
That ain't right. That ain't right. Yeah, I said the Kentucky Oaks. It was the Belmont Stakes, the second-place finish, and Todd Pletcher was like, of all the horses I've ever run in the Belmont Stakes, it's the filly, it's her. She's the only one that's ever really thrived on it. But these are very different than the older fillies and mares she faced in the Beldame. She has to take on the likes of Malathaat and Search Results as we go back to Travers Day at Saratoga, and Search Results out in front. Search Results, who's seen just about enough of Malathaat, Richie, essentially a carbon copy in terms of the result of the Kentucky Oaks the season prior, when it was Malathaat grinding away, running down the freewheeling Search Results.
Yeah, and listen, Search Results is a very, very good filly. I just don't know that the margin of victories that Malathaat's been able to pull off against Search Results are indicative of just how much better she is. Malathaat's a mare, or filly, excuse me, that likes to do just enough. She knows what her job is. That's why the Spinster was so impressive to me.
Yes.
Because she really drew away. And I've been waiting for them to put blinkers on her forever. The first time they put her on, she was beaten by Clairiere, another good filly that's really come on this year. So I thought maybe they didn't have the desired effect, but it was reported she came out of that dull. She wasn't herself. Her last 2 races point out that the blinkers have improved her, given her a little more focus, a little more continuity to her run. She's a little bit of a bicycle horse. If the rider's not pedaling, she's not running. I've seen her more in the bridle and helping Johnny Velasquez out more in her races. Malathaat's very good.
Both Demoiselle winners, I believe.
Yes.
Malathaat and Nest.
You called that shot.
They're pretty productive. Stable bragging rights on the line, right? Nest, Malathaat, incredibly deep edition of tomorrow's Breeders' Cup Distaff. And Acacia, some synergy here in this Turn Back the Alarm handicap, because First to Act, who we're looking at, the 4-5 favorite, who again, she was the one chasing Nest home in that Beldame here early October.
Yeah, she and everybody else in this field are very glad to not see Nest entered in this spot. But as far as First to Act is concerned, I did think it was interesting speaking to Javier Castellano earlier, who continues to have a terrific day at the Big A. He had said that he's going to basically play the break with her, because you have WW Fitzy, who also has speed. A key scratch, I think, as far as how the pace is concerned with Coach coming out. But looking at First to Act, she's energetic here in the paddock, too. Now, she's by Curlin. She's had a couple of races at the 9 furlongs, 2 second-place finishes, a distant second, albeit behind Nest. She's very long in her frame. She looks like the type of horse that can handle the 2-turn distance here at Aqueduct. I don't have any problem with her, and I actually like the way that she's acting, especially given the fact that coach is out. I think we'll see her be forward. Obviously, Javier has been making all the right moves today, and she's one that I think has just continued to improve. She carries a lot of good condition, especially Shug McGahee's runners typically do not have any sort of excess weight on them, and I like that this gal has a little bit of substance and some muscle to her. The number 6, WW Fitzy, I do think is the main competition. She ran a terrific race last time out in Saratoga, beating Bees and Honey, who came back to win with a 91 Beyer speed figure in her next allowance victory. She makes her first start for Tom Morley, and I know that we've often discussed that it's tough to take horses off Robertino Diodoro, but I don't have any problem with this trainer change, especially as you look at Tom's relationship with Flying P Stable and what he did with Dyna Drive, who had been transferred from Robertino Diodoro to Tom Morley and won a couple of races, including a stake. So WW Fitzy, to me, I think is a huge player in this spot. She's been the ultimate professional, as she always is, and looks terrific coming in here for the new barn. The number 7, Battle Bling, has greatly improved in the care of Rob Atras and has really faced some good company. They saddled her away from the rest outside the stall, but she hasn't been doing too much. She's super fit in this spot. I know she ran second at 1.25 miles. She's probably the one that I am the least convinced as far as relishing some more distance, but she's in great form right now and actually beat coach last time out when pressing the pace setter. Lafitte?
Battle Bling Acacia, we'll see her in the post parade. Turn back the alarm handicap, WW Fitzy and Trevor McCarthy.
Brings her lunch pail and goes to work. 12 for 33 lifetime. I think she does her best work on the lead.
Battle Bling, sharp filly, seeking a 3rd straight victory.
Improved speed in her last few starts for a filly that doesn't have a gear, but she's got a high cruising speed. She'll be involved early as well.
5 of them. Turn back the alarm handicap. Odds-on favorite, first to act for trainer, Shug McGahee. All right, so 3 Breeders' Cup events in the books on Future Stars Friday. The Juvenile Filly Turf taking place moments ago. Meditate for Aidan O'Brien, as we mentioned, had never won a Juvenile Fillies Turf. Number 10 with Ryan Moore. Richie, what did you notice right from the start?
She broke okay, took a bump, kind of then settled back. I noticed a very clean run in the first turn. All 3 Breeders' Cup races so far have been run fairly clean. She had to ease back a little bit, but Ryan Moore was able to hold some position. This is eye-catching. When a horse can make this kind of elongated run while 3-4 wide throughout the entire turn and finish with the energy Meditate finished with, she was just best. There are trips in behind her, some horses getting stymied in traffic. Free Look gets stymied, as well as Be Your Best, but make no mistake, Meditate.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there, the acceleration when she finds that.
Found another gear when asked, and then it looks like she kind of was looking at the shadows to see her ears come up, and she's kind of looking at everything because she's all alone by herself. She won this with consummate ease. She was best, and a really nice run from the runner-up Pleasant Passage. Cairo Concert at a big price. You're getting Joel Rosario for the first time. Meditate was best.
Ryan Moore, a brilliant ride aboard Hit of the Bomb in the Juvenile Turf from a far outside post in 2015 for Aidan O'Brien. O'Brien's had some tough luck. Some near misses in the Juvenile Fillies Turf. A heart-shaped comes to mind. Defeated by Merrim, Chad Brown's first Breeders' Cup victory back in 2008. Santa Anita, there aren't any of the fillies chasing Meditate who go back. Any of the connections are saying, oh, if this would have happened, we could have won. Like, that was a no doubt about it performance, and what an exciting filly, Meditate.
No, she was decidedly best. She was very good. She delivered. There were trips in there. This is a race you'll go back and you'll pick up 3 or 4 horses that would have been closer. They're not beating the winner.
So Godolphin, Charlie Appleby with a victory in the Juvenile Turf Sprint. Coolmore, Aidan O'Brien responds. Ryan Moore, Meditate in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. The Juvenile in 22 minutes. Coverage continuing from Lexington over on USA. Future Stars Friday. 9 more Breeders' Cup events tomorrow afternoon. We have the turn back the alarm, and first to act at 3 to 5. We mentioned the second place finish to Nest in the Beldame prior at Saratoga in one of the, you're not going to find many summer colonies, a restricted stakes race deeper than this one in terms of the talent that shows up, and first to act in a bang up second place finish in the end.
Yeah, and I really think this was her step forward. This was the race that kind of pointed her out that she was going in the right direction towards the end of her, middle of her 4-year-old year of Shug McGaughey's horses. Again, get better with age. He really puts that foundation and develops them. And she won the battle up on the front end and lost the war in the summer colony when leader of the band with Johnny Velasquez delivering another Hall of Fame performance. But first act's good. She gets Javier Castellano, who has familiarity with her. He broke her maiden. And a 1 1/8 is certainly going to suit her well. She's run 2 consecutive bang-up 1 1/8 races.
Shug McGaughey just had the runner-up, as you mentioned, Richie. Pleasant Passage in the Juvenile Fillies Turf. Trains first to act. Javier Castellano looking for a 5th win on the afternoon. 3-5. And W.W. Fitzy, there she is. And now with Tom Morley, as Acacia touched on, in her most recent effort at Saratoga, flashing her speed, mixing it up early, drawing away late.
This is what she wants to do. And if you go back 5 starts ago, she was eased at Oakland Park. She got in a position where the rider had to kind of really restrain her, fight with her, put the bit up in her mouth. And I just wonder if she didn't choke up that day. Some horses can't handle that kind of pressure. She's better as a free runner. She doesn't need the lead, but she wants to be left alone to her own devices. Trevor McCarthy, a rider that does his homework, he's going to know not to get in her mouth and allow her to use her stride.
And her lone start at this 9-furlong distance.
Yeah, last time at Saratoga and finished with energy. I mean, she finished in less than 150 for a 1 1/8. In Saratoga this summer, that was doing something.
No question. W.W. Fitzy, first start for Tom Morley. 5-1 currently. We check in with Acacia.
This race, Lafitte, maybe it could be a horse that has won going 1 1/8 over this track, and that's Nostalgic, who could potentially pick up the pieces. The question really is, though, does she still have any of those races in her? It's interesting that she did try the turf again last time out, because she has a little bit of a turf look to her, and I've always been a little bit intrigued by that. She did have a lot of trouble in the Alabama 2 starts back, where she really just went to her knees at the break, and Jose Ortiz really had to kind of steady her back, and she's such a big, long striding filly that it seemed it took her several steps to kind of get back into stride, and then she never re-rallied after that. She's one that is kind of the decided closer when there is plenty of early foot, even with the scratch of Coach in here. Maybe it would be Nostalgic, who again has that win in the Gazelle going the 1 1/8. I do think that the distance is what she wants to do. I am wondering if she is still up to the task in here. She looks fine, as she always does. She's one that is a little bit more angular behind, but she's very long. She covers the ground with those big, long strides, and we'll see if she can opt to pick up the pieces late in this turn back the alarm. Lafitte.
Hall of Famer Bill Mott, hoping she can do just that. And perhaps the same from Obligatory in tomorrow's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. Mott well represented. Also with Frank's Roquette tomorrow in the first of 9 Breeders' Cup events. And Acacia touched on the pace. Yeah, the absence of Coach. You feel like you can turn down the heat a little bit, but still some quick fillies and mares in here. Battle Bling, number 7 with Kendrick Carmouche. Wonder what he's going to do, as we saw in the Twixt at Laurel. Wire-to-wire effort, albeit in the slop.
Yeah, in the slop. But she was coming off a wire-to-wire effort where she set faster fractions at Colonial, albeit against easier competition. But this has been improved speed from Battle Bling. She was always a little bit one pace, and they had to grind on her, and she makes a long, steady run. All of her races at Aqueduct have been good. The newfound speed has been the key with her, though, because she's able to maintain that doggedly. I expect Kendrick to put her in the game. W.W. Fitzy's right inside of her. He'll know immediately how intent Trevor McCarthy is to make the lead, and he can adjust around that because he's just outside of her. But I don't think he wants to give his filly too much to do, because she is that kind of one-paced kind of horse. The interesting thing about riding a speed horse with some other speeds in the race, think of it like a game of chicken. You can't blink. You got to be resolute about what you're going to do and impose your will on the other riders. If you give them just a little bit of daylight that, oh, wait, he's not really committed to this idea, now they're going to engage you. If you come out with, this is my plan, and I'm not straying from it, that's when you make the lead and control things.
Yeah, I'd blink. I sucked at chicken. Not my thing.
You gotta be steely-eyed. You can't blink.
Something to watch right from the start. Tomorrow night we turn back our clocks, right? Fall back, spring forward.
Does that mean we get an extra hour sleep or we lose?
Especially for me, because I'm
right. Awesome.
That's tomorrow night. This Turn Back the Alarm right now at Aqueduct. Who was Turn Back the Alarm?
Really good mare. Won the Mother Goose in the coaching club as a 3-year-old. Won 3 other grade 1s, including the Hempstead. As a older mare, trained by Red Taro, tremendous old school horseman.
Today we honor her legacy. Turn Back the Alarm handicap, grade 3, $150,000. The opening day fall meet at Aqueduct feature. WW Fitzy is in. Let's see how things unfold from the start. Speed towards the outside. Kendrick Carmouche, pedal to the metal. Battle Bling, we'll see. First to act, 4 to 5 at post time. Here's John Embrial.
And they're off. Oh, number 1, Exotic West, jumped up and unseated jockey Mike Luzzi right at the start. There's a loose horse at the back. Mike Luzzi is sitting up, and it is now getting up under his own power. And the 4 horses now go into the clubhouse turn with Battle Bling grabbing the lead. WW Fitzy runs in second. First to act is down at the rail and in third, and Nostalgic is fourth. Up front, Battle Bling leads here by a length. WW Fitzy tracking in second. And then it is the favorite, First to Act, down at the rail in third, and alongside is Nostalgic, opening quarter mile in 25 4. Battle Bling is the pace setter here and in front by 3/4 of a length. WW Fitzy continues to chase in second. First to Act towards the inside, only 2.5 lengths off the lead. And then it is Nostalgic as they continue along with Battle Bling showing the way. Ran the half mile in 50 3/5 seconds. It's Battle Bling on top. WW Fitzy on the outside, now a half length behind. In behind is First to Act, and then Nostalgic. And now they start the run into the far turn. It is Battle Bling holding on to the lead here over WW Fitzy. Nostalgic looking to pick it up now on the outside. First to Act is now back in a fourth, 3.5 from the lead. The leader is Battle Bling coming for the head of the stretch. Battle Bling ran 3/4 in 1:15 3. Nostalgic has now moved into second. WW Fitzy has dropped back. First to Act being asked for more down towards the rail, but Battle Bling in the meantime has drawn clear by 4. Nostalgic is second, a furlong to the finish. It is Battle Bling with the lead. Nostalgic giving chase in second. Battle Bling put on the lead by Kendrick Carmouche, trying to do it wire to wire here. The lead is diminishing as they come on for the finish. Battle Bling holds on by a long neck over Nostalgic.
That got interesting late after Battle Bling had disposed of all challengers and looks like she's going to go to an easy win. Nostalgic dives at her late. We'll take another look at the stretch, but first, Trissy, right back to the start. What happens with Exotic West to the inside?
Yeah, she jumped up at the start and she came down kind of rough. Mike Luzzi was thrown off balance and fell to the right of her, and you can see his frustration there. And now keep an eye on the 6 WW Fitzy. She just doesn't break sharply. You know, she bumbled the break, that one stride, and that enabled Battle Bling with Kendrick Carmouche to get the drop on him and the field and make the lead. And this improved speed that Battle Bling has made her so effective. And it got desperate late, Nostalgic, and Acacia talked about Nostalgic, so good pickup from her. This is one of those cases where Kendrick was like, I'm going to rip this race open off the quarter pole, and I'm going to have it won by the 8th pole. Now, he's on fumes late, but he had established enough of a cushion. And right here, if you're the third base coach, you're slide, but he made it.
It's a good thing he built that big lead with Battle Bling. And there he is with the ears twitching. Battle Bling out there loving it as they make their way towards the far turn.
Just look how comfortable and happy she is. Long rein, slack in the reins, her ears flipping back and forth. She's getting a little pressure here from WW Fitzy, who was taken out of her game when she just didn't break very well. But this is when a horse is happy and comfortable. Them ears flipping back and forth. When I'm in front, and if the horse I'm wagering on's in front and their ears are doing that, I'm a happy camper. And if I'm riding them and they're doing that, I'm even happier. That's what you want to see.
And for Nostalgic, Hector Diaz has been riding her. You reference them as bicycle horses. She seems like one that really needs to be kept to the task. Nostalgic, while Battle Bling now slips away, but Nostalgic sticks to it and keeps plugging away, and nearly gets there.
Yeah, and all of Nostalgic races, her races at Aqueduct have been good. She was 4th in the Demoiselle, beaten 4 1/4 lengths to who? Nest. She won the Gazelle here earlier this spring, and now a good second against an older mare in Battle Bling who has just gotten better since they've gotten speed out of her.
Mike Dubb, co-owner, daughter of Vancouver for trainer Rob Atras. In the Turn Back the Alarm handicap, Kendrick Carmouche, the favorite, Richie, first to act. ¿Qué pasó?
Well, she was sitting in the pocket, looked like she took a ton of kickback, and when the race heated up, she just seemed like she came off the bridle and threw in a flat effort for her. This was not indicative of first to act's normal ability. She just never seemed like she was really happy, stuck in behind horses in the pocket most of the way.
Kendrick Carmouche. Battle Bling holds off the late charge of Nostalgic, and yeah, very disappointing effort from first to act. Just never fired as the odds-on favorite in the Friday feature here at Aqueduct. We move back to the main track for the Breeders' Cup coverage from Lexington at Keeneland. Future Stars Friday continues, and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, where the early favorite for the Kentucky Derby will be established, and there is a heavy favorite, Cave Rock, National Treasure, both trained by Bob Baffert, running 1-2 in the American Pharaoh, and Cave Rock, who has been absolutely dominant in all 3 of his starts.
And he's run fast. I mean, the figures he's getting tower above his competition. He looks very formidable here. He's fast. He makes his own race. He's got some speed to deal with in here. There's a sprinter inside him. Not horses that I think can win the race, but certainly can have a say in how this race is run. Cave Rock's work 3 back, I had a lot of questions about. There was a lot of things I saw that I just was not happy with. And then his next 2 works, he really picked up the tempo and showed, to me, that he's in good form. But that work 3 back had me scratching my head. And maybe it was just they were trying to get him to settle more, relax. And I don't think it worked out well. They let him kind of bounce along in his next 2 works, which is usually Bob Baffert's method. And they were impressive.
That's coming up next, Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Bob Baffert seeking a 6th win in the Juvenile. That's next at Keeneland. Meantime, here at Aqueduct, the feature in the books, Turn Back the Alarm, Kendrick Carmouche aboard Battle Bling. Carmouche standing by with Acacia.
And what a ride with Battle Bling. Aggressive right from the get-go, Kendrick, and you just opened right up and maybe a little nervous down to the wire, but you had built enough of a cushion.
Yeah, Rob put me back on this filly. This horse has been running good in Delaware, and she come off those 2 races and run 2 better races the next couple of times out of the Delaware Oaks. And I went and talked to Rob the other morning. I'm like, I watch her win the last 2 times, and, you watch her races before. We coming from last, and she taking so much dirt, and she always did break good. So today they never had that much pace, and she broke good, and nobody else wanted it. So, the best thing to do is make every pole winning pole. And she done it all on her own, believe me.
They've done a terrific job with her, too. You mentioned climbing back aboard. How much has she improved, this filly?
I think Rob found the trick to her by letting her get into the race earlier. I think Rob done the right thing the last 2 times. I just capitalized on what he thought, what I thought and he thought was the right thing to keep doing forward.
Robin Brittany, of course, out at Keeneland, running Law Professor in the Dirt Mile tomorrow. But how special to get a win for them, and I know you'll be cheering for them down at Keeneland.
Well, I ride a lot of horses for him, and Mike Dubb and Brittany them. So, hey, you always want to cheer for everyone that come from New York. You want everybody to have safe passage and let the horses make it around there safe, because they're some of the best horses in the country there. And, it's good for horse racing. This is what we live for every day. I might not be there, but I'm just enjoying as much of it as being in Aqueduct.
Nothing wrong with being in the winner's circle.
No, I love the winner's circle. Anywhere you make it to the winner's circle, you're a winner.
We love seeing you there, too. Congratulations, Kendrick. Kendrick Carmouche winning the Turn Back the Alarm and Battle Bling in great form right now, Lafitte.
Letting her use that speed, Acacia, that she has developed, that Richie alluded to. Battle Bling, Kendrick Carmouche, big run from Nostalgic. Ran out of ground. Battle Bling in the Turn Back the Alarm, 9 down, 1 left. Here at Aqueduct, Battle Bling 580, Nostalgic, and yeah, just a dull effort from first to act as the 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, she just, again, never looked quite comfortable to me. Maybe it was the kickback. Maybe she just had a bad day. That's one thing. Horse can't come out of the stall and tell the trainer, I slept on the wrong side of the stall last night. They, you know, try to pick things up and you see things, but that was a subpar effort for her. But Battle Bling, the key. She's got speed. You think when Acacia asked Kendrick if he could interview, she said, don't worry, I got you.
Don't worry, baby, I got you. I don't know if that's his favorite all-time win. We know the Cigar Mile was, but another graded stakes victory for Carmouche here at Aqueduct. The Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile is next from Lexington. The 2-year-olds we touched on, Cave Rock, the heavy favorite going in. Earlier we saw Wonder Wheel. Now she won the local prep for the juvenile fillies, the Alcibiades. Maybe that trend will continue. At least Team Forte is hoping for just that. Forte in the Breeders' Futurity, launching his bid. He's going to lose ground, but gathering momentum with Arad Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, and he's a confirmed closer. His style, he wants to get his legs underneath him, find his rhythm, and come with a run. So he's hoping for a very fast pace. Now you see he hits the front here, and I don't know if he got to looking around or what, but Arad Ortiz is going to go down and make it real tight on the inside runner, Loggins. And a little bit of that elbow action that I'm not a big fan of, but Forte kind of re-engaged and stuck his head out and kept going. I actually thought there would be an inquiry into that. I really thought that he had gone over the line that day, but not to take anything away from Forte.
Enough to warrant a disqualification?
I actually, watching the head-on, thought there was very... I think he maybe pulled up a stride before it was a complete infraction. Like he remembered, oh, wait, there's film patrol, right? But that being said, Forte wants it hot and heavy on the front end. He wants to see Cave Rock get engaged and get caught up in a speed duel and play to his strength, which is more of a closing style.
Co-owned Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, won with Uncle Mo in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Things didn't work out with Chocolate Gelato. We'll see about Forte moving forward, coming off that win in the Breeders' Futurity. And then right here at, well, Belmont at Aqueduct, one of the more productive preps for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile over the years, the Champagne. But in the slop, and from off the pace, Blazing Sevens, Richie, pulling off the upset.
Yeah, Blazing Sevens. Now, listen, a lot of people are going to say this wasn't the strongest Champagne, but I like the way Blazing Sevens did it. It's hard for a young horse to take the kind of kickback he had to take in the slop. He had that experience in the Hopeful Well. He was well beaten by Forte. So, if anything, he complimented Forte by coming back to win the Champagne. But you got to like the way he finished, and you got to like the way his professionalism, and that this was a step forward. And these are young horses. The best athletes start in high school, not always the best athlete coming out of high school. They're going to change. They're going to improve. You got to respect him. And he's another one that would like to see pace on here.
So that's the question. There you see Blazing Seven Champagne winner training at Keeneland. The last time we were at Keeneland for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, just 2 years ago, all eyes on Jackie's Warrior, a heavy, heavy favorite. And they said, okay, we're going to see how far you can run and how much heat you can take. The pace was torrid. We now know Jackie's Warrior is a sprinter. He finished off the board, eventually won by Essential Quality. Any such concerns with Cave Rock going in, considering how he's won his races, this front-running wrecking ball style?
I don't have any question about the distance for Cave Rock because he's already won around 2 turns. And what I perceive as a strong pace in the American Pharaoh. He's also by Arrogate. It's unfortunate that we only have a limited amount of Arrogates because he passed far too young. And we've seen the stamina influence from Arrogate and the way they stride. They kind of keep coming at you. The thing Cave Rock's going to have to learn, I think, at some stage, is to dole out his speed the way the rider wants to, not so much the way he wants to, because then you're always victim or could fall victim to horses that want the lead that maybe aren't contenders but are going to do enough or make you do enough to soften you up for a good closer.
That Breeders' Cup Juvenile, probably the most productive in its history, and that's saying something. Essential Quality won it, went on to win the Belmont Stakes. He won the Travers. Hot Rod Charlie at like 85-1 or whatever it was, ran second. We know who Hot Rod Charlie became. That was no fluke. Rombauer was in that race, eventual Preakness winner. And now we see, only time will tell, but how productive this Breeders' Cup Juvenile is going to be. And even back in 2015, Nyquist won the Juvenile, undefeated 2-year-old champion. 6 months later, he came back to win the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I mean, so it's certainly a very strong barometer of what the future is going to hold. And listen, Jackie's Warrior is a champion sprinter. So even though he got beat there, it just shows you the overall quality of that. But, you know, he proved to be a sprinter. I don't think that's the case with Cave Rock. But one thing that all good horses possess is speed. It's how they learn to use it over time. I mean, Swale went wire to wire going 5.5 furlongs as a 2-year-old, and he learned to settle and rate and dole out his speed differently. And we won a little race called the Kentucky Derby with your dad aboard for Claiborne Farm. So
and the Belmont Stakes.
And the Belmont Stakes. Very dominant that day in the Belmont Stakes.
Who did you Cave Rock for you?
I'm having a hard time seeing past Cave Rock. I really, again, I was almost looking forward to picking against him off of the work 3-back. And then when they allowed him to run freely in his workouts and he went faster, he just seemed like a happier horse.
Who could be this year's Hot Rod Charlie? Essential Quality, who was the second choice in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Hot Rod Charlie finished second at a massive price. Who could that be?
The massive price in here, that's a tough one. I don't know if he'll be a mess, but I actually think Blazing Sevens is going to run a big race here. And listen, when I talk about horses, I like to equate them to boxers. To me, Hot Rod Charlie's Ernie Shavers. And not the best of his generation, but he certainly has a knockout punch. Be careful.
That's why I'll never understand the Lucas Classic and what took place in Deep Stretch with Rich Strike and Sonny Leon. Like, do you really want to get into a brawl with Hot Rod Charlie?
Don't poke the bear. Some guys you don't want to go shoulder to shoulder with. Step around them.
You shove Hot Rod Charlie, he's going to shove you right back. Rich Strike tomorrow, Hot Rod Charlie tomorrow. Flightline in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Once the Breeders' Cup Juvenile is official, we will recap. 2 races left on Future Stars Friday. Nagarok, we saw him right here in the Futurity. That was in a sprint, running a little bit farther in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf, the final race at Keeneland on Future Stars Friday. And the nightcap from the Big A.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 order. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. One left on the program. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Join us at Naira Bets. We've touched on some of the stakes racing right here. Opening weekend of the fall meet. We just saw the turn back, the alarm. The remainder of the weekend in terms of stakes races belongs to the 2-year-olds. On Sunday, keep preps for the Demoiselle and the Remsen, the Grade 3 Nashua and the Tempted. Tomorrow, the Atlantic Beach and Stewart Manor for 2-year-olds. And reuniting a couple of the runners from the Futurity, Redefined, and Don't Look Back at All. Exiting that Grade 3 Matron correction. The Stewart Manor with 9 of them. Richie, how strong of a race did you think the Matron was, and what do you expect tomorrow from Redefined and Don't Look Back at all?
No, I think it was a very good race. You know, Redefined was able to come out, lost some ground, but, you know, could finish where, you know, I thought that Don't Look Back at All kind of got held up in traffic at a critical juncture of the race. And then sometimes just post positions, and sometimes riding the turf properly, you got to save ground. You just don't get lucky. And I think it's important to distinguish between a bad ride and an unlucky ride. You know, jockey gets through and they win a race on the turf, it's a great ride. Same jockey doesn't get through, it's a bad ride. No, he just got unlucky. You ride turf races with that discipline and stay inside and wait for your spots, you're going to win more turf races.
Something Bobby Frankel would preach, late great trainer, Chad Brown as well. You lose ground on one turn. Don't do it on both.
Not two.
Do not lose it on both turns. 2-year-olds in these stakes races tomorrow and Sunday. We'll have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races. 10th and final, post-parade. There's Bomb Squad and Trevor McCarthy drawn inside.
Yeah, been up in Saratoga being prepared by Miguel Clement, Christoph's son. Seen a lot of them perform well.
Carapara, current 5-2 favorite with Eric Kinsell.
Getting the stretch out, closed very well first-time turf sprinting. Will that translate going further?
Saw Bomb Squad. This would be bombs away at 33-1. Denise of DeGrace.
Yeah, we try to let the board help us with first-time starters, and usually that's indicative that they just haven't shown a lot of flash in the mornings.
Sweetness, first-time starter by a Breeders' Cup winner, Oscar Performance.
Yeah, and the mare has produced 3 turf winners, including Shorty, 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 and Shady, Shady, Shady.
Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. Who's massive. The Splendid One at 15-1.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time. Mare has produced a turf runner.
Miss Barb, debuting filly by Central Banker.
Another one not taking a lot of money, and the mare just has not produced yet.
There she is for Michelle Nevin. New York bred maidens, 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th. On grass, number 7. Caribbean Breeze for Brad Cox, 5th in her debut on dirt.
Have to let her inspire you, who's a stakes winner on dirt, but there are some turf winners in the family.
Show Me Your Heels, contender, 7-2. Kendrick Carmouche looking to sweep the late double.
Yeah, ran well first time. Didn't get off to a very clean start, but actually rallied decently.
And on the outside, Shopping at Bloomies, 17-1.
For the very unstable Dave Donk, firsters. He can win with firsters, but Dave's a guy who develops a horse for a career, not cranks him up for the first start, and he gets she gets a tough post.
Drawn outside, big price, 10th and final. Which one of these New York bred maidens will graduate? Perhaps Carapara, pictured for owner Barry Schwartz. Eric Cancel aboard the choice. Carapara at 3-1. The tepid favorite, 10th and final from the Big A is next.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Light line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Yeah, we're waiting for the 10th and final as well. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Don't have to wait too long. Closing in on post time. Wide open. 2-year-old fillies in the nightcap. New York bred, mile and a 16th on grass. Acacia, Carapara, there she is. Nice, cozy draw towards the inside. The 3-1 tepid choice.
Tepid choice, and I think that the board is correct because this is a race where a lot can potentially step forward in this spot. As far as Carapara is concerned, getting back to the turf, I do think will bode well for her, though she ran well on the dirt last time out. I do wonder a touch about the distance. There's a little length to her frame, so that's certainly a positive, but I have always preferred Progeny of the Factor going a little bit shorter on the turf. So I'm curious, but that being said, she has been very professional. The most fit she has looked, has handled everything well. We'll see if she can handle the stretch out. For me, I think that's the biggest question mark with her. But again, I like that she really has progressed in now making the 3rd start of her career. The number 4, Sweetness, first-time starter by Oscar Performance, who's definitely had some good runners on the track already. And mentioning the pedigree, I have to Shoddy, whose name I just wanted to say again. But as we know, Shoddy is a massive filly. This 2-year-old filly is nearly as big. It definitely runs in the family. She looks like she wants to go long on the turf. But that being said, for such a big filly, while she was warming up, she was incredibly light on her feet and very athletic. She's super fit for her debut as well. I really liked what I saw from this first-time starter. The number 8, Show 'Em Your Heels, gets back to the turf, which I very much prefer for her. She's out of a Freud mare who's a 6-time turf winner, looks so much more turf in the way she moves and the way that she's built. And I don't mind a little bit more distance for her. She's got a lot of a really long frame as well. I think that this is an interesting spot, and I do think that we'll see a better break from her too versus what she did when sprinting at Saratoga. She was kind of hesitant. It was also raining that day, and then she was hit hard on either side by
her foes. Just have to give a quick shout out to the very unstable who sends out shopping at Bloomie's, something I'm very good at, by the way. And then they had Brittany is Free earlier. The creativity with the names, along with their stable name, is just terrific, Lafitte.
It's so good. Do a lot of shopping at Bloomie's if you have her, and she pops at 26-1. Show Me Your Heels, though, in her first start on grass, and kind of a mess from the getting out of the blocks early there, Richie.
Yeah, she just kind of bumbled the break, and you know, we saw all summer in Saratoga and turf sprints, you were putting yourself up against it. You can't give head starts. Even if you're a closer, you got to break with your field and let them outfoot you. You can't, you know, basically give up 2 or 3 lengths at the break. I mean, she ran well, but she was beating a length and 3/4. Start had to cost her at least a length and 3/4.
Didn't help. Show Me Your Heels, your top selection.
Actually, that's Acacia's top side. I'm going with the first-time starter, Sweetness, the half to shorty. My
dyslexia.
Yeah. No, you're on it. 4-8.
Sweetness at 3-1. I just looked up at the board and saw the Breeders' Cup field, like 7-5. That's at Keeneland. 3-1 here, Sweetness. As they file into the gate, Carapara, 2-1. Show Me Your Heels. Caribbean Breeze steps forward. Hector Diaz seeking another win on the afternoon. 10th and final from Aqueduct. Looking forward to these Saturday and Sunday programs, 2-year-old stakes racing. Have it all for you right here on America's Day at the Races. And we'll stick around to recap the Breeders' Cup Juvenile right after things have completed at Keeneland with the Juvenile. As we hand things over to John Ambriel with the call, the nightcap live from the Big A.
Line. And they're off. And from the outside, Show Me Your Heels away well. There goes the Splendid One and Sweetness. Sweetness will be the early leader. The Splendid One runs in second. Show Me Your Heels is on the outside. Bomb Squad down at the rail. Carapara in between horses. Then comes Caribbean Breeze racing in sixth. Miss Barb is next in seventh. It's a tough to handle. Show 'em Your Heels up front there is going up to challenge Sweetness for the lead. At the back of the pack, shopping at Bloomie's and Denise of DeGrace. Sweetness is in front as the field rounds the turn and heads for the back stretch. It's Sweetness by a length. Show 'em Your Heels. Trying to settle down there under Kendrick Carmouche. Runs in second. The Splendid One is down at the rail. The quarter 23-3. Carapara is in between horses and gaining a spot from fourth. Caribbean Breeze on the outside in fifth. Then comes Bomb Squad, followed by the Gray. Shopping at Bloomie's. And the trailers are Miss Barb and Denise of DeGrace. Half mile 50 in 3/5 seconds. Sweetness is still in front by 3/4 of a length. Show 'em Your Heels is on the outside and in second. Now, the Splendid One moves through down at the rail. Then Carapara and Caribbean Breeze, followed by Bomb Squad and Shopping at Bloomie's. Sweetness holding on to the lead over Show 'em Your Heels. The Splendid One is now gaining ground. The Splendid One now moves up and takes second, is going after Sweetness. So it's Sweetness and the Splendid One right together. Show 'em Your Heels has dropped out of it. Sweetness. And on the outside, the Splendid One. Bomb Squad looks to rally down towards the rail. Then Carapara and Shopping at Bloomie's. It is Sweetness. She's got something left here as she gets away in deep stretch here to open up. It is Sweetness. And what a day for Javier Castellano. This is one for the thumb. He won 5 on this Friday at Aqueduct.
6 Travers wins. 5 on the opening day fall program at Aqueduct. Javier Castellano in a groove and guiding home Sweetness. 3-1 at post time. 7-2 make it. Richie's top selection. Well done.
Yeah, I loved her pedigree, and Jorge Abreu is a trainer to me that kind of tips his hand when he likes horses, when he reaches out to high-profile riders. And him getting Javier Castellano here, and she got very comfortable on the lead. A couple other horses got keen, struggled, but she was very, very comfortable. And we hope that Javier is as good a trip down to Keeneland tonight, traveling there for the Breeders' Cup, as he did on several of his mounts today.
He's ready for Ivar now. Tomorrow's Breeders' Cup Mile, potential live long shot, 5 wins on the afternoon. Larry Goichman, owner, breeder, Sweetness, and a 32-1 shot, completing the exacta, the Splendid One, 4-5-1-2. Too much Sweetness, though. Sire, a Pilgrim winner, went out west. They said he couldn't do the same on firm ground. He liked soft ground. Took to the firm ground at Santa Anita and essentially went wire to wire. Oscar Performance, Jose Ortiz's first Breeders' Cup victory. Oscar Performance filly, Sweetness in the nightcap. Results when we come back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Sweetness. And you saw Javier Castellano showing you how many he won today. Five victories here at Aqueduct. Larry Goichman had this filly primed and ready for her debut. Richie, how'd she do it?
Went to the lead, got very comfortable on the lead. Took a stiff challenge from the 5 Splendid One, trying the turf for the first time, and just found another gear, kicked on, went on about her business, and the Splendid One hung in there gamely for second under Heeman Harkey. First time on the turf for trainer Mark Hennig. The mare has produced on the turf, and first time starter Bomb Squad saved all the ground and kind of clunk along, get up for third, but Sweetness was very good from a good family mare. Has now produced 4 turf winners, and you were rewarded with a $9 win payoff.
Way to close the show, my friend, with the $9 winner.
Blind squirrel finds an acorn now and then.
Or 3 times in the same day, as we have seen. You didn't have to be a blind squirrel to figure out who was going to be favored in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile this afternoon. 4 trainer Bob Baffert, 2-time Triple Crown winner, looking for a 6th win in the Juvenile, Richie. Cave Rock, odds-on favorite. Let's pick it up right from the start. Speed is his game. How'd he break?
He broke just okay. Not bad, but a little flat-footed. He was hustled up to make sure he secured his position. And the horse on the inside, Hurricane J, coming out of a maiden race, showing speed, sprinting, kind of kept him in the bridle. You know, when he finally fell away, he had already kind of gotten keen. And the pace was strong, 22-4 the first quarter, 47 reasonable. They slowed it down. Here comes Forte on the outside. Now I want you to keep an eye on both colts. Cave Rock on the inside wants to lug in a little bit. He's lingering on his left lead. Forte is going to get over to his right lead right there, where Cave Rock's still on his left lead. And watch how awkwardly, when he finally gets to his right lead, right there. And the race was kind of over there because Forte had all that momentum, a true closer, and I think Cave Rock just got a little disjointed there in the stretch.
2 things, very reminiscent of Forte's run in the Breeders' Futurity.
Yes.
Mid-pack, launches his bid, loses ground, who cares, tons of momentum, goes on and wins. And Cave Rock, and something similar that you pointed out in his preparation, his training for this Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Yeah, you know, listen, his last 2 works were better, but his work 3 back, I saw that same kind of disjointedness in the stretch, a little awkward with his leads. You know, he's a horse, obviously an amazing amount of ability, but it just feels like he hasn't come all together yet. And when he faced some pressure early, kept him keen, kept him in the bridle, made him ripe to be picked off by a horse that has the style. Forte has the right style.
I feel like going back to the hopeful at Saratoga, that Breeders' Futurity, and now leading into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, I kept hearing reasons of why Forte can't win these races. And all he does is go out there and continues to silence his critics.
Yeah, I don't know why people take that stance about a horse that continually finds ways to win. And for a 2-year-old to be able to come from off the pace, show that professionalism already, that bodes well for him going forward. He's got a terrific mind, and it's not only about your physical ability. You have to have the mental capacity to do it as well.
And Irad Ortiz keeping him straight through the stretch this time. Mike Rapoli, Vinny Viola, co-owners. Forte, and for Todd Pletcher, another win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Irad Ortiz, the winning pilot. 1 race left on this Future Stars Friday program. Back to the grass. The Juvenile Turf. Compelling matchup. Young developing prospects, foreign and domestic. And it's a European who is favored at 7-5. Silver Knot. Appleby, Godolphin looking for a second win this afternoon, having won the Juvenile Turf Sprint. And Silver Knot here in an absolutely stellar performance in the Solario at Sandown. Watch him turn it on.
Yeah, we talk about turn of foot. You can actually almost see when the rider asks him, he drops about a half a foot, lowers his stride, and just kicks on. And this is what we're talking about, turn of foot. Gets William Buick back aboard, who won the Autumn Stakes on him last time in Newmarket. And formidable combination, Charlie Appleby, William Buick, Godolphin, and they just seem to have the recipe for success with horses shipping here to North America.
Nagarok number 9 trying to pull off a big upset at 31-1, and we saw him win the Futurity at a sprint distance. How surprised were you when you saw him show up in the Juvenile Turf instead of the Juvenile Turf Sprint?
I thought it was an interesting move here. He's by the Claiborne Farm stallion Lee, who was versatile, could run turf or dirt as well. This horse stalked and won the Futurity, but they went 22, 44, and 3. Previous to that, he went wire to wire, 22-45. There's not a lot of speed signed on here, so maybe George Weaver's idea is that he's going to bounce to the lead and relax and settle on the lead and be able to finish the deal that way. I was surprised, though. I mean, he's already been very proficient sprinting.
Who'd you come up with?
It's funny. I was going back and forth. I kind of like the 6 a little bit, and the winner is for Wayne Catalano. Usually the rule of thumb is the better the jockey is, the worse the trainer is. This is not the case for Wayne Catalano. He was a terrific rider and an even better trainer.
Earlier we touched on the American domination in the Juvenile Fillies Turf, that only 2 European imports had won the Juvenile Fillies Turf. Make it 3 now. This race, the Europeans have dominated, having won 9 of 15 overall. And the last time we were at Keeneland, the Europeans swept all the Breeders' Cup races on Saturday. All of them. Clean sweep. They're looking to do the same on this Future Stars Friday, having won the Juvenile Turf Sprint, Juvenile Fillies Turf, and the Juvenile Turf in 14 minutes. Coverage continues over on USA. We'll see you tomorrow as America's Day at the Races continues from Aqueduct. How about Battle Bling in the opening day feature? Flashing that speed, and Kendrick Carmouche holds off the late dive from Nostalgic. It's all right. Godolphin got a Breeders' Cup win today. They'll live. Battle Bling, sharp, make it 3 straight. Won the Twixt at Laurel. And here, the turn back the alarm with a smiling Kendrick Carmouche. We'll see you tomorrow. America's Day at the Races, right here on Fox Sports 2.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. and the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.